Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. By personally training them, these Jonin would feel indebted to him when he took command later. Chapter 85, The Dragon God of Hidden Leaf Village. Teacher Chen standing at the front, he gestured to the left and right. The 8 gates and the breathing activation jutsu each have their strengths and weaknesses. I'll keep it simple, the 8 gates are more difficult to master. Even opening just the first 2 gates isn't something everyone can achieve. It requires you to constantly push your physical limits. Kleichi paused, giving everyone ample time to process his words. The Jonin present all turned to look at Might Dewey. Recently, Might Dewey had been promoted to Special Jonin, and in the short time since, everyone had already witnessed this new Jonin's rather bizarre habits. Extreme physical training every day, combined with his loud, embarrassing motivational shouts. His behavior was practically a form of performance art. So, when Kleichi mentioned pushing one's limits and they saw Might Dewey's name written under the 8 gates section, their minds immediately conjured up his various eccentric training methods. A collective shiver ran down their spines. Did they have to train like that to learn the 8 gates? Ahem. Everyone, don't misunderstand. There are many ways to push your limits. My training methods are just my personal preferences, not a requirement. Might Dewey was all too familiar with their expressions. He stepped forward to clarify. Dewey-senpai, are there any other methods? Jonin Takuno asked immediately. Well, I just kept increasing my training load little by little, and after a while, I naturally managed to open the first gate, so. Might Dewey looked slightly embarrassed. This was the truth. It was also how he had taught Might Guy. The Jonin fell into silence. So you just train and train. And eventually, the gate opens? Simple. Brutal. But if they wanted to master it quickly, they clearly couldn't rely on this slow and steady method. Their eyes shifted away from Dewey and onto Kleichi instead. Kleichi's reputation as a brilliant educator had already spread throughout Hidden Leaf Village. If nothing else, the various educational programs he had implemented recently had gained widespread recognition. Any parent with children knew of his contributions and their significance. To Kleichi, these Jonin were no different from the academy students he had taught before. There are other ways. Kleichi acknowledged. But most of them are far from conventional. For example, rock climbing, using only one hand, without chakra. The crowd stirred. Kakashi had trained like this. By scaling a rock face with pure physical strength, without relying on chakra, he pushed his body to its limits and ultimately succeeded in unlocking the first gate. As for the second gate, the Gate of Rest, once someone had opened the first gate, the second gate became much easier to access. One-handed rock climbing? Upon hearing the requirement, Takuno could immediately imagine how difficult it would be. No wonder opening the first gate was so rare. The room fell into silence again. And this was just the first gate. The human body had 8 gates, just how monstrous would someone be if they could open all of them? They had heard rumors that Might Dewey was capable of opening all 8 gates. Their gazes shifted to Dewey again, but this time, their eyes were filled with admiration and respect. There were plenty of strong people in the world. But very few had reached this level of strength purely through effort and perseverance. Across the entire shinobi world, warriors like Might Dewey were a rarity. He deserved their respect. So, shall we move on to the breathing activation jutsu? Yes. 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 Jonin Kleichi, please go over the breathing activation jutsu. I feel like this one might be easier to grasp, and it seems more compatible with our ninjutsu training. Agreed. The moment Kleichi finished speaking, a wave of Jonin chimed in. Some of them even wondered. If the 8 gates were that difficult, what about the breathing activation jutsu? Would it be easier? Or even harder? They had heard before that Kanda Kleichi had a bit of a mischievous streak when it came to education. Maybe this was another one of those times. However, their doubts didn't last long. Because once Kleichi began explaining, they realized that while the breathing activation jutsu was difficult, it was far easier to start learning compared to the 8 gates. The real challenge lay in balancing the jutsu, ensuring that the increased cellular activity was evenly distributed across the body, rather than having some areas become overly active while others showed no improvement. This required precise chakra control, which was exactly the barrier Koichi had been trying to lower. Yet, after months of research, almost completing the fourth activation stage, he had been unable to lower the entry barrier to his satisfaction. In the end, he had to abandon that goal. The version the Jonin were seeing now was the finalized form. Increasing cellular activity by boosting oxygen intake is a lower entry barrier compared to the 8 gates, Tsunoda remarked. But at the same time, the cost is greater. The first 2 gates, opening gate and rest gate, cause only mild damage to the body. The overall impact isn't significant. But the breathing activation jutsu shortens lifespan. Surviving is what matters most. Someone spoke up. If we just limit how often we use it, a little bit of lifespan is a small price to pay. Besides, the man suddenly stepped forward and bowed deeply, his voice filled with sincerity. Dewey-san, I have a request. If my student has the potential to learn the 8 gates, could you teach him the full jutsu? At first, Koichi didn't recognize the man. His appearance was completely different from the one in the anime, almost like an entirely different person. But the moment Dewey addressed him by name, Koichi immediately remembered. Chen-san, please, there's no need for that. Dewey quickly helped him up and explained, I never intended to keep the 8 gates a secret. It's just, this jutsu inflicts severe damage on the user. And the entry barrier is so high that I've only released the first 2 gates publicly. Chen? That taijutsu master? Koichi's mind instantly recalled the name. My student only knows taijutsu. He can't use ninjutsu or ganjutsu. Everyone said he'd never become a shinobi. But he did. He made me believe that even a taijutsu specialist can become a proper shinobi. I want to give him a wider path to walk. Chen spoke about his disciple. In terms of pure taijutsu skill, Chen was currently even stronger than Might Dewey or Might Guy. But once the 8 gates were opened, they were on entirely different levels. In this reality, during the Third Shinobi War, Master Chen's disciple had died in battle because he lacked ninjutsu or ganjutsu. Devastated, Chen lost his will to fight and staged his own death to retreat into seclusion. Koichi fell silent. Chen was a warrior worthy of respect. He glanced toward Dewey and the third Hokage but didn't intervene. Chen wasn't requesting a forbidden jutsu for himself, he was asking on behalf of his disciple. That made all the difference. I can trade my own taijutsu jutsus in exchange. Chen suddenly remembered what he had to offer. That was all he had to give. Would you be willing to demonstrate? Hiruzen asked. It wasn't that he wanted to hoard taijutsu jutsus, rather, he couldn't set a precedent where forbidden jutsus were given away freely. Otherwise, anyone could claim a special reason and demand access, rendering the concept of forbidden jutsu meaningless. Chen-san, allow me to be your opponent. Koichi stepped forward. While we're at it, I'll also demonstrate the practical application of the breathing activation jutsu alongside the opening and rest gates. In pure taijutsu, Might Dewey was undoubtedly stronger than Koichi. But when it came to highlighting an opponent's skills and making them stand out, Dewey couldn't match Koichi's showmanship. Alright. I'll hold back. No need, Chen-san. Tsunoda interrupted with a smirk. Go all out, don't worry about hurting him. The others also chuckled knowingly. Indeed. Koichi himself was a medical expert. And with Tsunoda, the most renowned medical ninja in the entire shinobi world, present, as long as he didn't die, everything else was fixable. Chen bowed deeply in gratitude before forming the seal of confrontation. The next moment, he launched his attack. Normal state. Koichi didn't draw his sword. He engaged purely in taijutsu. At the last possible moment before Chen's strike landed, he barely dodged, but it was so close, he had no time to counterattack. This wasn't acting. He genuinely had no opening to retaliate, because Chen was too fast. So fast. One of the Jonin gasped. Even without using body flicker or substitution jutsu, they wouldn't have been able to dodge Chen's attack. Yet Koichi had relied purely on his natural speed and reflexes to evade. Just that alone made them completely rethink their perception of Kanda Koichi. There wasn't a single ounce of exaggeration in his Jonin rank. Chapter 86, Koichi and his student, masterful actors Jonin and Koichi. This time, I won't hold back. Please, go all out. The moment Koichi finished speaking, a dark blur shot toward him. So fast. He instantly opened the first gate. The next second. Boom. With a single kick, Chen was sent flying. However, Koichi knew that his opponent had skillfully dispersed the force by retreating, so the kick didn't cause any real damage. So this is the first gate. The boost is incredible. Chen was thrilled. As a martial arts expert, he instantly understood the changes in Koichi's body: increased strength, speed, and physical performance. Enhanced control. The combination of these two factors meant whoosh! Koichi was already in front of him. Bang! This time, it was Chen who had no chance to counter. Too fast, even blinking felt dangerous. A single blink, and he could be hit. What's more, during the exchange, Koichi executed multiple jutsus that normally wouldn't be possible. So this is the first gate? All the Jonin watching were stunned. The effect was far too powerful. However, they also noticed something. When Koichi activated the first gate, his chakra fluctuated for an instant. That meant combining it with ninjutsu might not be ideal. The Jonin took note of this. This is the first gate combined with a body flicker jutsu. Koichi landed and pulled back. That flurry of attacks had drained him considerably. But what shocked him the most, Chen had blocked them all. Though he struggled, he had only taken 3 hits, and none were serious. My turn. Chen took a deep breath, then, whoosh! His figure vanished on the spot. After images. Breathing activation jutsu. And, the wind rises. A whirlwind appeared beside Koichi, sweeping in all directions. However, Koichi remained incredibly fast, evading and repositioning in an instant. His hands formed seals at an astonishing speed, completing the sequence in the blink of an eye. Earth-style, swamp of the underworld. A massive mire surged forth, swallowing the whirlwind. But in the next moment, the tornado transformed into a dragon and burst out. Earth-style wall. Water formation wall. One defensive jutsu after another formed rapidly, only to be shredded by the storm. However, by this point, Chen's attack had lost its momentum. The two separated, choosing not to continue. From the sidelines, the third Hokage and Tsunoda exchanged knowing smiles. Many of the Jonin present weren't familiar with Koichi. But these two knew very well that Koichi's true strength, even if he relied only on taijutsu, was far beyond what he had just shown. Shizui's ability to hold back and put on a show? He learned it from his teacher. I just used the breathing activation jutsu along with my taijutsu, Hidden Leaf Village Dragon God. Chen closed his eyes for a moment before continuing. This jutsu enhances cellular activity rather than pushing the body beyond its limits, so it doesn't cause the same fatigue as the 8 gates. As expected of a master. Might Dewey was deeply impressed. The first gate of the 8 gates exhausts the body heavily, which is why unlocking the second gate, rest gate, is necessary to recover quickly. Yet Chen had spent years developing a powerful taijutsu jutsu that didn't rely on the 8 gates. Might Dewey greatly respected such dedication. I used the rest gate to recover my stamina, then activated the breathing activation jutsu again. As you all saw, the first gate improves bodily control, making it ideal for taijutsu, whereas the breathing activation jutsu enhances overall physical performance. The breathing activation jutsu is more versatile. For those of us skilled in ninjutsu, it's the better choice. Nara Shikaku chimed in. Most shinobi didn't rely solely on taijutsu. Since the majority combined ninjutsu with physical combat, the breathing activation jutsu was far more practical for widespread use, while the 8 gates were more suited for taijutsu specialists. That's right. For taijutsu users, learning both is ideal. For everyone else, mastering the breathing activation jutsu is sufficient. Koichi's summary left the Jonin with a clear direction. Their choices were obvious now. At this moment, Chen gave the third Hokage a pleading look. At his age, this expression was impossible to ignore. The third sighed, resigned. You may exchange taijutsu jutsus with Dewey for the 8 gates. The specific terms are up to you. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Chen immediately pulled Might Dewey aside for discussion. Koichi wasn't surprised. Very few shinobi could meet the requirements to unlock the 8 gates. After all, the jutsu wasn't meant for ordinary people. Only warriors like Might Dewey and Might Guy could fully open them. Even Kakashi, despite his exceptional taijutsu, could only reach the second gate. Koichi himself was no exception. He had managed to unlock the third gate, but progressing further had proven extremely difficult. Despite his continuous physical training, he had only barely glimpsed the path to the fourth gate. The breathing activation jutsu, on the other hand, was much easier. Most Jonin had solid knowledge foundations. After reading the scroll, they could figure it out themselves. Chen, for instance, mastered it immediately after reviewing the material. Koichi barely had to teach anything. Just a few key insights were enough. Because of this, he didn't expect a high reward from the system. Mission completed, Forbidden Jutsu Training, Evaluation, Good, Reward, Chakra Absorption Jutsu. Koichi hadn't expected this. This was the secret jutsu of Akido Yoro. However, while it could absorb physical and spiritual energy, It could only do so through direct hand contact. It couldn't absorb chakra that had already been molded into ninjutsu. Not useless, exactly. Just situational. Still, it was a rare secret jutsu, so he couldn't call the reward disappointing. Kleichi pondered its applications. If the absorption rate was high and he could modify it to work through his feet or other body parts, it could pair well with his slug jutsus and prove valuable in battle. Something to experiment with later. Kleichi closed his system panel and refocused on reality. Everyone was practicing, except for Chen and Might Yui. The two of them were fully absorbed in a heated taijutsu debate, their intensity completely different from the others. This dragon god jutsu is flawless. Taijutsu is performed by humans. No matter how strong a tornado is, if I hit you directly and stop your movement, the jutsu falls apart. That's the flaw. But I'm surrounded by wind, how would you even hit me? Chen was unconvinced. Might Yui couldn't articulate it clearly. He lacked theoretical knowledge, he just felt there was a flaw but couldn't explain why. Kleichi, amused, walked over to join them. Your jutsu mimics a tornado, right? But the eye of a tornado has no wind. That's your weakness. Kleichi explained. In the anime, Rock Lee had exploited this exact flaw, using the primary lotus to break through the dragon god jutsu. Chen froze. He wanted to argue, but he couldn't find a counterpoint. His mouth opened, then closed. Finally, he looked stunned. You saw that? At first, no. But after you broke through my two defensive jutsu, I noticed it. Ugh. Chen fell silent. He understood. Kleichi had figured it out and knew exactly how to counter it. He had simply chosen not to expose it, to save Chen's pride. Don't overthink it. The jutsu is still powerful. A flaw isn't necessarily a weakness, if you understand it, you can turn it into an advantage. Kleichi reassured him. What do you mean? Chen was deeply invested now. Might Yui scratched his head. Isn't it simple? If he tries to enter the eye of the storm, just hit him directly. That's one method. Another is to adjust the wind's direction. Many problems have simple, brute force solutions. The Dragon God Jutsu was one such example. In the end, it simply became a test of speed. Whoever was faster, won. If Chen could master the 8 gates, few could rival his speed. But unfortunately, he was already in his 40s. At his age, his body was starting to decline. Maintaining his peak was already difficult. He had missed his best window. Even if he learned the 8 gates, his body might not withstand the strain. Kleichi thought for a moment and gave him a final piece of advice. Master Chen, even if you learn the 8 gates, don't open multiple gates at once. Start one at a time to minimize the strain on your body. That's a thing? Chen was startled. If Kleichi hadn't mentioned it, he would have rushed home to push himself straight into multiple gates. Then he realized, wait. Who was he doubting? Kleichi was a medical ninjutsu master. He wasn't just talking nonsense. Apologies. Chen bowed deeply. Kleichi waved it off. No need. It's just a precaution. If you don't exceed the 3rd gate, it won't be an issue. His explanation reassured everyone. And as a final bonus, Kleichi unexpectedly picked up Hidden Leaf Village Whirlwind from Chen. A pleasant surprise. Chapter 87, Tsunade. This time, I'm not gambling. Teaching the Jonin didn't take much time, after all, they were all sharp-minded. They gathered in the morning and dispersed by noon. During lunch, Kleichi ate with Tsunade. At some point, she brought up the true intention behind the 3rd Hokage's actions, promotion. Establishing authority. Every step was paving the way for Kleichi's upcoming deployment to the Eastern Front. And the shinobi benefiting from today's training? They were likely the very ones who would be heading east with him. Kleichi wholeheartedly agreed. As a seasoned commander, Tsunade knew exactly what was going on behind the scenes. A few days later. Sure enough, Kleichi received the deployment list. The Jonin on the list were those heading to the Eastern Front ahead of him. Most of them were the ones who had benefited from his teachings the other day. And on this very day, Kleichi also had to set out for his patrol mission in the eastern region of the Land of Fire. However, it wasn't because Hidden Mist Village was stirring up trouble. Quite the opposite. It was Hidden Clouds Village that had begun making moves first. Along the border of the Land of Lightning, Hidden Clouds Village nin activity was growing more frequent, and there were even reports of their presence within the Land of Fire, alongside Hidden Stones Village nin. At the same time, there was intel from Hidden Stones Village as Anbu. A significant number of Hidden Stones Village nin were also active along the borders, showing signs of preparing for cross-border conflicts. This was a bad sign. It was possible that all 3 villages had reached some kind of mutual understanding. That evening, after discussing the upcoming mission with Asuma and the others, Kleichi returned home at dusk. He was contemplating whether to go out for dinner when, the moment he opened the door, A rich aroma of home-cooked food greeted him. He froze. Turning his head, he saw Tsunoda and Shizune gathered around the table, which was filled with an array of dishes. "Welcome home. Come eat," Tsunoda said with a warm smile. Tsunoda, nay, did you cook this?" Kleichi asked, skeptical. The food wasn't fancy, but it looked delicious, definitely not some culinary disaster. Could Tsunoda really cook this well? No way. He distinctly remembered how Nawaki had nearly ascended after eating her cooking. "What, you don't believe me? One look and I can tell Shizune made it. It smells amazing. But still, thanks for waiting for me, Tsunoda, nay. You talk too much." Tsunoda's face stiffened, her expression turning sour. Shizune burst out laughing. She had already told Tsunoda she wouldn't be able to fool Kleichi, but Tsunoda just wouldn't listen. The three of them picked up their chopsticks. Itadakimasu. Under the warm glow of the lamp, the house felt unusually cozy. "The next day I'm heading out. No need to see me off." "Huh, it's just a battlefield. Who'd bother sending you off? Get lost already." Tsunoda scoffed. But the moment Kleichi stepped out the door, she leaned against the doorway, watching his departing figure with a mixture of worry and melancholy. "This time, I'm not gambling. You better come back," she muttered under her breath, so softly that no one else could hear. Shizune said nothing. But she knew that at this moment, Tsunoda-sama was just as worried about Kleichi as she had been for those two in the past. "Tsunoda-sama. Shizune, from today onward, I'm doubling your training. If you dare slack off. Humphrey." "Eh?" Shizune was stunned. Then, she saw Tsunoda walk back inside and pull out a notebook. Next to it was a towering stack of books. All medical books. Some were Tsunoda's personal notes, while another pile was pushed toward Shizune. "Read them. If you don't understand something, ask." With that, Tsunoda buried herself in research. She had to master CLS healing as soon as possible. At the village gate, Kleichi had already regrouped with Shizue and the others. "Sensei, what's our mission this time?" Asuma asked curiously. Standing nearby, Kurenai and Shizue weren't focused on the mission itself, each had their own thoughts. Kurenai was contemplating medical ninjutsu. As for Shizue, his mind was preoccupied with how to persuade his clan members. Kleichi's strategy had worked well. Over the past few days, Shizue had been working with Tekka to slowly influence Inabi. And the best part? Inabi himself had been figuring things out through reading. Unfortunately, right at this crucial moment, they had to go on a mission. Would Tekka be able to handle it alone? Shizue sighed, feeling a bit anxious. But he forced himself to focus on the present, only to hear something shocking. "We're heading to the Eastern Front. Is there a war?" All three of them immediately tensed up. A war? And they were the first to go? A mix of fear and excitement surged through them. In a way, the timing depends on Hidden Mist Village's movements. Or on me. "You're the commander?" Shizue's eyes widened in shock. For the past few days, he had been reading books outside of ninjutsu for the sake of persuading his clan. Even though much of it was difficult to understand, he still grasped one crucial fact: command meant power. Could it be that Sensei had a real shot at becoming Hokage? Excitement bubbled up inside him. If Sensei became Hokage, then the Uchiha's biggest concerns would be resolved. Kleichi's attitude toward their clan was far more favorable than most. "Yeah, but don't overthink it. I'm just in charge of the battlefield. Besides, I'll be coordinating with Tsunoda-sama. It's not like I have full authority." Kleichi smiled. He said this mostly for Shizue's sake. After all, he had already received information from his shadow clone regarding Shizue's recent discussions with his clan. He knew exactly what was on the boy's mind. Shizue was growing quickly, but his thoughts sometimes veered off track. He tended to overanalyze things. Shizue understood the hint and gave a slight nod. "Tsunoda-sama. She should be trustworthy too. I should do some research on her when I get back. Regardless, this is definitely good news for the Uchiha. Sensei is amazing. You're only 7 years older than me, and you're already the commander of the Eastern Front." Asuma spoke with genuine admiration and respect. "Haven't you noticed? Lately, everything has revolved around Sensei. Clearly, something big is happening." Kurenai added. She spent a lot of time at the hospital, where Kleichi's name was prominently displayed on the bulletin boards. It was impossible to ignore. Plus, her father had mentioned Kleichi's growing status recently. So, she had already sensed that the higher-ups were preparing something for him. And now, it was all happening. Becoming a Chunin really makes a difference, huh? Your intel gathering and analysis skills have improved a lot. Keep it up. Kleichi said, ruffling Kurenai's hair. It was soft and silky. The texture was excellent. Sensei, even you're teasing me now. Kurenai didn't think her Chunin rank was anything special. In terms of ability, I'm nowhere near Shizui. This promotion should have been his. She felt it was unfair to Shizui. After all, during the second exam, Shizui had contributed far more, he just hadn't been in the spotlight. At least, that's how she saw it. Haha. Kleichi chuckled but didn't comment. Shizui, however, explained, you're overthinking it. Your strength is more than enough. As for me, I requested not to be promoted. I didn't want to become a Chunin just yet. Huh? Asuma was dumbfounded. He had always thought his father was being biased against the Uchiha. But Shizui asked to stay a Genin? That was unexpected. Why? Kurenai was equally stunned. The reason is complicated. But I did request it. I even discussed it with Sensei, and he agreed with my decision. Shizui didn't elaborate on the reason. It wasn't a matter of distrust. This was an internal Uchiha affair, dragging Kurenai and Asuma into it wouldn't be appropriate. He didn't want them to get entangled in Uchiha's issues. As for his teacher, Shizui did a quick mental count and realized, there wasn't a single person in the Uchiha clan who could pose a real threat to Kleichi. Right now, the Uchiha. They no longer had a true top-tier genius. Shizui had once been proud of his own talent. But after stepping out into the wider world, he understood, there were far more geniuses outside their clan. Without their past glory, the Uchiha had little left to be proud of. Chapter 88, Liquefaction? Just separate it. Kurenai, Asuma, and the rest of the squad continued their journey eastward toward the borders of the Land of Fire. Along the way, Kleichi noticed traces left by other shinobi. They were faint. But no matter how careful one was, every step left a mark. Shinobi operated with precision, yet some minor details always betrayed them. For example, crushed leaves on the path. Sensei, is this left by Hidden Mist Village shinobi? Not sure yet. We'll need to observe further. Let's keep moving in this direction. Kleichi didn't jump to conclusions. It could just as well be their own people. They continued tracking. Shizui, Asuma, and Kurenai maintained full alertness, scanning their surroundings for any signs. Thanks to their experience in the Battle Royale exam, their coordination had improved significantly. As they moved, they instinctively kept formation, maintaining vigilance while ensuring they could support each other at a moment's notice. Along the way, they found additional traces, a slight disturbance on the branches above. Following the trail, they advanced further. Before long, Sensei, we've tracked them down, but I think it's one of ours. Kurenai reported. She sensed Might Guy ahead. Let's go ask him. Kleichi nodded. He had a feeling things weren't that simple, Guy might also be tracking someone. Further ahead, swoosh. A blur of green shot out from the trees, launching a flying kick. Bam. With a single strike, Kleichi sent Might Guy flying. It took Guy a moment to realize what had happened. Kleichi-sensei? I was hiding behind the tree and didn't see clearly, I thought you were an enemy. Guy scratched his head sheepishly. Given his years of tough love training under Might Dewey, Kleichi's kick barely fazed him. He patted off the dust and stood up with ease. Then, he turned to the others, his eyes slightly unfocused. Guy recognized them but couldn't quite recall their names. Were you patrolling this way, or were you tracking someone? Kleichi cut straight to the point, he knew Guy didn't need unnecessary pleasantries. Kleichi-sensei, we were following a trail, but when we got here, the tracks were wiped clean, so we lost the lead. As Guy finished speaking, rustling sounds came from the trees. Moments later, Ayama Shirakamo, Ebisu, and Junma Shiranui appeared. Seeing the situation, Ayama sighed and rubbed his temples. He had a good guess at what had happened. Guy, you need to confirm your targets before attacking. What if, in the future, you mistake an ally for an enemy when you're even stronger? Hahaha, looks like this isn't the first time. Kleichi couldn't help but laugh. In the anime, it took Might Guy years to finally remember Kisame, nearly driving the Mist Swordsman mad. He had also failed to recognize Obito during their second encounter in the Chunin exams. It seemed, his strength had come at the cost of his memory. Nothing to be jealous of. Yes. I will do better next time. Guy scratched his head again. Shizui and the others stifled their laughter. This guy. Even after making Chunin, he was still so unreliable. Compared to him, Kurenai seemed far more like a real Chunin. Ayama-san, let's focus on the situation at hand. Kleichi cleared his throat. Guy's blunder wasn't a big deal. Most of the time, he was dependable enough, so there was no need to dwell on minor slip-ups. Ayama gave a brief report, they had been tracking from the other side. However, the results were the same. The trail completely vanished at this location. The enemy is exceptionally cautious. It's likely that this is a rendezvous point for Hidden Mist Village shinobi, which is why they were so thorough in erasing any traces. Ayama had been in the Anbu before, frequently handling missions like this, so his assessment was experienced and precise. If we wait here, do you think they'll return to this spot? Kleichi asked after some thought. He genuinely didn't know. No shame in asking. Ayama shook his head. Assassination squads change infiltration and extraction points regularly to avoid ambushes. Waiting here would be fruitless. What a shame. Kleichi frowned, channeling his chakra to scan the surroundings again. But just like before, the only chakra signatures belonged to their two teams, no additional presence detected. However, chakra sensing wasn't foolproof. Hidden Mist Village shinobi could hide underwater and suppress their chakra, making them incredibly difficult to detect. Not to mention, the Hazuki clan. Their hydrification jutsu wasn't a KK Genkai, yet it surpassed many bloodline abilities. Once liquefied, they were nearly undetectable. Finding them would be a serious challenge. Kleichi frowned. He needed a plan. Looking around, 2 teams, 8 people. And not a single lightning-style user among them. He was screwed. He should have borrowed Kakashi. Then again, that thought was fleeting. Right now, Kakashi was still sulking from the Chunin exam debacle. Talking to him was either met with cold silence or a sharp remark. Not worth the trouble. That said, dealing with the Hazuki clan didn't necessarily require lightning-style users. He had the Raijin sword, after all. More importantly, there were sealing jutsus. After some consideration, Kleichi spoke, let's spread out and check for any overlooked clues. That way, we can strategize more effectively. Understood. Ayama responded with disciplined precision. As a former Anbu member, his loyalty to the third Hokage was absolute. Since the third had appointed Kleichi as a commander, he would treat him as such, by the book, without a hint of disrespect. The 2 teams dispersed to search, but under Kleichi's instructions, they stayed within reasonable range to support each other. Ayama remained central, ensuring he could assist anyone at a moment's notice. As for Kleichi, he moved alone. More importantly, he wasn't wearing a Jonin flak jacket today, just a simple, casual outfit, making him look no different from a regular Chunin or even a Genin. Before separating from the group, he even donned a mask. Combined with his silver hair, he now looked like a supersized version of Kakashi. Ayama glanced at him and immediately understood Kleichi's intent, bait. Though the chances were slim, it was still worth a try. Kleichi thought the same. If he could draw them out, great. If not, no harm done. Of course, he made it look natural, gradually veering from the team toward the river. Hidden Mist Village shinobi preferred to hide in water. This was real fishing. Kleichi sharpened his senses, scanning for chakra fluctuations. He followed the river for quite a distance. Then, a faint, nearly imperceptible disturbance in the water. Almost undetectable. But Kleichi had extensive water-style training, and his chakra sensing was formidable. He instantly locked onto it. No one else was nearby. Hazuki clan? Without hesitation, he formed seals at lightning speed. Earth-style wall. 2 walls of earth shot up from either side of the river, cutting it off completely. But he wasn't done. His hands blurred through more seals. Earth-style rampart. With the 2 walls as boundaries, the entire section of the river, water, riverbed, and surrounding terrain, rose into the air, completely severed from the rest of the water. My God. From afar, Guy watched in shock. That earth-style was absolutely insane. Chapter 89, Sealed. Capturing Hazuki Chikage alive. What are you standing there for? Support me. Asuma had already sprinted forward but noticed that this kid was still frozen in place, so he hurriedly called out from a distance. Might Guy finally snapped out of it. Kleichi placed his hand on the ground, sensing the terrain. His gaze sharpened as chakra flowed from his palm into the earth, extending outward and hardening the entire riverbed into jagged stone spheres. This was a jutsu he had developed himself. Not the most practical, but perfect for the situation. He had just sensed that the enemy was trying to escape through the riverbed. Splash. A burst of water shot up. Kleichi quickly formed another seal, and a dark rain fell over the area. Fire-style, wind-style. Yes. Shizue instantly teleported into position. From atop a wall, he had already finished forming seals. The next moment, a massive fireball erupted from his mouth. Asuma couldn't make it in time, but Hayama Shirakumo arrived just then, forming seals before exhaling a powerful wind blast. Raging flames, fierce winds, and black oil. The top of the earthen walls became engulfed in a sea of fire, so intense that even water couldn't suppress it. The river evaporated, filling the air with thick steam. Is this brat trying to dry up the entire river? What kind of monster is this? Hazuki Chikage cursed inwardly. He hurriedly activated a water-style jutsu. However, as the water level rose, so did the surrounding earth walls, trapping him within a burning inferno. Black oil and fire floated atop the water, turning it into a boiling cauldron. This wasn't going to work. Seeing no other choice, he finally abandoned his cover and leaped toward an unoccupied direction, his body still burning with searing flames. Some of the black oil had stuck to him, making it impossible to extinguish, even with his hydrification jutsu. Body flicker jutsu. His speed was astonishing. No wonder you dared to stay behind. Kleichi sneered. Fast? I'm faster. First gate, open. The next instant, he drew his sword, turning into a streak of light. Secret sword, moon shadow. At the same time, he combined it with the AI jutsu, draw, flash step, strike, all in one seamless motion. Too fast. There was no way to dodge. Hazuki Chikage's mind went blank. How can this brat move so fast? His only option was the hydrification jutsu, but just as his body started to turn into water, Kleichi's blade struck his arm. The next second, lightning surged from the blade, instantly paralyzing him. His body, halfway through liquefying, froze in an awkward, distorted shape. Meanwhile, from the distant ocean, massive waves surged toward the river mouth. But this wasn't just any wave, exploding water collision. If Chikage made it into that water, even if the 5 Kage came, they wouldn't be able to catch him. Kleichi said nothing. His sword remained pressed against Chikage's body, preventing him from fully transforming. Then, grabbing him with one hand, he dashed toward dry land. All the while, he continuously drained Chikage's chakra. Damn it. Hurry up and save me, he's absorbing my chakra. Chikage panicked. Though the hydrification jutsu consumed very little chakra, it wasn't free. If Kleichi drained him to the bare minimum, he'd be completely helpless. You idiot. I told you to leave, but you just had to stay behind. A figure stepped onto the waves. Light green hair, a long hook in hand. Hayama Shirakumo and Shizue immediately rushed forward to intercept him, but, just as they reached him, the man extended his hand, and a water mirror appeared in front of him. Water mirror jutsu. Kleichi instantly recognized him. Yagura Karatachi. Avoid that mirror, it might be dangerous. He quickly warned. But it was too late. 4 identical figures emerged from the mirror, perfectly mirroring their movements as they launched attacks. Yagura took advantage of this moment to break through their defenses. The enemy clearly specialized in wind style, so instead of wasting chakra on the hiding in mist jutsu, he simply formed seals and unleashed a massive torrent of water. A great water prison engulfed the approaching Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, trapping them instantly. Great exploding water colliding wave. However, by the time Yagura finished his jutsu, he realized Kleichi had already dealt with Chikage. Chikage still had chakra, but his body was now covered in sealing scrolls, each one glowing with intricate black sigils, a high-level sealing jutsu. And not just that. Beside him, a giant slug had appeared, wrapping its body around the sealed Chikage. What the hell? Sealing jutsus, summoning jutsus, this kid has everything. With this many precautions, how the hell am I supposed to rescue him? Yagura cursed internally, immediately abandoning the rescue plan. A prolonged fight would be pointless. And now, with the exploding water colliding wave approaching, he used water style to retreat. Rather than wasting time here, gathering intel was far more important. Especially about that young ninja. Meanwhile, Hayama swung his sword. Wind style sword jutsu, void slash. A vacuum arc cut through the great water prison, instantly creating an air pocket. A moment later, 5 leaf ninjas broke free. Yagura didn't dare linger any longer. Memorizing Kleichi's appearance, he fled at full speed. By the time Hayama Shirakumo and the others managed to stabilize themselves, he had already vanished into the water currents. The water prison dispersed. By the time Hayama and the others could react, even Yagura's chakra signature had disappeared. Don't chase him. Kleichi stopped them. Yagura wasn't a Jinchuriki yet, but his water-style jutsus were still incredibly powerful. If he was dead set on escaping, they had no chance of stopping him. Besides, who knew how many more hidden mist village shinobi were lurking in the ocean? If something went wrong, they could lose their captive, which would be a far greater loss. Yes, sir. Genma and Kurenai regrouped with Kleichi. Kurenai stared at the slug, eyes filled with admiration. The same summon as Tsunade. And also, so gentle. Kurenai was completely captivated. She wanted one so badly. Stop staring. Kleichi said, ruffling her hair. This guy is from the Hazuki clan. Whether it's their memories or their unique physiology, they're worth studying. Protecting him is our top priority. Oh. Kurenai responded, though her eyes remained glued to the slug. Noticing her interest, Gatsa split off a small portion of itself and crawled onto her shoulder, playfully interacting with her. Now that the situation was safe, Kurenai and Genma, who had been on high alert around Keiichi, finally relaxed. The other four, however. Hayama-senpai is a Jonin. Even if he ran into trouble, he could handle himself. What exactly were you all planning to do by chasing after them? Aside from getting in the way? Keiichi swept his gaze over them. Finished one Chunin exam and suddenly think you're invincible? Among the six, Might Guy was the only one who had never been his student, but since Keiichi was close to Might Dewey, he had the authority of an elder figure in Guy's life. Teaching him a lesson was perfectly justified. And so, Shishui and the others lowered their heads, not daring to talk back. Thinking it over, they realized he was right. If Hayama Shirakumo hadn't stayed behind to protect them, he would have caught up to Yagura long ago. Let it go, Keiichi. Hayama said, stepping in for the kids. This was their first time participating in a battle of this scale. It's natural for them to be a bit unaccustomed. Then, his expression turned serious as he looked at the captured Hazuki Chikage. I didn't expect even the Hazuki clan to be involved. It seems the Hidden Mist village still refuses to back down. That ninja from earlier, his status is probably quite high. Keiichi nodded. Yagura Karatachi. As the future fourth Mizukage, his rank at this point was undoubtedly high. He might even be leading this intelligence-gathering operation. Good thing you caught him. Hayama said, sincerely impressed. As an Anbu, he understood better than anyone how troublesome the Hazuki clan could be. Unless hit by lightning style before fully liquefying, their bodies were practically immune to most attacks. But Keiichi had outmaneuvered that ability completely, using earth style to cut off escape routes, then fire and oil to force Chikage into human form. And, of course, that sword. The sword of the Thunder God. The third Hokage really values him. Then again, if he were the Hokage, he'd also put his trust in Keiichi. There weren't many shinobi left in the village strong enough to shoulder its future. You all arrived first. Have you confirmed the location for intelligence exchange? For now, we're using Mount Nagano. Alright, let's move. Chapter 90, got up, taken down in one strike at the border of the Land of Water, on a remote island in the sea. Yagura stepped ashore, visibly exhausted. Sir, how did it go? That idiot Chikage got captured. We need to move quickly with the next phase of our plan. Also, keep an eye out for a young silver-haired swordsman, around 15 or 16 years old, proficient in water style and earth style. He's dangerous. Yagura's voice was cold. They had someone using lightning style? A swordsman with two blades frowned. This was Hazuki Mainjutsu, one of THR7 swordsmen. No. Impossible. Without lightning style, and in an environment like that near a river, even if he ran into a Hyuga, he should have been able to escape. There's no way he was captured alive. Hazuki Mainjutsu refused to believe it. It must have been his weapon. Or maybe that ninja does have lightning style. Yagura frowned. He had been too far away at the time to see clearly. After he briefly described what happened, Hazuki Mainjutsu's face darkened, and he fell silent. That fool. He cursed, his mood sour. From the description, that young ninja was no joke. Not only did he detect Chikage in his liquefied state, but he also immediately devised a countermeasure, using earth style to isolate the river from its surroundings. On top of that, he could absorb chakra, use sealing jutsus, and his blade was so fast that even someone like Chikage couldn't react in time. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, only a few could reach that level of speed. Who the hell was this guy? Arrogant as Hazuki Mainjutsu was, he didn't dare underestimate him. Also, his summoned creature looked a lot like the one used by Hidden Leaf Village's Tsunade. Yagura dug through his memory and recalled another key detail. A slug? Then he must be related to Tsunade. Hazuki Mainjutsu's expression grew serious before twisting into a cruel grin. I heard Tsunade has already lost 2 of her relatives. How about we finish the job and take this one out too? You mean the missing Senju clan members? Maybe. If that's the case, could he be the leader of Hidden Leaf Village's Eastern Front? Yagura was more concerned about this possibility. We need to confirm that first. Until then, we hold back and see how the other 2 villages move. Hazuki Mainjutsu grinned. Then let him live a little longer. The 7 ninja swordsmen aren't all assembled yet. Once we gather, we'll cut him down together. Yagura nodded, a smirk forming at the corner of his lips. It seemed Chikage's capture might not be such a bad thing after all. Land of Fire, Nagano Mountain. Might Guy, with his endless stamina and speed, had been sent ahead to report and rally reinforcements. Meanwhile, Keiichi and Shirakumo Hayama stayed with the others, ensuring their safety. After all, with the Hazuki clan involved, Any place near water on the eastern front of the Land of Fire was unsafe, unless they were within Hidden Leaf Village's camp. The camp was guarded by the Hyuga clan. While the Hazuki could evade normal sensory jutsus, they couldn't hide their chakra from the Byakugan. So, when Kyoichi spotted the patrol squad at the mountain's base, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kurenai, you lead the others up the mountain. Gatsu will stay with you. Hayama and I will go ahead. Kyoichi turned to Yui Kurenai. She was a chunin. With Kyoichi and Hayama gone, she had the highest rank, making her the natural leader. The others all nodded. Move. Kyoichi's speed surged. In the blink of an eye, he and Hayama, carrying the sealed Hazuki Chikage, dashed up the mountain. The Hidden Leaf Village camp was built far from any water sources. Clearly, Hidden Leaf Village had been wary of the Hazuki clan, choosing this location to prevent any water-based sneak attacks. Kyoichi-sama, Hayama-sama. A squad of elite chunin guarding the camp saluted them immediately. One of them pointed toward the command tent. The jonin stationed here are waiting inside. Understood. Thanks. Kyoichi carried Hazuki Chikage inside. There were only 5 jonin in the tent, but Kyoichi had met most of them before while teaching them the breathing activation jutsu. The most familiar face was Gecko Kazuhana. The highest ranking among them, however, was Yamanaka Inoichi. Inoichi-senpai, I didn't expect to see you here. Kyoichi greeted him quickly. No need to be so formal. You're the commander of this front. The third Hokage sent me to assist with intelligence gathering. Yamanaka Inoichi smiled warmly. He was still young, far more handsome than in the anime. Kyoichi understood immediately. Inoichi was the head of Hidden Leaf Village's intelligence division. A skilled shinobi, highly respected. If the third Hokage had sent him here, it was clearly to support Kyoichi. Perfect? Then this is great. We caught a Hazuki clan member. Oh? You actually managed to kill a Hazuki? Inoichi was surprised. The Hazuki clan's hydrification jutsu made them immune to conventional attacks, and their ability to evade sensory detection had always been a headache for Hidden Leaf Village. That's why so many Hyuga had been deployed to this front. But now, Kyoichi set down his captive. Inoichi checked and was utterly shocked. He was still alive. You captured him alive? Now Inoichi was truly in disbelief. Killing a Hazuki wasn't impossible. If they were found, there were ways to deal with them. But capturing one alive? That was a whole different challenge. Examining Chikage more closely, Inoichi saw his body covered in sealing marks, 4-symbol seal, high-level sealing jutsus. Good lord. This kid even knows sealing jutsu? A ninja's time and energy were limited. Mastering just 1 or 2 areas was difficult enough. But Kanda Kyoichi? Kenjutsu, Taijutsu, Water Style, Earth Style, Ganjutsu, Medical Ninjutsu. Now he had sealing jutsus too? Was there anything he didn't excel at? Inoichi was floored. Ahem. How I did it? Well, I just caught him. With everyone's help, it wasn't too difficult. Kyoichi kept it vague. What was he supposed to say? That he trapped him with Earth Style, then cut him down in one strike? Nothing much to explain. Inoichi was stunned for a moment but quickly regained his composure. He said seriously, if he's alive, that's even better. We'll summon the sealing team to secure him, then I'll extract the intelligence from his mind. Be careful of suicide attempts. Kyoichi warned. Haha, don't worry. This is my specialty. Inoichi chuckled. In terms of combat, he admitted he wasn't on Kyoichi's level. But when it came to extracting information, if he claimed to be second in Hidden Leaf Village, no one would dare claim first. Without wasting time, he immediately led a team to secure Hazuki Chikage. The Hazuki clan was a major family in Hidden Mist Village. Every single one of them carried critical intelligence in their minds. Hidden Leaf Village had never before captured a living Hazuki. Now that they had one, they wouldn't waste the opportunity. As Inoichi left, the tent fell into silence. Shirakawa Hayama was still processing everything that had happened. Meanwhile, the others were completely stunned. They had witnessed Kyoichi's strength before when he taught them the breathing activation jutsu, so they never underestimated him, the youngest jonin and commander of Hidden Leaf Village's eastern front. But even so, they hadn't expected him to capture such a high-profile target so soon. A member of the Hazuki clan. This might just be the first time in history that a Hazuki had ever been captured alive. Chapter 91, The 7 Ninja Swords. Ran away? Kyoichi-sama, I have to hand it to you. This is the Hazuki clan we're talking about, how did you manage it? Gecko Kazuhana couldn't suppress his curiosity. Hi-8 was saved by Kyoichi, so he had no qualms about addressing him as Sama. It was thanks to Hayame-san's help. Otherwise, capturing him wouldn't have been so easy. Kleichi smiled. Shirakamohayame's face flushed red as he waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. I only used a great breakthrough from start to finish. It was Kleichi-sama who risked himself to sense the slightest disturbance, locked onto the target's position with Earth Style, and then paralyzed him with a single sword strike. Earth Style? A single strike? The three nearby Jonin exchanged glances. Using Earth Style to lock down a Hazuki clan member's position. They could picture it. Theoretically feasible, but the Hazuki clan weren't fools, they wouldn't just stand there waiting to be captured. Which meant that Kanda Kleichi's hand seals and sword speed were incredibly fast. Fast enough that his opponent couldn't react in time. And then there was Raijin's sword, the sword of the Thunder God. As Jonin, they only needed a few words to deduce most of what had happened. Silently, they all felt a deep respect. If it had been them. Even with the sword of the Thunder God, capturing a Hazuki clan member would have been a tall order. By the way, aside from the Hazuki clan member, we also encountered a hidden mist village shinobi with pale green hair. Does anyone know who he is? I suspect he might be one of the leaders of this invasion. Kleichi spoke in a low voice. Pale green hair? Kazuhana frowned, thinking for a long time before his eyes suddenly lit up. I remember now. His name is Yagura. Not sure about his surname, but he's definitely a big shot. I've heard that in recent years, the third Mizukage has been having health issues and rarely appears in public. Most matters are being handled by one of his subordinates. Shirakamohayama added. Before this year, he had been in Anbu and had traveled to many places, including Hidden Mist Village. If that's the case, then he's likely the one. Kleichi said seriously. No wonder he was so strong. Hayama nodded. He then explained how Yagura had attempted to rescue Hazuki Chikage. Hearing this, Gecko Kazuhana and the others immediately became solemn. That level of strength. At the very least, he was an elite Jonin. Kleichi's suspicion was highly probable. For now, let's wait for Inoichi-senpai's intel. Kleichi pondered for a moment and decided not to dwell on it. Overanalyzing wouldn't help. They still didn't know the exact location of the enemy's base, so identifying individuals wasn't particularly useful. Besides, he couldn't yet reveal Yagura's full identity and abilities. Everyone nodded in agreement. Inoichi worked quickly. Soon enough, his body flickered back into the tent. Hit the jackpot. This one's a big fish. Inoichi was visibly excited. What did you find? Kleichi immediately stood up. This guy's name is Hazuki Chikage. His older brother, Hazuki Mainjutsu, is the wielder of the twin swords Hamada among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Also, the person you fought was Karatachi Yagura, one of the strongest contenders for the position of the 4th Mizukage. He's been handling Hidden Mist Village's affairs recently and is incredibly powerful. However, the Hazuki clan is also vying for the 4th Mizukage position, so the clan and some members of the 7 ninja swordsmen don't fully obey Yagura's orders. Inoichi laid out the intel piece by piece. Everyone's expression grew solemn. This was information that, if they had tried to gather slowly, would have cost them countless spies, if they even managed to obtain it at all. But now, after capturing just one living Hazuki clan member, they had everything. As expected. The Hazuki clan knew plenty of secrets. Kleichi pondered for a moment before clapping his hands. Damn. I caught Hazuki Chikage, which means the enemy is now on alert. If Yagura applies pressure, the 7 ninja swordsmen will likely follow his orders. We had no choice. If we didn't capture anyone, how would we have gotten this intel? Inoichi shook his head. He understood what Kleichi meant. If the 7 ninja swordsmen hadn't been following orders, it could have led to internal chaos, potentially causing them to self-destruct. But now that there was a powerful enemy who could capture a Hazuki alive, the whole situation had changed. Kleichi could only sigh. He and Inoichi weren't exactly thinking the same thing. With this development, the 7 ninja swordsmen wouldn't be sneaking in like in the anime. He had actually been considering whether it was possible to set up an ambush and wipe them out in one go. He let out a regretful sigh before asking, Inoichi-senpai, did they retreat because they noticed us? Inoichi nodded. That explains it. No wonder so many small details were left unchecked. If I had moved faster. It all clicked. Hayama slapped his thigh in frustration. If their squad had included a strong sensor-type shinobi, they might have had a chance to intercept the enemy. But unfortunately, the best sensor in their team was himself. And he was barely passable at it. Given Yagura's demonstrated strength, even if you caught up, it might not have been a good thing. Kleichi said, shaking his head. Hayama was strong, but what about the others? A single Great Water Collision Jutsu could drown Might Guy and the others before they even had a chance to react, leaving Shirakamohayama with no options. At the end of the day, the enemy was the heir to the title of Kage. Wiping them out in one go was simply unrealistic. By the way, let me deliver the intel scroll. I can have Katsu help and send it directly to Tsunade. We have that option? Yamanaka Inoichi didn't hesitate to agree. Transmitting intel carried risks, but if it was sent via summon, the risk was virtually eliminated. He was thrilled. Then, Inoichi realized something. No wonder Kandakiichi was appointed commander. Aside from his immense strength and sharp mind, there was another crucial reason: Tsunade Heim. This was paving the way for Tsunade's rise. After all, from the current situation, it was evident that the third Hokage was considering stepping down. And the best candidate to succeed him was undoubtedly Tsunade, granddaughter of the first Hokage and student of the third. Her lineage, status, experience, and prestige made her the most qualified. Keiichi knew he couldn't hide this from Inoichi. In the anime, Yamanaka Inoichi had already demonstrated his sharp intellect. A master of intelligence. Of course his mind was quick. Inoichi received the scroll and summoned a Katsu clone, which took the intelligence for delivery. This was something Katsu had done countless times. Seeing the same kind of summon as Tsunade's, and recalling Keiichi's impressive medical ninjutsu, everyone had a sudden realization: Katsu summoning. Heike thought back to Keiichi's performance during the second Chunin exams and asked directly, Keiichi-sama, how effective is your Katsu summoning? Its duration should be quite long. I can cover about a 3-kilometer radius. As for how long and how effective, I can't say for sure. Also, I have a secret jutsu that lets me absorb chakra, but its conversion rate is only 1/3, and the absorption speed isn't very fast. Keiichi thought for a moment before explaining some of his abilities. Katsu-related jutsus and medical ninjutsu were well known in Hidden Leaf Village, so there was no need to keep them a secret. In fact, revealing them could help earn the trust and respect of others. What he didn't expect was how much his revelations would shock Yamanaka Inoichi. Inoichi had assumed that Keiichi's abilities were only effective within a small radius and for a limited duration. But the reality? While not on the same level as Tsunade, his capabilities were still astonishing. And more importantly, Keiichi had the ability to absorb chakra. Even if the conversion rate was only 1/3, on the battlefield, such an ability could have an immense impact. Chapter 92, Fight if you can, run if you can't. Old man, we just received an intelligence report. Tsunade wasted no time once she got the report. The Hazuki clan. In Hidden Mist Village, this clan held a status comparable to the Uchiha, Senshu, and Hyuga in Hidden Leaf Village. Most members of this clan were proficient in the hydrification jutsu. Whether this jutsu was strong or not was up for debate, but one thing was certain: it was annoying as hell. They were slippery, impossible to catch alive. Because the Hazuki clan only feared lightning style. And yet, it wasn't that lightning style directly countered the hydrification jutsu. Rather, it could paralyze them, disrupting their jutsu and preventing full liquefaction. The Hazuki clan clearly understood this. So, when facing weaker lightning style users, they would kill them. But if they couldn't win, they would flee. Aside from lightning style, Ganjutsu could work to some extent, but the effect was limited. Not to mention, the Hazuki clan possessed numerous secret jutsus. That meant there was only one reliable way to capture them: overwhelming power. A shinobi strong enough to use lightning style, who was also fast enough to prevent them from escaping or reacting. Too harsh a condition. And yet, Keiichi had done it. The third Hokage finished reading the report, and his pipe slipped from his fingers, hitting the floor with a crack. A visible fracture formed on the stem. Any other time, he would have been heartbroken over his pipe. But right now, he didn't even notice. Capturing one alive? That was an almost impossible feat. After a long silence, the third Hokage exhaled deeply, his expression serious. I've heard of Yagura Karatachi. A small-statured kid. I never expected him to be the most likely candidate for the fourth Mizukage. Sensei, now isn't the time for sentimentality. 3 nations are preparing to attack us. We can't afford hesitation. We need to take the initiative and beat one of them into submission first. Tsunade's voice was firm and decisive. The third Hokage hesitated. An offensive strategy. Was it too risky? After a moment of contemplation, he said, isn't that too reckless? Hidden Mist Village is still waiting for the right moment. They're watching how Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village move before committing. Even though we've made some preparations, once they fully mobilize, we'll be on the defensive. Tsunade felt frustration boiling inside her. This indecisiveness, this was exactly why she didn't want to come back. Where was the decisive man who once had the courage to approve the creation of forbidden jutsus? The third Hokage thought for a moment before taking a deep breath and saying, Hidden Mist Village is internally divided, making them the easiest target. Fine. You and Keiichi handle this. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Have the police force dispatch elite units to the eastern front. Put Minato in charge of the northern defenses. Jiraiya will handle Onoki. As for Orochimaru, I'll have him deliver Hazuki Chikage to Hidden Leaf Village. Tsunade swiftly laid out a plan. Good. The third Hokage nodded. The plan was solid. Some parts were indeed risky, but indecision was even worse. In the end, their strategy was simple: hurt Hidden Mist Village so badly they wouldn't dare make a move. Lord Hokage has responded. We're to handle this ourselves. Once we've extracted all the intel from Hazuki Chikage, he'll be sent to Hidden Leaf Village. Kleichi relayed the village's decision. Yamanaka Inoyachi's expression turned complicated. On one hand, he was relieved. But on the other, this wasn't the third Hokage's way of doing things. If it were up to Hiruzen Sarutobi, he would have waited and observed rather than attacking preemptively. This was Tsunade's style. Direct and aggressive. What was there to wait for? They had already captured an infiltrator, and the suspected leader, Yagura Karatachi, had personally appeared. That was enough justification to strike. And that was Tsunade's call. Kleichi agreed with this mindset. They already been provoked, what were they waiting for? For Hidden Mist Village to coordinate with Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village first? Inoyachi passed the intelligence report to the others. Kleichi-sama, what's your plan? His brows furrowed. They were critically short on manpower. Some squads had returned, but they only had 10 teams total, far too few. Most shinobi had already been reassigned to the northeastern front due to unrest from Hidden Clouds Village. As for Tsunade's call for reinforcements? That sounded great, but they would take at least 2 or 3 days to arrive. Inoyachi referred to Kleichi as Lord out of respect. Kleichi understood this, so he didn't act pretentious. Since Inoyachi asked, he answered frankly, Tsunade-sama is having the police force dispatch elites here, but that'll take at least 2 to 3 days. The police force. That's good. Then we'll wait. Inoyachi nodded. The Uchiha police force. Tsunade truly was one of the Sannin, she knew how to position her forces. But in the meantime, I'm not planning to sit around. I'm going after their base. Kleichi grinned. Everyone present was a Jonin, they immediately understood his intent. You want to disrupt their retreat? Exactly. At the very least, I want to make their evacuation miserable. Kleichi nodded. If they simply waited for reinforcements, Hidden Mist Village's forces would be long gone by then, and all their intelligence efforts would have been wasted. That's too dangerous. Inoyachi frowned. It wasn't that he was inflexible. It was a simple numbers problem. They had fewer than 50 upper-rank shinobi, including Jonin and Takubatsu Jonin. Meanwhile, Hidden Mist Village had far more. It's not an all-out battle. If we can fight, we fight. If we can't, we run. That's why I'm only taking those skilled in assassinations and fast enough to escape. Kleichi explained. Guerrilla warfare. Not just tactics, intelligence gathering was just as important. After finishing, he turned to Inoyachi and asked, are there any Hyuga with exceptional speed? Speed. That was a strict requirement. Of course. A Hyuga shinobi immediately answered. They need to be at this level. Kleichi used the body flicker jutsu, instantly disappearing from the room and reappearing far outside. The Hyuga Takubatsu Jonin was stunned. That fast. Only Lord Hisashi can manage that. Kleichi wasn't trying to be harsh, it was just the reality. The Hyuga could only answer weakly before looking down in silence. Seeing this, the other reconnaissance specialists also stayed quiet. Everyone understood how crucial intelligence gathering was in war. And when fighting Hidden Mist Village shinobi, pretending to be more skilled than they actually were would only get them killed. Kleichi scanned the room, then turned to Inoyachi. After a brief hesitation, he grinned and said, how about it, Inoyachi-san? Want to go crazy with me this once? You actually know you're being reckless? Inoyachi rolled his eyes. But he didn't reject the idea outright. Instead, he asked, tell me your plan first. It's simple. They're moving, right? We hit their supply lines. Small squads? We wipe them out. Large squads? We run. Kleichi laid it out plainly. If I leave, what about the base? I'll leave a shadow clone here. I can absorb chakra, so I'll need some donations from time to time. Kleichi had everything planned out. The others listened, their expressions twitching. This plan seemed viable. But somehow, it felt off. If you weren't fast enough, you were just a chakra battery. Chapter 93, a decision that defies tradition. Candidate selection? Yamanaka Inoyachi pondered for a moment before continuing. You, me, Hayate Gecko, and Shirakumo Hayama. What about me? I can do it too. Might Dewey interjected eagerly. When it came to other matters, he might lack confidence, but in terms of speed, Might Dewey believed he was second to none, even compared to Koichi. Before, he never dared to put himself forward because he didn't realize his own strength. Or, as Koichi might put it, a powerful warrior born with the temperament of a coward. But now, things were different. Especially after interacting with the Jonin. He had a clearer sense of his actual capabilities, and his confidence had soared. Dewey-senpai, since we know each other well, I'll be straightforward. Your strength and speed are undoubtedly exceptional, but this mission is about disruption, strict discipline, tactical flexibility, and knowing when to strike or retreat. In this regard, you're still lacking. To put it bluntly, Mike Dewey had more than enough raw power, but his strategic thinking and adaptability still needed improvement. Once engaged, he tended to charge straight ahead without considering alternative approaches. This mission wasn't about direct combat, it was about hit-and-run tactics. Bringing him along simply wasn't necessary. Mike Dewey looked disappointed but understood Koichi's reasoning. He had spent years as a Gainian, mostly completing minor D-rank tasks like farming and fetching water, with little battlefield experience. He was simply unsuited for this kind of fluid combat. So, he didn't insist. Koichi-sama, how exactly did you capture Hazuki Chikage? And could you explain your battle strategy in detail? Hyuga asked curiously. Koichi glanced at him, feeling a quiet appreciation. Why do the Hyuga clan maintain good relations with the other major families in Hidden Leaf Village? Because of their branch system. Unlike the haughty attitude often seen among the Uchiha, the Hyuga's branch members weren't prideful for the sake of pride. They respected true strength, acknowledged ability, and held themselves to rigorous standards. Seeing that everyone was interested, Koichi paused briefly before saying, I wouldn't call it a strategy. It's really quite simple. I move faster than his water style, and my blade strikes faster than his body flicker and substitution jutsu. At first, everyone thought he was just bragging. But, when they thought it over carefully, they realized Koichi was simply stating the truth. Wasn't that exactly how it worked? If you were faster than your opponent, you could always maintain an advantage and exploit their weaknesses. Even if you knew lightning style countered the Hazuki clan's hydrification jutsu, it would mean nothing if you couldn't actually land a hit. They silently admired him. The Hazuki clan hadn't been seen outside the land of water in a long time. Few in Koichi's generation had encountered their hydrification jutsu firsthand. Yet, Koichi was well prepared, clearly having studied their jutsus in advance. The third Hokage hadn't appointed him just because of connections. Then, about your strategy. Fight if we can, run if we can't. What exactly does that mean? It means exactly what it sounds like. If we can fight, we fight. If we can't, we retreat. If they pursue us, we keep them engaged just enough to disrupt their formation. Then, when they are weakened or unprepared, we strike. And if they try to run, we chase them down. Koichi smiled. This approach is particularly effective against Hidden Mist Village's forces. Against the other two nations, we would need different tactics. Oh? And why is that? Yamanaka Inoichi was intrigued. Koichi's strategy sounded excellent, he was already considering adapting it for use in the other battlefronts. But Koichi had seemingly anticipated this thought. Inoichi-sama, it's simple. Against Hidden Cloud's village, we might not be able to outrun them. Against Hidden Stone's village, we have to deal with Onoki. If we encounter him, we might not escape at all. This time, Koichi didn't need to elaborate. Hayama Shirakawa coughed lightly and followed up. As a former Anbu member, he quickly grasped the core of the strategy. Koichi sighed internally. What a missed opportunity to teach something. Unfortunately, his students were answering questions on their own now. Besides that, Hidden Stone's village's earth-style jutsus can drastically alter the terrain, allowing them to set up ambushes and explosive traps. They're not easy to deal with. Koichi left some parts of his reasoning unsaid. He was particularly wary that Hidden Stone's village might adopt similar guerrilla tactics. If both sides relied on hit-and-run skirmishes, the battles could drag on indefinitely with neither side gaining a clear advantage. By comparison, Hidden Mist Village was the least threatening. Naval battles wouldn't affect Hidden Leaf Village's infrastructure, and even if Hidden Mist Village suffered heavy losses, the Land of Water's leadership would remain rational enough not to push for mutual destruction. I understand. Koichi-sama, when do we set out? First, we eat. We depart this afternoon. Koichi left behind a shadow clone in the command tent and summoned Katsu, splitting her into several smaller slugs. He distributed them to Hyuga, the other sensory ninja, and his own squad. This afternoon, we'll launch our raid. The scouting team will continue recon and patrols. Any developments must be communicated immediately. Yes. Hyuga-2's expression was serious. Even Yamanaka Inoichi straightened up, treating this as a crucial battlefield order. Tactical coordination in warfare was of utmost importance. If you encounter combat within 3 kilometers, notify my clone. It will handle healing. However, I'll need those staying behind to assist in managing chakra distribution. Kleichi didn't state it outright, but everyone understood. He was talking about supplying chakra. It was an unusual request, but considering it was for the team's survival, there were no objections. As for the deployment at Nagano Mountain, Kleichi didn't interfere. That wasn't his area of expertise, and meddling would only invite ridicule. However, after Kleichi's strategic briefing, morale had noticeably improved. Hidden Mist Village didn't seem so fearsome anymore. Outside the tent, Asuma, Shishui, Kurenai, and the rest were gathered with Might Guy's squad. What do you guys think our task will be this afternoon? Asuma was itching for action. Although they had fought earlier, he hadn't felt involved enough. Now, he was eager to clash with the enemy. Shishui and Kurenai didn't say it aloud, but they shared the sentiment. Only Might Guy. He sat quietly, looking somber. As the others grew more excited, he finally spoke. We won't have much to do this afternoon. This is war, people die. Usually, the senior shinobi fight on the front lines while we stay behind. Why? Asuma was taken aback, as if his expectations had been shattered. You keep talking about the will of fire, don't you? Might Guy's tone was neutral, but he didn't elaborate further. In his last team, aside from himself and his Jonin instructor, everyone had died. And the instructor had been gravely wounded and left disabled. The battlefield wasn't as simple as they thought. According to the first and second Hokage's original vision, you weren't supposed to enter battle until you were at least 12. The third Hokage has already made a decision that defies the will of his predecessors. Do you think he'll let you charge into the front lines? A voice interrupted them. Everyone stood up instantly. Kleichi had appeared on a tree branch above them. A few leaves fluttered down, the next moment, he was standing right in front of them. Sensei. I have a solo mission this afternoon. You 2 squads will stay with Ryui-senpai and coordinate with each other. Yes. They had many thoughts, but there was one thing Kleichi was confident about. Kleichi was confident that when he gave instructions, they would listen. Kurenai glanced toward the camp and asked, Sensei, are you planning to take the initiative and attack? Oh? The little girl is getting good at analysis. Not bad. While I'm away, make sure to guide them well. Kleichi enjoyed teasing Kurenai. Her reactions were always amusing, like now, where she furrowed her brows and turned her head away, pretending to be indifferent. But the slight curve at the corner of her lips betrayed her amusement. She was nothing like the composed, mature woman she would become in the future. Chapter 94, Tactics, Guerrilla Warfare on the supply lines. Sensei, where are you heading this afternoon? Asuma asked in a hushed tone. They wouldn't get a chance to fight, but at the very least, they could satisfy their curiosity, right? The others were just as eager. This was seriously intriguing. 6 pairs of eyes locked onto Kleichi, their anticipation clear. Kleichi couldn't help but chuckle. As your commander, I shouldn't be revealing classified information. But since this intel will soon be outdated, let's make it a learning opportunity instead. With that, he shared part of the information with them. The 6 listened intently. And then, their eyes widened in shock. They had uncovered a temporary hidden mist village outpost on the sea. That wasn't an easy feat. With Inoichi-senpai here, uncovering this was hardly difficult. Kleichi gave a brief explanation. Kurenai immediately understood. She had heard of Yamanaka Inoichi before, one of Hidden Leaf Village's top intelligence specialists, an absolute master in his field. Shishui thought for a moment and asked, Sensei, are you planning to attack their base? Take a guess. There's a reward if you get it right. Kleichi smiled slyly. The 6 of them fell silent. Kleichi's mischievous side was showing again. But they did start seriously considering the question. Suddenly, Guy clapped his hands excitedly. Everyone turned to look at him, even Kleichi, slightly surprised. Then, the next moment, Guy declared, I got it. Sensei is definitely planning to destroy them head-on. Expecting anything else from you was my mistake. Kleichi sighed internally and turned to the other 5. Shishui pondered for a while before speaking. I've been observing our numbers. We have, at most, a dozen squads in the mountains. If we launch a direct assault, we'll likely get surrounded by the hidden mist village. Good, and then? Kleichi nodded approvingly. Shishui was becoming much sharper, his analytical thinking had improved significantly. Compared to his portrayal in the anime, he was already ahead by quite a bit. Shishui frowned in deep thought, while Asuma also looked puzzled. If you have an idea, just say it. Be bold. You're planning to find an opportunity to assassinate their leader? Shishui carefully chose his words. Sabotage or harassment didn't quite fit their teacher's decisive style, so he opted for a more refined description. But deep down, he knew, Hidden Mist Village wasn't stupid. If their leader were left unguarded after a capture, there were only two possibilities. Either they were truly incompetent, or it was a trap, waiting for them to take the bait. Ha ha ha, you phrase it nicely, but yeah, it's basically just messing with them. Kleichi patted Shishui's shoulder. Once the elite reinforcements from the guard arrive, that's when the full assault begins. When I get back in the afternoon, I'll teach you a new Ganjutsu. Shishui's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. The guard. That was great news. Alright, that's all I'm revealing. Keep this information to yourselves, no spreading it around. Stay put for the next few days. Kleichi stood up. He wasn't saying this for some kind of reward. In fact, the reward for this operation wasn't anything special, just a jutsu called instant water jutsu. Not bad, but not quite what he had hoped for, considering he was up against Jonin-level opponents. He understood why. To outsiders, this mission seemed more like a mere harassment tactic rather than a decisive battle, so it wasn't viewed as particularly significant. Lunchtime arrived. It was simple and modest. A ration pill each, just enough to keep them going. Making a fire would have given away their location. After eating, the four-man team set out. Since they already knew the location, their approach was swift and precise. Before long, they reached the waters near the Hidden Mist Village outpost and submerged themselves in preparation. Inoichi-senpai, I'll catch some fish. You can use your clan's jutsu to control them and scout ahead. Alright. The Yamanaka clan's jutsu had broad applications, not just controlling people, but also animals for reconnaissance. Kleichi used instant water to dart swiftly through the water. Before long, he caught two large fish. Inoichi successfully controlled them with his mind-body switch jutsu, guiding them toward the island while the team trailed cautiously behind. As they neared their target, they halted. Kleichi and Inoichi simultaneously activated their sensory abilities. Moments later, both had locked onto a target. The north side, some of them are moving that way. Avoid the main path. Kleichi didn't hesitate. A group moving in a cluster like that? It had to be a ship. Sinking it would hurt them no matter what, it didn't matter if they took out people or just supplies. They circled around and sped toward the location. Before long, Inoichi's fish reached the area. It's a large transport ship with 4 squads on board. Inoichi reported. Regular ninja relied on military ration pills, meaning food wasn't the primary concern. However, interrogation tools, medical supplies, and specialized equipment couldn't be easily stored in sealing scrolls. That's what the outpost was for. So, a supply ship meant valuable cargo. I'll sink it. You all follow up. Kleichi transformed into a fish using the transformation jutsu, then instant flowed through the water toward the ship. Aboard the ship. Takashita-kun, check the perimeter. There won't be any issues. Hidden Leaf Village doesn't have enough forces here to make a move. Do it anyway. Just to be sure. Understood. Takashita didn't argue further. He closed his eyes, extending his sensory abilities. Seconds later, his eyes snapped open in horror. Someone's approaching, fast. Alert. A loud shout rang out. The entire crew tensed, with 2 squads jumping overboard to intercept Kleichi. Others swiftly formed hand seals to shield the ship. But, the next moment, a horrifying sight unfolded before their eyes. A powerful high-pressure water jet erupted from the ocean, drilling straight into the ship's hull. Then, it swept sideways. Boom. The ship shattered instantly. What jutsu is that? Their minds went blank. But before they could react, whoosh. Ah. With a single slash, 2 Chunin were cut down. A Hidden Mist Village Jonin sensed danger and spun around, raising a kunai to block the attack behind him. Clang. Sparks flew. A sword. No, wait. His instincts screamed. Lightning surged through his kunai, shocking him instantly. Though he let go quickly, his right arm went numb. And then, another blade slashed toward his waist, coated in a faint azure glow. Wind-style kenjutsu. If that hit, he was dead. But, his right arm was paralyzed. He couldn't form seals. All he could do was rely on taijutsu to dodge and hope his teammates helped him. Fortunately, they weren't idle. Takashita shunshine forward, weaving hand seals to spew out a water wave for interference. But, the next moment, Kleichi's left-hand sword unleashed a vacuum blade. With a single slash, the water wave was cleaved apart, and blood splattered in the air. The Hidden Mist Village Jonin, dead. At the same time, Ayama Shirakumo and the others arrived. Finish this quickly. Kleichi spoke as he swung his sword, his fingers making subtle movements. Ganjutsu, bubble. For a brief moment, Takashita's mind wavered. He snapped out of it almost instantly, but the moment he regained clarity, what he saw were 3 blades, moving at terrifying speed, and his approaching allies. Chapter 95, The Heir of White Fang? Kleichi wasted no time. His figure flickered, and 2 shadow clones appeared. Immediately, the clones formed hand seals in unison, casting Water Dragon Bullet. Boom! 2 massive water dragons surged into the air, crashing down in the center of the enemy formation. The hidden mist village shinobi braced themselves for impact, but as the mist thickened, their vision became even more obscured. However, instead of helping them, 3 or 4 agonized screams rang out. A hidden mist village shinobi, his face emotionless, drew a kunai and lunged at a position within the mist. But the next moment, confusion flickered in his eyes. Something was wrong. Yet, there was no time to think. Because, a blade emerged from the mist. Iaito's slash. A clean, simple strike. No unnecessary flourish. Because Yamanaka Inoyachi had already delivered the target's head to him. Kleichi was once again reminded of how terrifying the Yamanaka clan's jutsus could be. On the battlefield, it was practically cheating. After all, who would expect that the trusted comrade standing beside them could suddenly turn and drive a blade through their heart? The hidden mist village shinobi were completely unprepared. As the mist slowly dissipated, Hayama Shirakamo and Hayate Gecko had already eliminated the remaining Chunin and regrouped with Kleichi. Kleichi signaled. Hayama Shirakamo nodded and vanished with body flicker, while Kleichi quickly formed hand seals. Moments later, the seawater ahead began to churn, forming a massive vortex that swallowed everything nearby. This was a small jutsu he had developed while studying hard whirlpool water blade and high-pressure water-style Rasengan. It wasn't particularly destructive, but it was perfect for erasing evidence. He left behind a shadow clone to maintain the vortex while his real body vanished. Even though his speed was fast, it wasn't on the level of Flying Thunder God. If he waited until the enemy arrived, escaping cleanly would be much harder. It wasn't that he couldn't escape, but it would leave behind clues. About 10 seconds after he departed, Hidden Mist Village reinforcements arrived. They took one look at the scene and froze in shock. 4 elite squads made up of Jonin and Chunin, wiped out? Even if they were cutting vegetables, it would still take a few minutes. How was this possible? And, the battlefield was in complete disarray, with corpses scattered everywhere, many of them mangled beyond recognition. Clearly, the enemy had thoroughly cleaned up the scene. That was the most infuriating part. They hadn't just killed their people, they had taken the time to clean up afterward, as if they didn't even consider Hidden Mist Village's reinforcements a threat. And yet, they had arrived too late. Hoshigaki Kisame's mind went blank as he surveyed the scene, momentarily speechless. What do we do now? A nervous shinobi swallowed hard, only to get smacked across the face. Smack. Kisame's expression twisted in frustration. What do we do? We report back, idiot. His face darkened. He wanted to give chase, but after scanning the area, he found no useful clues. He couldn't even determine how many enemies there had been. And, these were elite squads. For them to be wiped out so quickly, the enemy's strength had to be overwhelming. If he recklessly pursued, he might just be offering himself up as another casualty. So, he decided to wait. Wait for Yagura to arrive and let him deal with his headache. After all, that guy was gunning for the 4th Mizukage seat, wasn't he? After some time, Yagura arrived at the scene. Taking in the devastation, he exhaled deeply, suppressing his anger. Then he asked, Kisame-san, when you arrived, did you sense any chakra signatures? There was one, just a shadow clone. It seemed to be left behind to destroy evidence, so I couldn't confirm the enemy's numbers. Kisame replied. Yagura believed him. After his initial fury passed, he calmed down and analyzed the scene. Surveying the carnage, he said, gather as many bodies as possible. Even if we can't recover everything, we might still find some useful clues. Yes. In truth, they had already started, but, the results weren't promising. Kleichi's final vortex had been too effective. That jutsu wasn't meant for direct combat, but for erasing traces, it was unparalleled. The water blades within the vortex had shredded the bodies, tearing many of them beyond recognition. Looking for clues? Impossible. The only thing they could identify were some blade wounds, but there was no way to analyze the attack patterns. Yagura scanned the battlefield, then closed his eyes, deep in thought. In his mind, he pictured that silver-haired shinobi. Fast. Ruthless. The same jutsus. I don't know how many there were, but that ninja from the other day was definitely involved. And based on some of the wounds, there may have been another who specializes in wind-style swordsmanship. These cuts are deep, showing clear wind-natured chakra flow. His expression darkened. We need to find out who this person is. If we don't, Our future operations will be severely disrupted. Easier said than done. Kisame shook his head. Before, he might have simply sent the 7 swordsmen to assassinate the target. But now, the enemy had already proven capable of annihilating 4 elite squads in moments. And if they were the same shinobi who captured Hazuki Chikage alive, then they were fast. Very fast. Once an infiltrator was discovered, they wouldn't even have the chance to retreat. Of course, we won't look here. We'll have our assassination squads infiltrate the Land of Fire and investigate any young jonin from Hidden Leaf Village who have made a name for themselves recently. Additionally, we'll exchange intel with Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village. Yagura's thoughts became clearer. He examined the battlefield once more, a frown appearing on his face. The enemy had risked exposure. Just to eliminate a few squads? Something didn't add up. After some consideration, he suddenly realized, the island. His original plan had been to discreetly move large, cumbersome equipment to a new base while setting up traps for Hidden Leaf Village's forces. But instead of attacking the island, the enemy had struck his transport teams. Not good. Send reinforcements to the other fleet. Their real target is our supply lines. If they find our new base, we're in trouble. His expression turned grim. He had been careless. Yagura clenched his fists in frustration. He hadn't expected Hidden Leaf Village to ignore their forward bases and go straight for their supply lines. Now, they had only intercepted 1 fleet, but along the route, there was still another ship carrying vital supplies. If it was discovered, their entire operation would be compromised. Without hesitation, Yagura used body flicker to rush toward the second transport. And to be fair, his instincts were spot on. Because, that was exactly what Koichi was aiming for. And he had 2 former Anbu operatives in his squad. Ayame Shirakumo and Hayate Gecko had traveled all across the ninja world. The ocean was no exception. Even though we can break apart reefs with jutsu, most ships still follow predictable routes. If we track their path, we might just find their new base. Ayame Shirakumo explained. Are we taking them all out again? Yamanaka Inoyachi pondered the question. They had wiped out everyone on the previous ship, leaving no survivors and no traces, but the cost had been significant. Chakra consumption was high. Even after replenishing some stamina with military rations pills, the mental exhaustion remained. Especially for him. The Yamanaka clan relied on mental prowess, and right now, his fatigue meant a significant drop in his abilities. We can't be too greedy this time. Just sink the ship. Koichi chuckled. The vortex jutsu he used earlier had given him some inspiration. More importantly, finding the enemy's new base and striking at it. It didn't take long. They found the second transport ship. I'll send a clone this time. We'll bypass them and head straight for their base. Koichi had no intention of lingering. A shadow clone slipped into the water, suppressing its chakra signature as it swam beneath the ship. The Hidden Mist Village shinobi noticed something amiss soon after. But, by the time they realized, it was already too late. Dozens of figures stormed toward the vessel. This was a variation of Shijue's body flicker jutsu. Each clone could be the real one, and Koichi's shadow clones further manipulated their movements with clone jutsus. The real and the false blurred together, impossible to distinguish. Don't let him get close. Stop him. Too fast. They all seem real. No, only one is real. He is in the water. Be careful. A sensor ninja in the back shouted a warning. But it was too late. A column of water erupted, water-style, water-severing wave. A high-pressure water jet, unstoppable. Even the Hidden Mist Village ninjas' defensive jutsus like water formation wall were useless. The ship was cleaved in half. Then, Koichi used his vortex jutsu to pull the shattered remains into the center of a swirl. By the time the Jonin reinforcements from Hidden Mist Village arrived, Koichi's shadow clone had already dispersed, its chakra depleted. Normally, a shadow clone wouldn't exhaust chakra so quickly. But the original body had extracted half of its chakra back from the clone before it dissipated. Some energy was lost in the process, but it was better than leaving it all behind. The enemy quickly realized the real problem. Forget the ship and supplies, they needed to reinforce the base. The base had been found. But Koichi didn't launch a direct attack. Instead, he used ants of the Shikigami to control explosive tags and bomb the island in a dramatic display. Loud, but mostly for show. There was no real destruction, just a message to the Hidden Mist Village, I know where your new base is. Then, before the enemy forces could arrive, they disappeared. Yagura had rushed over, only to find nothing. The ship was lost. The base was exposed. He stood there, speechless. Moments later, Kisame returned, looking frustrated. Did you catch them? No. They were too fast, I couldn't even get a clear look at them. Kisame's expression was grim. He had been stationed here specifically to defend the base. He considered himself fast, but he had encountered a team even faster than him. This was hard to accept. When they destroyed the ship, one of their clones surfaced. Silver hair, about this tall, wore a mask, carried a sword. Kinda looked like Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang. What the hell? Where'd they get a White Fang from? Yagura was stunned for a moment, then processed what Kisame was saying. That silver-haired guy he saw the other day. Masked, fast, if someone said he was related to Kakashi Hatake, it wouldn't be impossible. But Kakashi Hatake doesn't have a brother. And the Hatake clan hasn't produced another White Fang in all these years. No way he's from the Hatake. Must be a Senju. That guy holds a high position in Hidden Leaf Village's eastern forces. Yagura took a deep breath. We need to get information on him, immediately. Kisame, however, had a more immediate concern. So, do we still use this base? Yagura exhaled slowly. Forget it. Find a new one. Chapter 96, The Arrival of the Uchiha. Shisui awakens his eyes. What a shame. If we had just a few more people, we could have taken down their new base directly. Ayame Shirakawa sighed with regret. They had found the enemy's base, but all they could do was cause some minor damage before retreating. The result? It wasn't quite enough. However, Kleichi merely chuckled and shook his head. If we had more people. No, if we had even just Minato, do you think I'd be attacking this place? We'd be going straight for their previous base. The previous base? Gekko Kazuhana was momentarily stunned before realization dawned on him. Now that they had struck here, a significant portion of the enemy's forces would be drawn to this location. If Minato Namikaze were present, he could use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to transport their team back to the enemy's old base in an instant, leaving them completely unprepared to defend it. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. The northern front is just as dire. Before I left, the intel I received said that the Hidden Clouds village forces had already gathered at the Land of Lightning's border. Who knows what's happening there now? Yamanaka Inoyachi sighed. Hidden Leaf Village was strong. But there were simply too many enemies, and they had just endured the war. If they were only facing a single village, the situation wouldn't be this difficult. No matter. We've already profited this time. Moving their base again will cost them time. Kleichi used a sealing jutsu to restore the Yin Seal's reserves. As the main force in this battle, he had no choice but to tap into his Yin Seal, but the results were worth it. 4 enemy squads completely annihilated, 2 transport ships destroyed, and the location of Hidden Mist Village's new base uncovered. Yagura must be fuming right now. Unfortunately, they'll definitely strengthen their scouting efforts from now on. Then we take out their patrol squads. This time, Gekko Kazuhana answered before anyone else could. After following along on this mission, he had came to understand the essence of Kleichi's tactics. Manipulate the enemy's movements, then strike at their weakest points. The same principle applied to his crescent moon dance. Kleichi smiled, then turned to Yamanaka Inoyachi and asked, "What do you think, Inoyachi-senpai? If we're just targeting their scouting units, we don't need to assemble an elite strike force like this time. We can form smaller teams of Jonin and elite Chunin specifically to hunt down their reconnaissance squads." Yamanaka Inoyachi was still analyzing everything that had happened. Kleichi's strategy seemed simple in theory, but its execution was incredibly complex. His 3 engagements earlier weren't just about tracking down enemies and killing them. Each battle was a calculated decision, with incredible flexibility. It required absolute mastery of both the enemy's psychology and their own combat strength. This can to Kleichi. Unbelievable. Inoyachi had already held a high opinion of Kleichi. Now, that evaluation had been raised even further. Exactly. From now on, we won't mobilize the entire force. We'll adopt a more guerrilla-style approach, slowly chipping away at their numbers. And there's no need to rush, we'll send out only a portion of our forces each time. What if they decide to go all out and attack us directly? Ayame Shirakawa voiced his concern. They all knew the reality of their situation. Among Hidden Leaf Village's 3 battlefronts, the eastern front had the fewest available ninja. If the enemy became desperate and launched a full-scale assault, it would be difficult to handle. This was also something the 3rd Hokage worried about. No need to fear. If they come charging in, we just assassinate their leaders. Naval warfare is all about speed. Kleichi's tone was confident. Hidden Mist Village shinobi were deadly in water, especially the Hazuki clan. But he had a trump card. Might Nui. Of course. Kleichi didn't intend to let Dewey open the 8th gate, there was no need for that. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. If Dewey opened the 7th gate and teamed up with Kleichi, Ayame Shirakawa, and the others, they could easily take down a few of them. In fact, if reinforcements arrived quickly, they might just be able to wipe them out completely. Nagano Mountain. It's done. Everyone can relax now, take a break. Kleichi's shadow clone walked out of the tent. He had been wondering if the enemy might try a sneak attack on their camp, but it turned out to be an unnecessary worry. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had no plans for an infiltration or assassination mission. It seemed. His presence had indeed changed the course of events. However, Kleichi didn't dwell on it too much. Hidden Leaf Village was stronger than Hidden Mist Village. The 7 ninja swordsmen were formidable, but they weren't worth sacrificing an 8 gates user for a trade. It simply wasn't worth it. After saying this, he returned to the tent to rest. The others finally let out cheers of relief. Looks like Sensei succeeded. Kurenai Yui let out a sigh of relief. I told you, Sensei is too strong for Hidden Mist Village to handle. Asuma Saratobi said with full confidence in Kleichi. Kurenai glanced at him, let out a small chuckle, and hummed a tune happily. Alright, back to patrol. Yes. The others chuckled but said nothing. As Kleichi had said, they didn't need to venture too far outside. They mostly patrolled around Nagano Mountain, and since the area had already been cleared, there weren't many enemies left. After patrolling for a while, Kurenai suddenly paused for a moment before a look of joy spread across her face. Shizui, I think your clan has arrived. Already? Shizui was momentarily stunned, then immediately activated his sensory abilities. His range wasn't as wide as Kurenai's, but soon, he could sense 1 or 2 approaching individuals, then more and more. It's the police force. Judging by their chakra signatures, there was no doubt, they were Uchiha. A smile spread across Shizui's face. The Uchiha police force had arrived. If they could make an impact on the Eastern Front, it would help ease the tension between the Uchiha clan, Kleichi-sensei, and even Tsunade. That would be beneficial for the future. Judging by the chakra signatures, the clan had sent strong members. But who exactly had come? He wondered. Soon, a few figures appeared in the distance. Leading them was Inobe Uchiha, followed by Satsu Uchiha, a 15-year-old member of the police force. Upon seeing Shizui, Inobe smiled. Shizui, not bad. You're really starting to look like a true ninja. Inobe patted Shizui on the shoulder and exchanged a knowing glance with him. Then, he turned toward Kurenai, Asuma, and the others. After a brief hesitation, he forced a somewhat unnatural smile. Then, you must be Asuma and Kurenai, right? I'm Inobe Uchiha. Shizui has mentioned you both. Thank you for looking after him. Inobe gave a small bow. Asuma's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Was this really an Uchiha? Even Shizui was caught off guard. Before he left, Inobe hadn't fully adjusted to this kind of attitude. But now, meeting again, he seemed very different. Kurenai, being quick-witted, immediately waved it off. No need to thank us. Shizui-kun may be young, but he's actually the core of our team. We follow his orders most of the time. Ha ha ha, this sprat? No way, he's still a bit too young. Inobe laughed. By the way, where's your teacher? I heard he's the commander of the Eastern Front. By now, other Uchiha Jonin, including Yashiro Uchiha, had arrived. Shizui nodded. Sensei is at the base. I'll take you there. Alright. Inobe nodded and exchanged a few more pleasantries with Asuma and Kurenai before departing. Uchiha Sha did the same. But the later arrivals weren't as friendly. Even so, Asuma and Kurenai were still surprised. And Shiranui Genma? He was utterly shocked, staring blankly for a long time. Only after everyone left did he whisper, that was an Uchiha. Yeah. Kurenai, still a little puzzled, nodded. Is he Shizui's real brother? The ones at the back felt more like typical Uchiha. Maybe that first guy was just particularly close to Shizui. Ebisu wasn't too surprised. No, Shizui doesn't really have many close friends in the clan. Asuma shook his head. He remembered Shizui mentioning that he had no siblings and that he didn't have much in common with most of his clanmates. That's why they were so surprised. Was the sun rising from the west today? Maybe. Either way, it's none of our business. Let's head back. Kurenai didn't understand it either. But she had a feeling, it had something to do with their teacher. By the time they returned to the base, Kleichi had already returned to Hidden Leaf Village and had met with the Uchiha members who arrived. All of them were elites. But this was just the first group. According to Yashiro Uchiha, a total of 30 Uchiha were being sent to reinforce the Eastern Front. 10 of them had rushed ahead at full speed to avoid delaying the battle, while the remaining 20 were still en route and would arrive within the next 2 days. Since it was already late at night, Kleichi had sent them to rest. They could discuss everything in detail tomorrow. When arranging accommodations, Inobe and Shizui went out for a short patrol. Shizui-kun, I heard from my younger brother. Shizui's heart skipped a beat. What did Tekka say? He wouldn't have blurted out something reckless, would he? No. If he had, Inabi wouldn't be acting like this. Shizue relaxed a little, glanced around, and asked in a low voice, Inabi, what do you mean? The clan head was right. We should unite and deal with external threats first before resolving internal conflicts. Inabi glanced around cautiously before leaning in close to whisper in Shizue's ear. I told Yashiro-senpai about it. Ah. Crap. Of course, something had to go wrong. Yashiro Uchiha was in his 30s. How could he just casually tell him something like that? Didn't Tekka explain things properly? If only I had stayed in the village a few more days. Shizue was filled with regret and anxiety. At that moment, he felt his breath catch and his heartbeat race. He read the book, listened to our reasoning, and he agrees with the clan head's perspective. Huh? Shizue was dumbfounded for a moment before cursing internally. Damn it. Couldn't he just say the whole thing in one go? Did he have to be so suspenseful? He nearly scared the life out of me. Ha ha ha, Shizue, don't war. Inabi started laughing but suddenly froze. He stared at Shizue, his face filled with shock. Shizue frowned in confusion and glanced behind him. Nothing was there. Shizue, your eyes. Inabi pointed at his face, his expression a mix of disbelief and joy. Sharingan. Shizue had awakened his Sharingan. And he wasn't even 6 years old yet. His talent was astonishing. My eyes? Shizue hesitated for a moment, then looked into the distance. Even in the dim moonlight, he could see everything with incredible clarity. Did he awaken them? He was stunned. So that's how it happened? This is amazing. Now that you've awakened your Sharingan, we can, Brother Inabi, we can't afford to create unnecessary complications. Otherwise, my plan to forego the Chunin promotion will be meaningless. Shizue quickly explained. Inabi Uchiha thought for a moment before nodding. That makes sense. Our Uchiha clan is already drawing too much attention, it's not the time to stand out. By the way, can we leverage your teacher's influence? My teacher is Lady Tsunada's younger brother, so you get the idea. Shizue hinted subtly. Hearing this, Inabi's eyes immediately lit up. Just as he was about to ask more, Shizue glanced around and stopped him, lowering his voice. We'll talk about this when we have a better opportunity. That was careless of me. Inabi nodded in agreement. Indeed. Even though they were some distance from the main camp and sensory ninja were deployed for reconnaissance, there were plenty of patrols and scouting shinobi around. If anyone happened to overhear, it could lead to trouble. Stay calm. Don't take unnecessary risks. But still, thinking about Shizue awakening the Sharingan, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Also, don't mention anything about me. Got it. Chapter 97, Someone's helping you spread the word, what's there to fear? Even Shizue himself hadn't expected it. Thanks to that bastard Inabi's meddling, he had somehow awakened his one Tomoe Sharingan. He didn't even remember how he made it back to camp. All he knew was, by the time he came to his senses, he was already standing in front of Kyoichi's tent. Inside, Kyoichi was resting. That surprise attack had drained quite a bit of his chakra. He needed to recover as soon as possible since they had to go out again tomorrow. Who knew if there'd be another opportunity to reap some benefits? However, before long, he sensed Shizue's presence. Sensei, may I come in? Come in. Kyoichi rubbed his temples. His energy hadn't fully recovered yet, it should have been enough, but replenishing his yin seal had cost him some extra chakra, leaving him short. This just proved he really needed to find a way to keep that yin seal topped up. As he pondered this, he looked up just as Shizue entered the tent. What he saw made him pause. Shizue's expression was unusually serious. The boy sat down, then pointed to his own eyes. A moment later, a blood-red glow emerged. A one Tomoe. He'd awakened the Sharingan? Kyoichi was taken aback, then took a deep breath. He knew something must have happened. Well, I did promise to teach you a jutsu. Come on then, let's head outside, I don't want to disturb the others while they rest. Kyoichi stood up casually and led Shizue out of the camp, finding a quiet spot in the mountains. Shizue wasted no time explaining everything that had happened. Kyoichi frowned. Yashiro Uchiha. He vaguely remembered that guy. Like Inabi and Tekka, he was one of those who had caused trouble for Itachi after Shizue's death, a die-hard militant within the Uchiha clan. Would someone like that really buy into Shizue's rhetoric? Not a chance. Kyoichi's expression darkened. He looked at Shizue and asked, do you really think that guy will help you? Sensei, I don't know. But at the time, I was really worried. I regretted leaving the village so soon. I felt like if I'd stayed a few more days, maybe Inabi and Tekka wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Shizue looked troubled, as if blaming himself for making a mistake. His Sharingan had awakened in that moment of intense emotion, fear, regret, anxiety. Although Kleichi suspected that the reason he only had a single tomoe was simply because he was too young. 5 years old. Even if he had triggered the Uchiha's special power, he wouldn't be able to unleash its full potential. In fact, Kleichi wondered if he could even control it properly at this stage. Still, it was already better than Sasuke. Sasuke had witnessed the massacre of his entire clan at the age of 8 and still only awakened a single tomoe, and he didn't even learn how to use it until much later. Kleichi mentally sighed, then refocused on Yashiro. He pondered for a long time. Shizui, growing uneasy, felt like something was off. Sensei, should I? No need to worry. If Inoue convinced Yashiro, then so be it. Even if only 2 or 3 people truly agree with you, that's still 2 or 3 more supporters, right? Kleichi had figured it out. Did it even matter if Yashiro was really on their side? Not really. As long as Inoue kept spreading the word and most people found Shizui's Uchiha version of the Will of Fire reasonable, then a new ideological faction would naturally emerge within the clan. At the very least, it wouldn't just be Shizui and Itachi fighting alone. With Kleichi around, their ideals wouldn't become so distorted or extreme that they lost their way. Thinking this through, Kleichi actually felt like this was a good thing. For all he knew, Yashiro might start promoting these ideas to the older generation, and maybe, just maybe, some of them would actually agree. You never knew. After all, the Uchiha craved power and recognition, they weren't all suicidal maniacs. He shared these thoughts with Shizui. Shizui was dumbfounded. Could it really work like that? It actually made sense. He couldn't fully grasp it yet, but something about Kleichi's reasoning felt right. After a long silence, Shizui hesitantly asked, Sensei, what should I do next? Nothing special, just focus on improving yourself. Every now and then, chat with Inoue. You could even teach him some of the sword jutsus I taught you. How could I? Shizui was utterly shocked. Those jutsus belong to Kleichi, how could he just hand them out? Kleichi shook his head. It's nothing too important. You need them to believe you're truly dedicated to the Uchiha. I see. Shizui thought for a moment, then understood. If he was stealing even his teacher's jutsus, it would only make the clan more convinced that he was devoted to the Uchiha cause. Even if some suspected his true intentions, they wouldn't act against him. Instead, they would protect him. And those who already agreed with him would be even more convinced. He was in awe, and envious. His teacher had simply talked for a bit and had already laid everything bare. You don't need to admire me. This is just minor stuff, compared to people who specialize in manipulation. I'm nothing. Kleichi ruffled his hair. Shizui nodded, then hesitated before asking, you mean Denzo? Him? I guess he counts. But out of the 3 old fossils I can't stand, he's at least somewhat competent. The other 2? PFFT. Kleichi smirked. With Tsunoda's personality, once she took power, she'd definitely find a reason to strip those 2 of their authority. And as for power, didn't she have him? Sensei, that puts my mind at ease. Don't relax just yet. Before you head back, I'll teach you a motion-based Ganjutsu. It should work well with the Sharingan. You'll have to figure out how to integrate it yourself. As he spoke, Kleichi moved his fingers. Under the moonlight, Shizui saw the movements clearly, then suddenly, countless sword strikes surrounded him from all directions. Ganjutsu, bubble. In the anime, Itachi Uchiha's illusions often manifested as flocks of crows. Kleichi had replaced them with swords, but the principle was the same. Even though Shizui had primarily trained under Kleichi in swordsmanship, his talent in Ganjutsu was remarkable as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have awakened Kotoa Mitsukami in the original timeline. So, after hearing the principle and method, he grasped it almost instantly. Go back and get used to it. For now, you won't be deployed on the battlefield, but this war is likely to last quite a while. Yes. Shizui didn't know the full situation in the north or west. But he did know that Hidden Leaf Village wasn't completely safe right now. Otherwise, Minato wouldn't have stayed behind instead of coming to the eastern front. Kleichi wasn't sending the younger ninja into battle yet, not because Hidden Mist Village's elite were too strong, but because Mist Jutsu combined with silent killing was too effective against weaker opponents. Sending them in would be pointless. When Shizui returned, he didn't mention his newly awakened eyes. Instead, he relayed Kleichi's advice to Asuma and Kurenai, urging them to focus on training. As for Kleichi, he hadn't expected to gain anything in return, but he ended up learning Tree Binding Death, a fairly practical B-rank Ganjutsu. Not bad. At least it improved his illusion skills and chakra control a bit. As for the jutsu itself? Unless he could perform one-handed seals, it wasn't all that useful. He remained focused on the chakra absorption jutsu. With deeper research, he found significant potential for improvement. By integrating it with the yin seal, the absorbed chakra could be directly stored within the seal. Keiichi wrote down the details of this secret jutsu and had Katsu deliver it to Tsunade, along with a report on the battle situation. Tsunade was overwhelmed with work. Lately, she had been buried in medical texts and her grandfather's notes, hoping to develop a hand seal-free healing jutsu that both she and Keiichi could use. But so far, nothing. It was simply too difficult. Even with Keiichi's guidance helping her master the strength of 100 jutsu, this alone had already taken significant effort. Without his input, she might have been stuck on this step for who knows how long. She sighed, frustration evident. At that moment, Katsu appeared, spitting out a scroll. She immediately snapped to attention. A message from Keiichi. Was there trouble at the front lines? She grabbed it right away and quickly scanned its contents. Only then did she let out a breath of relief. An offensive strike, wiping out 4 squads, and discovering a new enemy outpost. What reckless behavior. But, after going over the details again, she realized Keiichi's strategy was well thought out. The risks weren't as great as they seemed. Now that the first batch of security forces had arrived, the pressure on them would ease significantly. She continued reading. Then, she reached the section on the chakra absorption jutsu, its principles, applications, and methods. At first, she was stunned. Then, excitement surged within her. She understood the immense potential of this jutsu. If the absorption efficiency and conversion rate could be improved, and combined with Katsu's abilities and the support of other ninja, the healing capabilities of the jutsu could be drastically extended. On the battlefield, this would be nothing short of a game changer. Right now, the jutsu was still somewhat impractical. But its potential? Enormous. An incredible secret art. Then, she thought about her own progress. Damn it. Keiichi was tossing out advanced secret jutsus like they were nothing, while she was still stuck with no real breakthrough on her hand seal-free healing. She sighed, rolling the scroll in her hands. Just as she was about to start practicing, she sensed a presence approaching. Why was he here? Tsunade frowned. She glanced toward her bedroom. Shizune was already fast asleep. Then, she stepped into the courtyard and spoke in a low voice. Come out. What do you want? A hoarse voice replied, to clear up the misunderstanding. And to offer you some help. A moment later, Orochimaru appeared with a flicker of movement. Oh? Do we have a misunderstanding? The exam Keiichi took was arranged by Denzo. But after my attempt failed, I gave up on obtaining his blood that way. A faint smirk played at Orochimaru's lips. Besides, if I truly wanted it, would I resort to such a foolish method? Tsunade remained silent, narrowing her eyes at him. This information might be useful to you. Orochimaru took out a scroll. Tsunade accepted it, unrolling it for a glance, her expression instantly hardened, a mix of shock and anger flashing in her eyes. Senju Hashirama cell research. Life is fragile. If I had access to this back then. His voice was low as he trailed off, turning to leave. Orochimaru, at the mention of Nawaki, Tsunade's emotions grew complicated. Nawaki had been someone Orochimaru acknowledged. She knew him well enough to be certain, he wasn't bringing this up to seek forgiveness. Orochimaru wasn't that kind of person. Taking a deep breath, she said, don't go down a dark path. And whatever you do, don't pursue that jutsu, it has severe flaws. Relax. He's in no position to command me. Hey. Hokage is their dream. It's not a bad thing that you returned. With you here, that boy might be able to change a few things. Orochimaru turned his head slightly, casting a glance behind her. After a brief pause, he added, I regret what happened to Nawaki. But people can't live in the past forever. The next moment, he vanished with a body flicker jutsu. Tsunade stood in place, gripping the scroll tightly. Tears silently traced down her cheeks. Nawaki. Chapter 98, Come, contribute some chakra. The research of Hashirama cells. The scroll contained detailed research on cellular biology, along with a hypothesis from Orochimaru. The Senju bloodline might be capable of assimilating Hashirama cells, thereby gaining some of his abilities. Orochimaru wasn't the first to study Hashirama cells. Hidden Leaf Village had initiated research on them long ago, with the plan having been unanimously approved by the village's higher-ups. Many shinobi had even volunteered for the experiments. Orochimaru's data was partially derived from those early experiments, while the rest was clearly his own work. Tsunade could tell that he had been secretly conducting research, which was why she was so furious. As for the test subjects, there was never a shortage of captured enemy soldiers during wartime, especially with the help of Root. Yet, she had to admit, this research would be highly beneficial for her work on CLS healing jutsus, as such regeneration was one of Hashirama's natural abilities. Previously, most of her knowledge had come from personal experience and Katsu's memories. But now, with tangible data, she could gain a much clearer understanding of many aspects. However, before she could delve deeper into the research, a shocking piece of news arrived. Koharu Utatane had submitted her resignation as an advisor. The third Hokage had accepted it. Tsunade had no way of knowing what expression Koharu had when she made the decision, but as of now, she had been reassigned as the head of the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital's medical training department, a prestigious title, but functionally meaningless. It was easy to imagine how infuriated Koharu must be. After the initial shock and satisfaction, Tsunade found herself feeling conflicted. She understood the reason behind this move. Hiruzen was clearing the path for her rise to power. Not just Koharu, Hamura Midokado would likely be next. It was only a matter of time. She relayed the news to Keiichi. Keiichi was just as surprised. He had expected the third Hokage to address some issues, but he hadn't thought it would happen this quickly. The war hadn't even fully erupted, yet one of the advisors had already been removed. Not bad. Now, when would Hamura be taken down as well? And while they were at it, could they make sure Denzo stepped down with them when the time came? The arrival of the Uchiha police force had subtly shifted the dynamics at Nagano Mountain. Previously, Keiichi had been the clear leader within the camp, but now, the Uchiha had their own ideas. So, early the next morning, inside the tent. Keiichi-sama. It was already late when you arrived yesterday, and after your long journey, we didn't have a chance to talk in detail. Keiichi spread out a map of the eastern region and the Land of Water coastline. 2 locations were marked on it. Yashiro Uchiha hesitated for a moment before asking, this map? This marker is the location of a hidden mist village base, extracted from our captives. Yesterday, the 4 of us eliminated an elite 4-man squad en route, sank 2 ships, and traced their path to locate another stronghold. Keiichi spoke casually, as if it were no big deal. However, Yashiro's eyelid twitched. 4 people? Just 4 of them had the audacity to infiltrate Hidden Mist Village's territory, kill an elite squad, and escape unscathed. That was hard to believe. He suspected Keiichi was exaggerating to establish dominance over the Uchiha members. But a glance at the others showed that none of them seemed to be joking. Yashiro's expression grew serious. Is this true? It is. Yamanaka Inoichi nodded. Yashiro exchanged glances with Inabi, momentarily at a loss for words. 4 people had taken down 4 full squads of Jonin and made it out of Hidden Mist Village territory. That level of strength. They were familiar with the abilities of Yamanaka Inoichi and Gekko Kazuhana. As for Shiraka Moyama, while they weren't as acquainted with him, he couldn't possibly be that strong. Given the circumstances, the only explanation was that Kanda Keiichi had played a decisive role. Inabi's thoughts raced as he recalled Shizue's words. He quickly stepped forward and said, Keiichi-sama, the police force has just arrived and is unfamiliar with the situation here. If you have any orders, please feel free to give them. We will fully cooperate. Yes, our unit is here to assist in your command. Yashiro was quick to adjust his stance as well. Since Keiichi was both exceptionally strong and had been designated by the village as the battle commander, there was no point in going against him. The tension between the Uchiha and Hidden Leaf Village hadn't escalated to an irreconcilable point. Yashiro himself had no intention of directly opposing Keiichi, he had simply wanted to assert some authority. Now that the situation had changed, it was better to go with the flow. Today, we're not going to rely on elite squads for surprise attacks. Instead, we'll form multiple high-speed teams, supported by sensory ninjas, to hunt down enemy squads. But wouldn't that mean we're engaging them in open battle? Exactly. We need to end this quickly. Keiichi glanced at Yashiro and Inabi, and seeing that neither objected, he continued explaining. The strategy for today was simple. Yesterday, only the fastest and most capable Jonin had been selected for the mission. But today, the entry requirements were lower, anyone skilled in speed could participate. Without the Uchiha, Keiichi had estimated they could form about 4 teams. But now, they should have at least 5. After a brief explanation, he dismissed Yashiro and Inabi. As they walked back to the police force's camp, their emotions were mixed. It looks like Shizue was right. The 4th Hokage might really beat Tsunade. This entire strategic approach is unmistakably her style. Yashiro said gravely. Yesterday, when Inabi relayed Shizue's speculation, Yashiro had been skeptical. He thought the boy might have been deceived by Kanda Keiichi. But now, after seeing it firsthand, he realized, it was all true. The 4th Hokage. Tsunade Heim. If that was the case, aligning with Keiichi might not be a bad move. At the very least, Shizue might be able to gather more intelligence from him. Yes. Shizue is now under Tsunade's faction, Obito is with Jiraiya, we're slowly reconnecting with the village. If we stay the course, we'll eventually succeed. Hey. Yeah. Yashiro narrowed his eyes, his smile somewhat enigmatic as he walked ahead, on an island at sea. Yagura personally oversaw the transportation of equipment. Anything that could be stored in sealing scrolls was sealed, and only what absolutely couldn't be carried was left to be shipped by boat. At the same time, he had deployed most of the Hidden Mist Village forces, stationing them across various islands along their route. As for ambushes, Yagura wasn't considering that for now. His plan was simple: wait for Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village to make their moves, then decide whether Hidden Mist Village should act. Engaging Hidden Lee Village now was absolutely not part of his plan. However, who the hell could have predicted that Hidden Lee Village would go insane and launch aggressive raids beyond their borders? Was Hidden Lee Village still under the third Hokage's rule? To find out, Yagura had already sent scouts to gather intelligence. He expected a report soon. But before he could even receive his Anbu's findings, another frontline report arrived. Hidden Lee Village had attacked again. Was it that same squad? No. This time, they deployed 5 squads simultaneously, launching assaults on 5 of our island outposts. Most of our forces retreated as per your orders, but a few. They engaged the enemy? Yagura's expression darkened. He didn't even need to hear the outcome, his forces had definitely lost. Hidden Lee Village's Eastern Front commander was incredibly cunning and absurdly powerful. Engaging recklessly would only lead to losses. The messenger nodded. Yes. We lost a few men, but Hidden Lee Village's forces didn't pursue too deeply. Once our reinforcements arrived, they withdrew. Yagura frowned. He had expected losses, but he hadn't expected this particular tactic from Hidden Lee Village. Attack and retreat? That was strange. Yagura-sama, do you think it's possible that Hidden Lee Village doesn't actually have that many forces on the Eastern Front? They could be striking preemptively to make us overestimate their strength, deterring us from making a move, said Hoshigaki Kisame after some thought. His theory quickly gained traction among the gathered Hidden Mist Village shinobi. The repeated harassment was frustrating them, making them eager to retaliate. Yagura pondered for a long moment before replying, it's possible. But regardless, engaging Hidden Lee Village now is a terrible idea. It would only allow Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village to take advantage of the situation. Understood. Kisame bowed slightly and dropped the matter. However, not everyone in the 7 ninja swordsmen was as restrained as Kisame. When Yagura ordered a retreat, Hazuki Mainjutsu was the first to protest. Regardless of his relationship with Hazuki Chikage, the fact that Chikage had been captured by Hidden Lee Village meant there was a risk of information leaks. At this moment, he was itching for a fight against Hidden Lee Village, aboard a ship. Kleichi released his hand seal, retracting his chakra. Sensei, how was it? Asuma swallowed nervously. He had never expected Kleichi to bring them this deep into enemy territory, less than 3 kilometers from the Hidden Mist Village forces. The thick mist over the distant island and the faint sounds of explosions created an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was real war. It's fine, of course. Kleichi smiled. If he had the confidence to bring a group of Gain in here, he had no intention of engaging in a head-on battle. Besides, he was certain Yagura wouldn't want that either, especially after finding no trace of Hidden Mist Village forces on the islands near the Land of Fire's coast. Kleichi-sensei, have the Hidden Mist Village shinobi all retreated? Might Guy looked a bit disappointed. He had been hoping for a fight, but instead, he had only watched from the sidelines. They've pulled back. There's nothing more for you all to do here. Now, come on, time to contribute some chakra. Kleichi waved them over. The group of kids froze for a moment. Wait. So not only had he brought them here just to observe, but he also wanted to use them as chakra batteries? Kurenai was the most obedient. As soon as Kleichi spoke, she stepped forward. Before long, most of her chakra had been drained. Then, one by one, Shishui, Asuma, and the others followed, including Shirakawa Hayama, who was steering the ship. No one was spared from the chakra drain. Kleichi's reserves were replenished significantly. Sensei, where are you going? I'm going to locate their new base. This time, I'm going alone. You guys head back. Before they could react, Kleichi was already a blur in the distance. Too fast. You guys can stop sighing. Even I got left behind. What makes you think you'd be allowed to join the fight? Shirakawa Hayama had only participated in the previous battle via shadow clone, keeping his main body out of direct combat. Yet, he still got half his chakra drained. Unbelievable. Still, he understood. In yesterday's battle, their contributions were significant, but Kleichi had been the real force behind the victory. Kanda Kleichi. Truly a genius. Shirakawa Hayama sighed in admiration. Before, He had attributed Kyoichi's strength to his Senju bloodline. But the more he saw, the clearer it became. Kyoichi's power wasn't just about bloodline or physical talent. It was his mind. He excelled in everything. And in every single field, he was exceptional. That wasn't something a mere bloodline could explain. Chapter 99, 1 on 7 won't work, but 3 on 7? That's a different story. Yagura, even though the 3rd Mizukage is nominating you as the 4th, you're not the Mizukage yet. You have no authority to command us. Hidden Leaf Village must have only sent a limited force. Humphrey, if we keep delaying step by step, we'll only end up in an even worse position. Another retreat. Many among the 7 ninja swordsmen could no longer hold back, figures like Kuraiara Kashimaru and Hazuki Mainjutsu, for example. Up until now, Hidden Leaf Village had been the one launching attacks, while they had been forced into a defensive position, apart from their initial reconnaissance efforts. They understood the logic, waiting for the northern forces of Hidden Cloud's village to make their move. But still. This was humiliating. What do you intend to do? Yagura swept a cold gaze over them. Despite his small stature, his strength was undeniable, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep Hidden Mist Village's many elite jonin in check. However, the 7 ninja swordsmen were another story. Even the most outwardly obedient among them, Hoshigaki Kisame, only respected him on the surface. At Yagura's words, Juzobiwa spoke up. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, we of Hidden Mist Village possess the most formidable assassination jutsus. Why should we allow ourselves to be dictated by our enemies? If Hidden Leaf Village can conduct ambushes, so can we. I agree. Hazuki Mainjutsu raised a hand, smiling. Yagura fell silent. He didn't want a full-scale battle to break out, but if they mirrored Hidden Leaf Village's tactics and launched a counter-hunt, it's not impossible. As Yagura was deep in thought, a bird suddenly circled in the sky before descending into their base. Instantly, Yagura used a body flicker jutsu to rush over. A messenger bird from Hidden Mist Village. After retrieving the message, he carefully examined it before passing it around to the 7 ninja swordsmen. It was intelligence sent back from the Land of Fire. The current commander of the Eastern Front has been identified as Kanda Kyoichi, Hidden Leaf Village's youngest jonin. He specializes in the Hidden Leaf Village sword style, water style, earth style, and wind style. His speed is extremely fast. Hidden Cloud's village has already crossed the border and is advancing toward the Land of Fire. Hidden Leaf Village's main forces are occupied in the north. As of the time this intelligence was sent, Hidden Leaf Village's forces on the Eastern Front remain sparse. The report lacked detailed information. After reading it, Yagura couldn't immediately determine whether this was good or bad news. This intelligence was from 3 days ago. 3 days was enough for the situation to change significantly. As for Kanda Kyoichi, the information provided on him was scarce. Most of what was mentioned was what Yagura himself had already inferred. Difficult. But the biggest challenge wasn't dealing with Kyoichi, it was handling the 7 ninja swordsmen. Previously, he had managed to hold them back by citing a lack of information. But now, it was clear that these 7 wouldn't listen to him anymore. They were fixated on counterattacking Hidden Leaf Village. I once followed an underground water vein and located one of Hidden Leaf Village's bases. Hazuki Mainjutsu chuckled darkly. He didn't need to finish his sentence, the implication was clear. A counterattack. A raid. Where is it? Yagura immediately asked. His heart burned with displeasure, such a critical piece of intelligence, yet Hazuki Mainjutsu had concealed it from him. Hazuki Mainjutsu sneered. If you don't even dare to launch an ambush, why should I bother telling you? You. Yagura's brow twitched, but he forced himself to hold back. There's no need for this. Yagura-sama is acting in Hidden Mist Village's best interest. Let's discuss it together. Kisame mediated. Only then did Hazuki Mainjutsu respond. Nagano Mountain. That location is quite far from the water veins, yet you managed to scout it? Yagura glanced at the map, finding it hard to believe. Still, he had no doubts, this was definitely one of Hidden Leaf Village's strongholds. A perfect location. Humphrey. The Hazuki clan's abilities aren't so easily. Hazuki Mainjutsu was about to boast when he suddenly recalled the humiliating capture of Hazuki Chikage. His enthusiasm instantly waned, and he changed the subject. Well? Who's coming with me? It's about time we let Hidden Leaf Village see our true strength. Otherwise, they'll think we, the shinobi of Hidden Mist Village, are nothing but cowards. Munashi Jinpachi grinned bloodthirstily. His sword, Shibuki, was a double-edged weapon. It could kill enemies, but it could also backfire. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, Munashi Jinpachi had the highest kill count, with both foes and fellow Hidden Mist Village shinobi dying by his hand. Alright, let's move out. We'll assess the situation first, and if their numbers are small, we'll launch a direct assault. None of the 7 bothered to ask for Yagura's approval. They were part of the Mizukage's forces. If Yagura were the Mizukage, they might have obeyed his orders. But since he was still far from securing that title, they retained a degree of autonomy. And so, shouldering their swords, they strode out of the camp. Yagura seethed with anger, but he knew now wasn't the time to lose his temper. None of you are skilled in sensory jutsus. Ow, go with them and provide reconnaissance support. Yes, sir. Much appreciated. If we happen to kill Kandakiachi, we'll count the achievement as partially yours. Hazuki Mainjutsu waved dismissively. At this time, Ah had yet to obtain the Byakugan, but he was still an exceptional scout with powerful sensory abilities. The group departed. Yet Yagura frowned. He was confident that Hidden Leaf Village didn't have many shinobi in the eastern front. A hunt by the 7 ninja swordsmen shouldn't be an issue, but something about this didn't sit right. He stared at the map. Just yesterday, Kandakiachi's forces were still relatively small. And yet, from the moment they first discovered him, to the attacks on the second ship, to the bombardment of their new base, so fast? Yagura's heart sank. Now he understood what was wrong. Hidden Leaf Village's attacks were methodical, with every strike executed seamlessly, taking all variables into account. Their strategies were airtight. However, the 7 ninja swordsmen weren't nearly as meticulous. Adapting on the fly? It wasn't that simple. I need to bring them back immediately. Meanwhile, Kleichi maintained just enough distance to stay at the edge of his sensory range, keeping track of the 8 approaching figures. He had located their main base. However, to his surprise, he had barely arrived when he sensed 8 individuals leaving the island at high speed, heading in his direction. Had he been discovered? Kleichi continued running while analyzing the situation. He had tested his sensory abilities before and knew that his range exceeded most conventional sensory jutsus. Hidden Mist Village shouldn't have anyone capable of detecting him from that distance. What was going on? Puzzled, he changed direction after a short run. His pursuers did not. Wait. Their target isn't me? Kleichi observed for a while before realizing the truth. If not him, then their destination was Nagano Mountain? He had already eliminated 4 of their squads, yet they still dared to take the initiative and strike back? How bold. Hidden Mist Village had very few shinobi who were both daring and reckless. Given their numbers, it had to be the 7 ninja swordsmen. As for the 8th individual, he wasn't sure yet. After some thought, Kleichi increased his speed, moving toward the coastline. Once he was completely out of range of the 7, he used the summoning jutsu to send a message to his shadow clone Vyakatsu. Nagano Mountain. The moment his comrades received the intel, their expressions shifted in shock. Hidden Mist Village is launching an offensive? Shirakawa Asa was dumbfounded. Had Hidden Mist Village lost its mind? Even Yamanaka Inoyachi was baffled. But soon, another Katsu clone arrived at Kyoichi's shadow clone. After surveying the area, the slug exhaled and said, Tsunade-sama reports that Hidden Cloud's village crossed the border last night. Their vanguard has been spotted near the Land of Fields. In an instant, everyone understood. Hidden Cloud's village had made their move. Kleichi-sama. No need to worry. Hidden Mist Village sent 8 shinobi this time. We'll take this opportunity to eliminate them all, preferably without letting a single one escape. As Kleichi spoke, he suddenly recalled the underground black market that Kakazu frequented. I've heard that the underworld maintains a bounty system for shinobi. How much are the 7 ninja swordsmen worth? Cough. Yamanaka Inoyachi coughed lightly, his expression torn between amusement and disbelief. The 7 ninja swordsmen. Even their corpses would be immensely valuable. Selling them to the black market? Unthinkable. Kleichi-sama, I believe the bigger issue is whether we can actually keep them here. Yashiro, showing some respect, offered his perspective. The 7 ninja swordsmen weren't just 7 random warriors, they were nearly on par with Ikage. Aside from Kleichi, who remained an unknown factor, most of their forces in the camp were likely no match for the 7. But what puzzled Yashiro Uchiha was, even Yamanaka Inoyachi seemed to believe that the 7 ninja swordsmen weren't a serious threat. Why? Even if the clan had arrived, they couldn't possibly expect to eliminate all 7, could they? He simply couldn't understand. Hidden Mist Village excels in the hiding in mist jutsu and assassination tactics. They'll likely attack at night. If your guard force struggles in the dark, you should remain on defense at the camp. At that moment, Kleichi's shadow clone spoke. Yashiro and Inabi were both stunned. Wait. So we weren't even factored into your plan? You think you, Kleichi, can take on all 7 of them by yourself with just the people here at the camp? Damn it. Has the Hokage's group really gotten this cocky? Yashiro Uchiha was starting to get annoyed. The Uchiha had always been the ones looking down on others, who would have thought they'd be on the receiving end this time. Yet, looking at Kyoichi's serious expression, It was clear he wasn't joking. Yashiro's lips twitched slightly, and he said, "Fine. Who knows, maybe they'll try a feigned attack. In that case, we of the guard unit will just wait here for your triumphant return." "Good. Yashiro Dono, you should come with us too. If we end up killing them by accident, you can extract some intel while the bodies are still fresh." Yamanaka Inoyachi felt something was off. After a few seconds of thinking, he realized, damn. So Kandakuyachi didn't even count him in either. He glanced at the visibly irritated Yashiro Uchiha, then looked around at the others before frowning and asking, "Who are you planning to take with you?" "Dewey-san, Hayama-san, and myself. 3 people will be enough." After a brief pause, Keiichi added, "You guys can form a perimeter to cut off their retreat. If they try to run, it's on you to stop them, especially Hazuki Mainjutsu. The guard unit has 3 members proficient in lightning style. They can all assist you." Yashiro scoffed inwardly. "Alright, let's see how you plan to take on 7 of them with just 3 people." He had at least heard of Shirakamu Hayama. But Might Dewey? Never even heard of the guy. Talk about overestimating oneself. Very well. Here's their current route. Your teams should continue patrolling, but stagger the timing so that when they arrive, you're just leaving them an open path in. Keiichi's shadow clone marked out a route on the map with swift, decisive strokes. He wasn't worried about the 7 ninja swordsmen not showing up. What he was worried about was that they'd get cold feet, head to the coast, ambush a small squad, and then retreat. That would be a complete waste of an opportunity. Understood. I'll notify everyone immediately. In no time, everything was set. The trap was in place, just waiting for the 7 ninja swordsmen to step in. Once Keiichi received confirmation, he spent some time scouting out a spot, one that was both hidden from Hidden Mist Village's reconnaissance and close enough for him to sense the 7 ninja swordsmen's movements. As expected, they were heading straight for Nagano Mountain. What intrigued him the most was, who was the 8th person? Judging by their chakra signature, it definitely wasn't Yagura. I wonder which unlucky fool this is. Chapter 100, 7 ninja swordsmen in the trap. Time to close the net. Samataki, I've spotted their patrol team. At this moment, I had yet to obtain the Byakugan he would later take pride in. He was merely a highly skilled sensory ninja, excelling in reconnaissance. Under Yagura's command, few could match his perceptive abilities. So, as they neared the coast, he sensed the presence of Hidden Leaf Village's patrol squad. "Oh? Speak." Hazuki Mainjutsu urged. Upon hearing the report, he was delighted. He had to admit, even though Yagura and he were constantly at odds, the man was undeniably dedicated to Hidden Mist Village. Despite their differences, Yagura had still sent a capable scout with them, an impressively thorough consideration. "We can take this route." Hoshigaki Kisame pulled out a map and analyzed it, pinpointing a path. "Based on their patrol intervals, there will be a brief gap we can slip through." Ao, however, looked worried. After examining the route for a moment, he hesitated before saying, "This path avoids detection, but if a fight breaks out, Hidden Leaf Village's forces can easily cut off our retreat. We're already deep into Nagano Mountain. Of course, we're here for a full fight. Who's thinking about retreating?" Munashi Jinpachi shot him a look as if he were an idiot. As expected. Anyone Yagura sent was bound to have the same cautious nature. The 7 ninja swordsmen ignored Ao's warning. Hazuki Mainjutsu thought for a moment before waving his hand forward. "Keep moving along the planned route." From a distance, Kandakuyachi observed them heading straight into the trap, knowing they had taken the bait. Moreover, judging by the movement of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he could roughly estimate their sensory range. It was about the same as the maximum reach of the Byakugan. He immediately relayed this information back to their team. There could be no mistakes in this operation. The 7 ninja swordsmen had no idea that while they pressed forward, someone was silently trailing them. And as for the seemingly clear path ahead, it was all a setup. Had Yagura been present, he would have sensed something was off. Unfortunately, Yagura was still trying to catch up from behind. The 7 ninja swordsmen charged forward without hesitation, heading toward Nagano Mountain. Along the way, they encountered only 2 patrol ninjas, Shirakamu Hayama and Might Dewey. Of course, this was deliberate. But the 7 ninja swordsmen had no way of knowing that. Only 2 patrols? Hazuki Mainjutsu frowned. Judging by their chakra, one is a Jonin, while the other's aura is unclear. It's possible he's a taijutsu specialist of Jonin level. 2 Jonin? Hoshigaki Kisame hesitated. Killing just 2 Jonin wasn't exactly satisfying, but he had to admit, Hidden Leaf Village's defenses were practically airtight. Even this supposed weak spot had 2 Jonin on patrol. Ironically, that actually reassured him. After pondering for a moment, he said, 2 Jonin will do. Let's take them out first, then adapt as needed. Agreed. The 7 ninja swordsmen hesitated no longer. They charged in recklessly. As Koichi followed them, sensing their movements with chakra detection, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The 7 ninja swordsmen were truly arrogant. To put it bluntly, even if you stacked all 7 of them together, they might barely reach Kage level combat strength. But in the grand scheme of the ninja world, Kage level wasn't invincible, plenty had still met their demise. Koichi maintained a careful distance, staying just outside Gao's sensory range. After trailing them for a while, he suddenly frowned. Someone was behind them. This chakra signature and intensity. Yagura. Without delay, he summoned a slug from Shikatsu Forest and used its split bodies to relay a message to the other patrol squads. The 7 ninja swordsmen have someone following behind them. Their current distance is. Prepare to intercept. Understood. All patrol squads received the alert. Yashiro Uchiha was surprised. He had known Koichi's status was high, but he hadn't expected him to have a contract with the slugs of Shikatsu Forest. Meanwhile, Inabe. He glanced at Yashiro and the other Uchiha, feeling a deep sense of disappointment. Even Inabe, after some investigation, knew that Koichi was an influential figure in the village. But the Uchiha here seemed completely oblivious, still clinging to their past glories, blind to the changes in the world. They were far too outdated. But Koichi had no time to care about their thoughts. Yagura was catching up. That meant the situation was shifting. They had to end the fight quickly. Koichi rushed toward Might Dewey's position. Meanwhile, Might Dewey and Shirakawa Hayama were already extremely close to the 7 swordsmen. The night was shrouded in mist. Hidden mist villages hiding in mist jutsu made them nearly undetectable. But Hyuga was positioned just behind Shirakawa Hayama. Hayama Dano, there's chakra distributed within the mist ahead, it's likely the hidden in mist jutsu. Got it. The 7 swordsmen's objective was likely the same as before, to raid the base if an opportunity arose. If not, they would kill a few ninjas and retreat, making a show of strength. However, they failed to realize that guerrilla tactics weren't just about striking and running, they required precise intelligence. I have chakra detection. I have the Byakugan. And you? You've only copied the form, but not the essence. This was a death trap. No wonder Yagura was rushing so desperately to catch up, he must have sensed something was wrong. But unfortunately for him, he didn't expect the 7 swordsmen to be running straight toward their doom. Despite his full-speed pursuit, he was still a step behind. And now, they wouldn't give him a chance to intervene. Be careful. Shirakawa Hayama warned in a low voice. Might Dewey gave a slight nod. He was nervous. Though he had been a ninja for over 20 years, most of his missions had involved escort duty and logistical support. This was the first time he was truly stepping into battle against Jonin-level opponents. But that nervousness quickly vanished, because the 7 ninja swordsmen had already made their move. Mist body flicker. Then, a massive blade swung down for the kill. The first to strike was Jazobiwa. His assassination target, Might Dewey. Watch out. Shirakawa Hayama drew his sword to assist, but in that instant, another blade came slashing toward him, its surface gleaming with explosive light. Blast sword, Shibuki. And not just that. A massive battle axe followed right behind it. 2 of them were focused on him, while the rest charged straight for Might Dewey. The 7 ninja swordsmen had judged Might Dewey as the weaker target, hoping to take him down first. Behind them, Hyuga grew anxious and immediately rushed forward. However, before he could take more than a few steps, an overwhelming chakra erupted from Might Dewey's body. This is the 8 gates. Hyuga recalled a piece of news. The 3rd Hokage had recently declassified 2 forbidden jutsus, the 8 gates and 7 heavens breathing method. And the creator of the 8 gates seemed to be none other than Might Dewey. It's him. Ha. The 6th gate, open. In an instant, Might Dewey vanished from his original position. Then, his fists rained down like a storm. Boom. Jazobiwa reacted swiftly, bringing his blade back just in time to block the punch. However, Might Dewey's sheer strength and speed left him no room to counter. The violent clash echoed, and gradually, sparks erupted from Dewey's fists. Morning Peacock. Help me. Terror flashed in Jazobiwa's eyes. What is this jutsu? It was unstoppable. He didn't even need to call for help, Hazuki Mainjutsu had already moved. He stepped in front of Jazobiwa, his body liquefying to absorb the attack. Though his form was instantly blasted apart, the abundant water around them allowed him to reform in moments. This was the true strength of the Hazuki clan. Might Dewey exhaled sharply, sidestepping Mainjutsu and lunging straight for Jazobiwa again. He didn't understand tactics. But he knew how to fight, pick one target and beat them down. And then Koichi arrived. Help me. A desperate cry for help echoed from behind. But, in the next instant, the voice was abruptly silenced. Kyoichi, now in wind-style chakra mode, with body flicker and earth spear active, completely ignored Ao's kunai and shuriken, closing the distance in a flash. One slash. Light flickered. A shadow lunged forward. Ao, dead. Even in his final moments, Kyoichi didn't recognize him, only that his face looked somewhat familiar, perhaps similar to someone in the anime. But it didn't matter. The dead have no future. Kyoichi sheathed his chakra blade, then gripped both swords tightly. Hoshigaki Kisame formed hand seals. Hair needle senbon. Countless strands of hair sharpened into senbon, sweeping toward Kyoichi like a storm. But it was useless. The combination of earth spear and wind-style chakra mode deflected every single needle. Even those that hit the ground and embedded themselves failed to break through his defense. He's immune to conventional attacks. Without hesitation, Kisame turned and fled, switching to attacking Shirakawa Hayama instead. They couldn't stop him. This jutsu is Earth Spear, right? Leave it to me. Rigakurasuke grinned, bringing his twin blades together. Lightning crackled, a storm of electricity surged forward. However, his lightning was completely negated by Kyoichi's wind style. And then, Iaido, vacuum blade. One strike, a razor-thin, ultra-compressed wave of wind-style chakra cut through everything in its path. It devoured the lightning, tore through the air, and in the next moment, whoosh! A high-pressure water jet blasted forward, merging with lingering wind-style chakra, forming a tornado-like water column. Mainjutsu. Hazuki Mainjutsu cursed. Damn it. They couldn't handle Might Dewey, and now this guy, Kanda Kyoichi, was their new nightmare. His muscles bulged. Hydration arm enhancement. Then, boom. A direct clash of blades. Yet, he couldn't fully withstand the water jet, his arm was pierced clean through. Thankfully, he was able to liquefy just in time. With Mainjutsu occupied, Might Dewey had an opening. The seventh gate, open. A memory of Kyoichi's words flashed through his mind. The 8 gates should be paired with special taijutsu jutsus. At the 7th gate and beyond, it might even be possible to manipulate air pressure to unleash an even stronger attack. That's right. Shocking gate, daytime tiger. Kisame instantly flickered forward, swinging Seimata toward the massive air blast. This move had always been unbeatable before. The 7 ninja swordsmen's greatest strength lay in their teamwork. But this wasn't a ninjutsu attack. Boom. Seimata was instantly blasted away. Kisame's eyes widened in disbelief, and in the next moment, he was engulfed by the shockwave. The remaining 7 ninja swordsmen felt a wave of fear. Especially those who had been preparing to attack Kyoichi. They immediately turned and fled. No one even tried to save Kisame. How could they? If Seimata couldn't block it, none of them could either. And now, Kisame's body had already been reduced to misty blood vapor. In an instant, the battlefield fell into chaos, no one was paying attention to Kyoichi anymore. And then, Yin Seal, release. Strength of 100 jutsu. Followed by, the first gate, open. Kyoichi didn't even need to use 7 heavens breathing method, the buffs he had activated were already overwhelming. In the next second, his figure blurred forward, targeting Kuraiara Kashimaru. Shirakawa Hayama was struggling to fend off 2 or 3 opponents at once. Even though Vacuum Blade had temporarily forced them back, he was constantly at risk of being caught in Nuibari steel wire traps. Since that was the case, let's kill you first. A cold smirk appeared on Kashimaru's face. This area was filled with his wire traps, so sharp that not even Earth Spear could. In an instant, Kashimaru's smile froze. The moment his steel wires touched Kyoichi, they were shredded apart by an overwhelming chakra-infused air current. Enhanced Strength Jutsu. Wind-style chakra mode. Though it wasn't a jutsu that directly boosted his punches, the principle behind it was the same. The steel wires, annihilated in an instant. Chapter 101, Yagura, are you freaking a traitor? Boom. The explosive blade of Munashi Jinpachi detonated repeatedly, providing cover for Kashimaru Kuraiara's retreat, while Jinpachi himself was about to flee as well. However, at the moment of the explosion, his scroll shifted slightly off course. Then, boom. He ended up blasting himself. What the hell? Munashi Jinpachi looked utterly bewildered. He had wielded the explosive blade for years, and it had never gone out of control like this. How is this possible? Of course, it wasn't a random accident. Dance of the Shikigami. Though it hadn't been refined with his own chakra for precise control, altering its trajectory by just a fraction was still within reach. And that tiny shift was enough to change the entire battlefield. The next moment, twin blades flashed like a swallow spreading its wings. A gleam of steel flickered, and fresh wounds appeared on both Jinpachi's leg and the arm wielding his sword. Kashimari Kuraier hadn't expected his longtime comrade to fall so quickly. And it all happened within just 2 seconds. The entire battle had flipped in an instant. Hoshigaki Kisame was dead. Munashi Jinpachi's fate was unknown. As for the remaining 4, shit. They all ran? Cursing in his mind, Kashimaru tossed a paper bomb to cover his retreat and disappeared with the body flicker jutsu. But Kyoichi, still in his earth spear state, was completely unfazed by explosions. He charged straight through the blast, instantly pursuing Kashimaru. The latter had no choice but to block with his sewing needle. However, one sword blocked, what about the other? And more importantly, Kyoichi's fingers twitched, utilizing the dim flash of the explosion to successfully unleash a Ganjutsu. The next moment, bang! With a monstrous strength-enhanced kick, Kyoichi sent Kashimaru flying backward, straight toward where Yamanaka Inoichi and the others were waiting. They were going berserk. Yamanaka Inoichi was utterly stunned. He knew Kyoichi was strong. But he never imagined that even the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would be scattered within just a few exchanges against Kyoichi, Might Dewey, and Hayama Shirakumo. No. To be precise, it was just Kyoichi and Might Dewey. Even though Hayama Shirakumo was using the breath activation jutsu, he was barely able to hold off 2 of them. Meanwhile, Kyoichi and Might Dewey were each fighting 4 or 5 at a time. They were absolute monsters. Near the coast, Yashiro Uchiha and the others had formed teams of 3 or 4, working together to hold off Yagura. At first, Yashiro thought he could handle it alone. But reality proved otherwise. Not only did he fail to stop him, but he was nearly killed by Yagura's blind rage. If it weren't for Katsu's healing, he would have lost his life. Damn it. All of you, just die already. Yagura was consumed with fury. These pathetic insects kept getting in his way. If he arrived too late, the 7 ninja swordsmen might be wiped out entirely. 4 or 5 squads charged at him. He stretched out his hand, forming a water mirror. Then, multiple identical figures emerged, but that wasn't the real kill move. In a flash, the hook at the end of his staff lashed out towards someone's neck. Yagura had gone completely berserk. Because he sensed 4 people fleeing toward this direction. 4. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen and now, only 4 remained alive. A group of Hidden Lee village shinobi intercepted them, cutting off their escape route. Yagura was strong, but even he dared not provoke so many enemies at once. A deep sense of despair crept into his heart. These reckless fools. How dare they charge in alone like this? At best, only one of them might escape. And Yagura was right. The remaining 7 ninja swordsmen were being ruthlessly hunted down. Kyoichi and Might Dewey were relentlessly pursuing from behind, while Hidden Lee Village's forces closed in from the front. In just moments, Biwajuzo was dead. He had already been partially hit by Morning Peacock. Severely injured, it was a miracle he even made it this far. But in the end, Might Dewey caught up and finished him off. But by now, Might Dewey was running on fumes. If not for Kyoichi using Katsu's healing jutsus at the base, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Meanwhile, Genin Akebino fell to Kyoichi's blade. Hazuki Mainjutsu was in despair. He glanced behind him, then ahead, and made a quick decision. He jumped into the river, liquefying his body. Instead of immediately escaping, he seeped into the underground water veins. He was far more decisive than Hazuki Chikage. He knew when to cut his losses. His maneuver left Riga dumbfounded, and even Kyoichi was briefly stunned. He hadn't expected Hazuki Mainjutsu to be this slippery, even taking the trouble to dive underground before escaping. Was he actually trying to avoid being caught? Smart move. There was no catching him now. However, Kyoichi quickly realized why. The Hazuki clan had a summoning contract linked to the 7 swords. Even if Mainjutsu didn't make it back, the Hazuki clan could likely summon the 6 swords home. Unless he did something about it. Kyoichi pondered for a moment but didn't waste time chasing Mainjutsu. Instead, he dispelled Earth Spear and turned his full focus on Riga Kurasuki. Riga wasn't weak. In the anime, he was one of the few who survived Might Dewey's 8 Gates release massacre. But now, with Mainjutsu having fled, Riga was left alone. He brandished the thunder swords, crackling with lightning. Lightning feast. But this time, Kyoichi didn't even need to intervene. Hayama Shirakumo rushed in, slicing through the attack with a vacuum blade. The next moment, Kyoichi spat out wind blades. With both swords empowered by vacuum blades, his sword style shifted to Flying Swallow. Meanwhile, the Hidden Leaf village shinobi closed in, exhausting Riga with relentless jutsu attacks. The Hyuga clan had also activated their Byakugan, preparing to strike with gentle fist. A flicker of despair crossed Riga's eyes. He raised both swords to the sky. blazing thunder gathered above. Then, a bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens. Koichi, unable to judge its path, swiftly formed seals and raised a mud wall to block the currents. But the lightning wasn't aimed at him. Instead, it struck Raga himself. Lightning style, thunder burial. The descending lightning consumed everything. Raga held his own grand funeral. Apart from his 2 swords, nothing remained. The residual lightning obliterated everything nearby. If not for Koichi's mud wall, even he would have been caught in the blast. A moment ago. Had he stepped even a bit closer, he might have had to rely on a shadow clone to save himself. Even with his Senju physique, there was no way he could have withstood that thunderous onslaught. In the distance, Yagura saw the dazzling display of thunder burial and sensed 3 life signatures vanish. He immediately knew what had happened. The 7 ninja swordsmen were gone. At that moment, despair consumed Yagura. Hidden Mist Village didn't have many elite fighters to begin with. Over the years, only a handful had risen to prominence: himself, the 7 ninja swordsmen, and a select few others. While there were still Jonin and elite Chunin, none were capable of shouldering such a heavy responsibility. And now, they were all gone. Sure, one had survived, Hazuki Mainjutsu. But honestly, Yagura would have preferred if he had died, too. If it weren't for this idiot, none of this would have happened. And just like that, as if the heavens themselves wanted to mock him, Hazuki Mainjutsu emerged from the sea. Move. Now. Whether from exhaustion or sheer guilt, his voice lacked all confidence. Yagura wanted nothing more than to rip him apart, but now wasn't the time for rage. He had to stay rational. While retreating, he quickly weaved hand seals. In an instant, the sea roared to life, sending massive waves crashing onto the battlefield. Hazuki Mainjutsu didn't bother attacking, he was too focused on running. Yagura shot him a sharp glare but used the exploding water shockwave to cover their escape. Yashiro-sama. Let him go. Yashiro Uchiha sighed bitterly. That one's too strong. Even if we caught up, we wouldn't stand a chance. Yagura was a monster. His chakra reserves were vast, and his mastery of water style was unparalleled. He was simply beyond their level. Yashiro couldn't even begin to imagine how the hell had Koichi managed to run rampant in Hidden Mist Village with only 3 people. It wasn't long before he found his answer. As they moved inland, Yashiro saw the aftermath of the battle. The devastation was undeniable. Among the fallen lay the charred remains of Rikakurasuke and Hoshigaki Kisame. Meanwhile, 4 other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had been captured alive. 3 names stood out: Jinpachi Munashi, Kushimaru Kuraiere, and Jina Nakebino, all subdued. But the most shocking part? The entire operation had been carried out by just 3 men. What kind of ridiculous battle record was this? Yashiro could hardly believe it, but the evidence was right before his eyes. At that moment, he saw Koichi gathering up 6 of the legendary swords. Koichi turned to him and asked casually, "Yashiro-san, did you manage to intercept Hazuki Mainjutsu?" I failed. I couldn't stop him or Yagura." Yashiro hung his head in shame. Koichi had actually fulfilled his promise, 3 men against 7, and they had wiped out the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen. Meanwhile, even with multiple Hidden Leaf Village squads at his back, Yashiro hadn't been able to deal with just 2 people. The difference in their performances was painfully obvious. "You couldn't stop them." Koichi smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "No worries. Yagura is rumored to be a candidate for the next Mizukage. He's absurdly powerful. It's normal that you wouldn't be able to beat him." "Thank you, Koichi-sama, for your generosity." He called it reassurance. But to an Uchiha, those words cut deeper than any blade. Yashiro felt as if he'd been utterly humiliated. "Koichi-sama, what's our next move?" Nearby, Shirakamu Hayama was busy collecting the fallen ninja swords. Koichi tapped his chin. "First, let's seal all 6 swords. We don't want Hidden Mist Village summoning them back. These are our spoils of war. Where's the sealing unit?" "We're here." "Alright, use every sealing jutsu you've got." Koichi personally placed multiple seals on each sword. Once the sealing unit was finished, he wrapped them in a massive scroll and applied additional layers of sealing jutsus. Then, he summoned Katsu and had her transport the swords to Shikatsu Forest for safekeeping. He did not send them back to Hidden Leaf Village. If these blades made it to Hidden Leaf Village, they'd likely be swallowed by the system, never to be seen again. Koichi had his own plans. He intended to melt some of these blades down to forge a weapon tailored to himself. As for the Kusanagi sword, what kind of swordsman could resist the allure of a legendary blade? He wanted all of it. Elsewhere, a Hidden Mist Village outpost after a long, grueling retreat, Yagura and Hazuki Mainjutsu finally reached a temporary safe haven. Mainjutsu kept his gaze down, unable to meet Yagura's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Yagura asked, "Are they all dead?" There were 3 enemies. One of them used some kind of forbidden jutsu, a jutsu that didn't rely on chakra. Kisame tried to block it with Seimata, but he failed. And? Mainjutsu's eyes were vacant as he continued speaking. Yagura's patience snapped. He slammed his fist down, veins bulging in fury. "I don't want the details. Just tell me, are they dead or not?" I don't know." Mainjutsu lowered his head further. Yagura took another deep breath, trying to suppress his rage. "Where are the swords?" I couldn't retrieve them." Mainjutsu's voice shook. He could feel the killing intent radiating from Yagura. "I was under the impression that your clan could summon the 7 swords back. They're in the clan's possession." Yagura's patience snapped. "You're useless. Why the hell did you even come back alive?" At this point, even Yagura's usual self-control couldn't stop him from erupting. Each word was dripping with contempt. "This bastard. I chased them down with everything I had, and still failed to catch them. Yet Mainjutsu leads the 7 ninja swordsmen to their deaths and somehow manages to crawl back alone? If not for the fact that the Hazuki clan was utterly loyal to Hidden Mist Village, Yagura would have sworn that Mainjutsu was a traitor. "Listen. Let me explain." Before Mainjutsu could finish, Yagura raised his hand. A sealing jutsu flared to life, instantly binding Mainjutsu in place. At the same time, Yagura confiscated his blade, the twins' word Hiramgrai. "Return to the village and explain it to the higher-ups." Chapter 102, Tsunade, the master of changing faces. Night had fallen, yet the lights in the Hokage building remained lit. "Hiruzen, the current battlefield situation is extremely dangerous. We can't afford to be so reckless. Holding the Eastern Front is enough for now, we at least need to wait until..." Mikado Hamura spoke with deep concern in the office. The next moment, bang! With a loud crash, Tsunade kicked the door open. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples. A headache. Dealing with just Hamura was already troublesome enough, and now Tsunade had barged in. He could already see where this was going. It was going to be another exhausting argument. He got up, just about to scold her. But before he could say a word, Tsunade slammed a scroll onto the desk. Truthfully, she had actually wanted to smash the entire desk for better effect. That would have made the scene much more imposing. But then she remembered that she might need to use this desk in the future, so she decided to hold back. "You old-timers sure love to drag things out. Old man, just look at this." Tsunade shot a glance at Hamura, her eyes filled with scorn and disdain. Always pointing fingers, acting like he knew everything about warfare, what a joke. Hiruzen was briefly stunned, then immediately realized, if Tsunade had personally brought this over, it had to be an important battle report from Kiichi. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for Hamura to shut up. Then, he picked up the scroll and opened it. At first glance, his breath caught in his throat. He almost choked on his own excitement. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. "Hiruzen. What's wrong, Hiruzen?" "I knew it." Hamura rushed forward to help him, assuming that Sarutobi was enraged and ready to lash out at Tsunade. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the report's contents. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, along with an additional member, launched a surprise attack on the Eastern Front. They were intercepted by Kanda Kiichi, Might Dewey, and Shirakamu Hayama. 4 were killed, 3 were captured alive, and only Hazuki Mainjutsu managed to escape by liquefying into water. The Hazuki clan is notoriously difficult to capture. That was common knowledge in the ninja world. The last time Kiichi had managed to capture Hazuki Chikage had been a rare exception. So it wasn't surprising that Hazuki Mainjutsu had escaped, but what was surprising was that 3 people had managed to wipe out the 7 ninja swordsmen. Was this some kind of joke? Hamura opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I agreed to let you coordinate with him because I trusted Kiichi's abilities and knew he wouldn't suffer a loss, but I never expected him to completely crush the Eastern Front like this. Hiruzen was at a loss for words. He was too excited. The 7 ninja swordsmen were each armed with a legendary blade, utilizing the hiding in mist jutsu and assassination jutsus to wreak havoc in battles. Their presence alone posed a massive threat to Hidden Leaf Village's forces. But now, with 4 dead and 3 captured, the threat from Hidden Mist Village's Eastern Front had been cut in half. "Hey, I really don't get your generation. You clearly have the strength, yet you all act so timid, like a bunch of cowards. 3 villages are attacking us. We need to break the deadlock somewhere. If we don't take down Hidden Mist Village first, are you suggesting we should start by taking on Hidden Clouds Village instead?" Tsunade swept her gaze across the room, her tone dripping with contempt. Mikado Hamura fell silent. In the face of undeniable facts, words became meaningless. Mikado Hamura stared at the battle report, still finding it hard to believe. But reality was more convincing than any argument, especially when Yamanaka Inoyachi's seal was stamped on it. Yamanaka Inoyachi would never falsify something like this. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent. Tsunade wasn't just verbally blasting Hamura, her words were directed at him too. But he had nothing to say in response. Holding the report, Hiruzen was both thrilled and ecstatic. After a long pause, he lightly tapped the desk and turned to Hamura. "Old friend, why don't you head to the front lines?" Hamura was stunned for a long moment. He looked at Sarutobi, then at Tsunade. Seeing the determined, almost desperate expression on Tsunade's face, he let out a bitter laugh. "Perhaps I truly am old. Forget it. If I go to the battlefield, I might end up being more of a hindrance than a help. But if the village ever needs me, I won't hesitate." "Hamura-sama, don't say that. Everyone knows the contributions you've made. But now that you're older, it's our turn, the younger generation, to step up and protect the village. We won't let you risk your life on the battlefield. Hidden Leaf Village isn't that desperate yet." Tsunade's tone softened in an instant. Just a moment ago, he was one of the old geezers. And now he had become Hamura-sama. Her change in attitude was so fast that even Hiruzen was left speechless. But Hiruzen understood Tsunade's true intentions. She simply didn't want Hamura at the front lines. His seniority and status were too high. If he went, it would interfere with battlefield command. And if he started nagging during a battle, even Jiraiya would find it unbearable. It was better for him to stay in the rear. Hiruzen felt a little guilty, but Hamura's decision to step back voluntarily was already the best outcome. If he really went to the battlefield, with their aging bodies, they would probably end up getting themselves killed. The problem was, he wasn't sure what to have Hamura do now. After some thought, Hiruzen finally said, "The war hasn't fully begun yet. Why don't you help train the younger Geinin and Chunin in the village?" "That sounds good. And if I'm ever needed, please trust that I won't hesitate to give my life," Hamura said solemnly. With that, he didn't linger any longer, sighing as he walked out of the office. Now that he was gone, Tsunade had no reason to be harsh anymore. She grinned and said to Hiruzen, "Sensei, Hamura-sama has made plenty of contributions. Ah. It's good that you understand. In the end, it's just a difference in ideology." Hiruzen shook his head and said no more. He flipped through the scroll again, frowning. What about the 6 swords? Kleichi sealed them away in Shikatsu Forest to prevent Hidden Mist Village from retrieving them. Tsunade's face turned slightly red. Kleichi's intentions were clear. Part of it was indeed to keep Hidden Mist Village from reclaiming the swords, but more importantly, he was preventing Hiruzen from using them as bargaining chips, such as handing them over in exchange for a truce. She had to admit, Hiruzen might actually do something like that. Hiruzen was silent for a few seconds before he finally spoke again. "Tsunade. Is your illness better now?" Tsunade's expression darkened, and she slowly shook her head. But after a moment, she said, "It ceased a little, though not completely gone. But since I've decided to take over, I will carry their will and become a worthy Hokage." "Good. If that's how you feel, I'm truly relieved. When this war is over, you will take over as Hokage." Hiruzen let out a breath. Kanda Kleichi's performance had far exceeded his expectations, and this battle was critical. It had nearly secured the Eastern Front. He could already foresee, by the time this war ended, Tsunade and Kleichi's combined prestige would make her succession as the 4th Hokage undisputed. His only lingering concern was Tsunade's illness. If it was improving, it meant her emotional wounds were healing. Back at the camp, Kleichi-sama. Reduce patrols by half and have the teams rotate shifts. If Hidden Mist Village sends envoys for peace talks, just ignore them. We'll deal with them in a few days. Yes. After returning, Kleichi issued a series of orders. The 7 ninja swordsmen were almost entirely wiped out, but Hidden Mist Village's main forces were still intact, posing a significant threat. Unless they suddenly decided to stab Hidden Cloud's village in the back, there was no way Kleichi could lower his guard. After finishing the arrangements, he dispelled his shadow clones. Then, he headed toward Might Gyui's tent. "Kleichi-sensei." Might Guy wiped away his tears, his face full of worry. "Let me check first." Gyui was unconscious. He was used to opening the 6th gate, but the 7th gate and Daytime Tiger, this was his first time using them. Kleichi carefully examined him. After a moment, he smiled. "Guy, your father is fine. He's just exhausted." "Really?" Hearing that, Might Guy's eyes lit up with joy. "Yes. But when he wakes up, he'll need to rest for a few days. Make sure he doesn't train during that time. Your job is to take care of him." "Yes." Might Guy was overjoyed. Kleichi patted his shoulder and stepped outside. Asuma and the others looked worried but didn't dare to approach. He's fine. Everyone, get some rest. Yes. Hearing that, they all sighed in relief. Sensei, that jutsu from Dewey-san. Shizue was curious. It didn't seem like ninjutsu, but it was far beyond ordinary taijutsu. I suspected that beyond the sixth gate, each gate might bring a different transformation, possibly leading to unique taijutsu jutsus. That move must have been something Dewey-san developed himself. Kleichi glanced at them and continued, if you lack talent, then just stay focused. Even mastering a single jutsu can make you strong. Yes. Everyone was encouraged. Their teacher was right, if they focused on one thing, they could still become powerful. Of course. That was a half-truth. Focusing on one thing could make someone strong, but not necessarily to a remarkable level, certainly nowhere near the level of the 8 gates. Take Kurenai Yui as an example. She specialized in Ganjutsu. And in the end? She was just decent. In fact, Kurenai was a year older than Asuma and the others, yet she didn't become a Jonin until just before the new generation graduated. So really, inspirational speeches were nice and all, but reality was a different story. A system notification appeared. Kleichi glanced at it indifferently. Just another ordinary ninjutsu. Nothing particularly valuable. After exchanging a few words with his students, he went to see Yamanaka Inoichi. Inoichi was working overtime. The 3 captives weren't urgent matters, but Amiri Ringo, who had died, needed to be dealt with quickly. Seeing Inoichi's exhausted face, Kleichi had a sudden thought, could his chakra absorption jutsu be modified into a chakra transmission jutsu? It seemed worth trying. But it wasn't a priority for now. Chakra absorption was already difficult to master. It required precise chakra control, and without that, the absorption rate would be terrible, just like Hokkaido Yoro. Later that night, the Uchiha's second wave of reinforcements arrived. This time, Fugaku led the team personally. He had originally assumed he was walking into an intense battle, where he would play a key role in turning the tide. In fact, he had even debated how much effort the Uchiha should put in, worried that showing too much strength would make Hidden Lee Village wary. But when he arrived, the battlefield was completely calm. After a brief conversation with Yashiro Uchiha, Fugaku was left utterly dumbfounded. The 7 ninja swordsmen were already dead? The eastern front was practically secured? All that strategizing, and in the end, he had been outwitting himself. Fugaku stared blankly, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long silence, has anything else happened? The next Hokage will likely be Tsunade. I figured as much. Anything else? Fugaku wasn't surprised. With Kleichi's influence and Tsunade's return, it was clear she was being positioned as the next leader. Yashiro shook his head. Fugaku stared blankly at the night sky. So, he had rushed all the way here, only to be left with nothing but scraps. If Hidden Mist Village surrendered, would he have to head back to Moro? Chapter 103, Tactical Lessons, Ice-Style Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village. Yagura ordered all Hidden Mist Village shinobi to withdraw to the islands and remain on the defensive. Then, he returned to the village with Hazuki Mainjutsu to report on the situation. The 7 swordsmen were dead. This was a burden far too great for Yagura to bear alone. Besides, it was Hazuki Mainjutsu who had pushed for the attack. What did this have to do with him, Yagura? Upon hearing the news, the ailing 3rd Mizukage personally came forward. So, my 7 ninja swordsmen are gone? The 3rd Mizukage sat there, his aged and sickly face tinged with sorrow. He had already listened to Yagura's report. So, without waiting for an answer, he paused for a few seconds before continuing, the Hazuki clan. Did they attempt to use summoning scrolls to retrieve the swords? Mizukage-sama, we did, but it seems the enemy used some method to block it. Our summoning attempt failed. An elder of the Hazuki clan stood and responded. The swords were lost as well. The Mizukage opened his mouth slightly but, in the end, only let out a long, helpless sigh. Explain everything in detail. The surrounding elders all looked deeply concerned. The truth had already been verified. This was too significant an event to rely solely on Yagura's testimony. When Hazuki Mainjutsu returned, the first thing they did was have the Anbu investigate. And the results. Everything was true. Hazuki Mainjutsu had indeed taken the lead in the attack. Yagura had tried to stop him but failed, and in the end, he had sent Tao, a young but capable sensory ninja, to ensure the operation's success. Yet, even with all these precautions, the 7 swordsmen were still wiped out. These were 7 elite warriors that the 3rd Mizukage had painstakingly cultivated. Given his already fragile health, wouldn't this news be enough to push him over the edge? However, the Mizukage merely struggled to steady his breathing for a few moments before regaining his composure, though his expression became even more sorrowful. So Yagura began his account from the beginning. An elder interrupted. The focus should be on the 7 swordsmen. No, Elder Shohiko. Yagura said firmly. The 7 swordsmen are already dead. The loss is irreparable. The real focus should be on the unique tactics Hidden Leaf Village employed in this battle. The 3rd Mizukage coughed a few times, then nodded. Continue. With the Mizukage's approval, the other elders dared not interrupt. Yagura proceeded. His focus was not on the deaths of the 7 swordsmen but rather on Keiichi's battle strategy, because the 7 swordsmen were undeniably gone. With only 1 sword remaining, could they even still be called the 7 ninja swordsmen? At first, the elders seemed uninterested. After describing the first phase of the battle, Yagura paused and asked, "Did any of you notice something? This strategy is similar to the tactics used by our assassination squads. If they can execute it, so can the Hidden Mist Village assassination unit." Hazuki Shohiko remarked. Elder, the 7 swordsmen thought the same thing. Huh? Shohiko's face darkened. Was he mocking them? He glared at Yagura but said nothing. Instead of responding directly, Yagura moved on to the second phase, Hidden Leaf Village's methodical elimination of Hidden Mist Village's sentries stationed across the islands. The 3rd Mizukage's fingers trembled slightly. He understood. Intelligence. Yagura continued, explaining how, after analyzing Hidden Leaf Village's methods, he grew uneasy and sent out to follow the 7 swordsmen. However, after they departed, a lingering sense of dread prompted him to reconsider. Elders, Hidden Leaf Village's tactics are not just simple assassination jutsus. This is a fully developed system based on intelligence gathering, speed, and sensory ninjas, an entire framework of stealth and assassination. Yagura's voice was calm and steady. Hazuki Shohiko had already figured it out. Though old, the elders had once been formidable jonin on the battlefield. They understood the critical importance of intelligence, and Hidden Leaf Village's system was built entirely upon it. Why was Hidden Leaf Village able to ambush them so effectively, while their own ambushes were effortlessly countered and turned into death traps? Because their opponent could sense them first. Simple, brutal, and nearly impossible to counter. In terms of perception and reconnaissance, no one in the ninja world could rival the Byakugan. The room fell silent. What are you suggesting? Mizukage-sama, elders, I believe this is an excellent tactical system, one that suits Hidden Mist Village perfectly. We should study and learn from it. Huh? The conference room was silent again. Study it? That would be easier said than done. Shohiko wanted to argue, but when he glanced at the tightly bound and sealed Hazuki Mainjutsu, he hesitated. Moreover, remembering Yagura's earlier remark, he found himself unwilling to voice his opposition. The 3rd Mizukage tapped his fingers against the table, lost in thought for a long moment before saying, "This strategy is ineffective against the Byakugan. Hidden Leaf Village can use it because they have the Byakugan and the Yamanaka clan, who excel at sensory jutsus." Yes. Yagura nodded without denying it. He looked up, a slight smile appearing on his face. Naturally, we wouldn't use this strategy against Hidden Leaf Village. But we can use it against Hidden Clouds Village. You mean? Attack Hidden Clouds Village. The 3rd Mizukage was stunned. That had never even crossed his mind. You plan to negotiate with Hidden Leaf Village? The elders were sharp. They immediately picked up on Yagura's underlying message. Do we have another choice? Yagura didn't answer directly but instead posed the question to them. Negotiating with Hidden Leaf Village would mean admitting Hidden Mist Village's strategic failure in this war, essentially an alternative form of surrender. That was unbearably humiliating. But those 6 swords. As they thought about it, the elders sighed softly. The anger in their eyes toward Hazuki Mainjutsu only intensified. This was all his fault. Had they followed Yagura's plan, staying in the Land of Water and waiting for Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village to escalate their conflicts before making a move, none of this would have happened. Useless. Completely useless. For now, let's not discuss negotiations. We can delay and observe the other villages. But this strategy is indeed worth studying. You'll handle the arrangements. The 3rd Mizukage's energy was waning. After such emotional turmoil, he had already pushed himself to his limits. A weaker-willed person might have coughed up blood and died from sheer anger. Yagura didn't push the matter further. The elders would need time to argue among themselves. That the 3rd Mizukage had given such a decisive response was already surprising. In truth, Yagura's thoughts aligned with his. Delay. And wait for Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village to make their move. Guerrilla tactics training complete. Evaluation, excellent. Rewards, 1. Hydrification Jutsu, Theory, 2. Water Style, Water Shark Bomb Jutsu 3. Water Style, KK Genkai, choose 1. Where did this reward come from? Keiichi woke up that morning feeling confused. Somehow, he had earned a reward, seemingly out of nowhere. But upon examining it carefully, his expression grew serious. This reward was no ordinary one. The hydrification jutsu, the foundation of the Hazuki clan's unique abilities. Unfortunately, it was only the theoretical framework. Given his current yin seal reserves, Kleichi suspected that the system had determined he wasn't physically capable of learning it yet. As expected, the hydrification jutsu was closely tied to one's body constitution. The second option, water shark bomb jutsu, belonged to the shark bomb series. Once he learned one variation, the others wouldn't be difficult to derive. It also synergized well with his existing water-style jutsus. And as for the third choice, Kleichi took a deep breath. Ice style. Although it was just a Kekkei Genkai-based nature transformation, its performance in the anime was undeniably impressive. Even when faced with many powerful Kekkei Genkai later on, it sometimes fell short, but if used well, it could greatly expand his current arsenal. Something that water shark bomb jutsu could not offer. After careful consideration, Kleichi ultimately chose Ice style. This jutsu was unique and extremely difficult to develop. At least for now, Kleichi had no way of figuring it out on his own. In contrast, the Great Shark Bomb Jutsu might still be obtainable from Hidden Mist Village or other sources. And if worst came to worst, he could just do without it. The Great Shark Bomb Jutsus were strong, but they weren't absolutely necessary. Ice style, however, was different. As for the hydrification jutsu, not to mention that he had already captured Hazuki Chikage, learning this jutsu likely required modifications to one's physical constitution. In the anime, Kabuto had to undergo body modifications to use it. Kleichi had no interest in altering his own body. With his decision made, he quickly claimed his reward. Before long, knowledge of ice style surfaced in his mind, along with some insights into the fusion of water and wind nature transformations. Nature transformation fusion. Kleichi immediately focused on comprehending it. However, he was a little disappointed. The methods for fusing different elemental natures varied. Which meant the knowledge of ice style wouldn't help him with wood style. Kleichi didn't mind. Although this path was a dead end, wood style had an easier alternative. Besides, he understood one thing very clearly, it wasn't wood style itself that was powerful, but rather Hashirama's wood style. Kleichi experimented for a while. Soon, a small ice crystal formed at his fingertips. That was easy. Yet without an innate understanding of water-wind fusion, achieving this would have been impossible without the Kekkei Genkai. Kleichi marveled at it for a moment and was about to continue his research when he heard approaching footsteps. Dispersing the ice, he stepped out of his tent. Fugaku Uchiha. Kleichi wasn't surprised. The Uchiha's military police force had been deployed to the Eastern Front, and naturally, they were eager to make their mark. Fugaku-senpai. Kleichi-sama, I've already heard the details from Yashiro. Thank you for your generosity. Fugaku bowed deeply. If Kleichi had wanted to pursue the matter, he could have easily used yesterday's bet to make things difficult for Yashiro. But since he hadn't mentioned it at all, it was clear he had no intention of targeting the Uchiha. Kleichi shook his head and said, it was just a joke. Yashiro-senpai and the others did their best yesterday. Losing to Yagura wasn't their fault. We truly appreciate your understanding. Fugaku bowed again. Just as he was about to ask something, Kleichi turned and entered his tent, motioning for him to follow. Fugaku had no choice but to step inside. Kleichi-sama, will Hidden Mist Village continue to fight? Right now, they definitely don't want to, but they haven't explicitly stated they won't. That means we can't let our guard down, we'll maintain our standoff for now. Kleichi shared his thoughts. This was the conclusion he had reached after discussing it with Yamanaka Inoichi. However, he then added, of course, if the military police force has other ideas, feel free to bring them up. We can discuss it together. No, that won't be necessary. No one wants war. The military police force has been involved in numerous battles over the years, and our losses haven't been small. Fugaku sighed. If they could avoid war, who would want to fight? In that case, I don't have any battle plans for now, but if anything comes up, I'll be sure to inform you. Kleichi gave his response. Fugaku nodded, then stood up and bowed. Understood. I'll take my leave, then. Also, I sincerely appreciate your guidance of Shizui. He is my student, it's only natural. Kleichi smiled. Fugaku didn't say any more and exited the tent. With Tsunoda now in charge, the Uchiha still felt uneasy. A new Hokage meant a new policy. Fugaku's visit wasn't just to ask about the war, he was also here to express loyalty and test the waters. Chapter 104, The Fat Sheep Offers Its Own Wool Secret Jutsus. Kleichi was still pondering over ice style. He had acquired the ice style Kekkei Genkai, but it didn't include secret jutsus like demonic mirroring ice crystals. Of course. It wouldn't be hard to develop it himself. The real question was whether it was necessary. After some thought, not necessary. Demonic mirroring ice crystals was strong, but too simplistic. He could already achieve high-speed movement through other means. Rather than wasting time on that, it would be better to think about how to integrate ice style into his existing system. For example, combining motion-based Genjutsu with reflective ice mirrors. Kleichi started contemplating. However, before he could think too deeply, something came up. Yamanaka Inoichi had arrived. Kleichi-sama, this is everything we've extracted from Biwajazo's mind. There's nothing more we can get. Inoichi sighed. There were too few skilled personnel here, and if they had sent the body back to the village without him, they wouldn't have been able to extract much. Kleichi took the report. The Yamanaka clan could extract intelligence from the minds of the dead, but death still caused significant data degradation. The information was fragmented. Scanning through it quickly, 3 key points stood out. Silent killing jutsu, hidden mist jutsu, and intelligence on the third Mizukage. The Mizukage is gravely ill and won't survive another year. Kleichi's gaze sharpened. He had already heard about the third Mizukage's condition from Hazuki Chikage, but Biwajazo's intel provided more details. According to the latest intel I extracted from Amiri Ringo, Hazuki Chizuru intends to compete for the Mizukage's seat. Him? Kleichi wasn't looking down on Hazuki Chizuru. But based on what he had gathered, this guy had been obsessed with launching attacks on Nagano Mountain, trying to mimic his own ambush tactics without analyzing the situation. It was sheer recklessness. Isabu. Kleichi pondered for a moment, then asked, Inoichi-senpai, do you think Yagura might have already returned to Hidden Mist Village? Returned? Inoichi was momentarily surprised. It's possible. If the Hazuki clan is aiming for power, this would be his best chance to push back. What's the situation in the north? Hidden Clouds Village has stationed troops in the Land of Fields, and for now, they're engaging in skirmishes. The daimyo of the Land of Fields has sent formal requests for aid. The daimyo of the Land of Fields? Hidden Leaf Village currently didn't have much spare capacity to deal with Hidden Clouds Village. Moreover, Hidden Clouds Village wasn't acting alone, they had an alliance with Hidden Stones Village. This wasn't just a northern problem. The western front was also under immense pressure. Besides, the daimyo's sincerity in seeking aid was questionable. Kleichi didn't concern himself with that. His focus was making sure he had no reinforcements to spare for his own front lines. As for Hidden Mist Village, I believe we can afford to delay. They're bound to seek a ceasefire soon. Inoichi speculated. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Hidden Sand Village had fallen to the bottom in terms of power, but Hidden Mist Village wasn't far ahead of them. The 7 ninja swordsmen were considered one of their strongest assets, yet just 3 Hidden Leaf Village shinobi had taken them down effortlessly. That battle record was terrifying. Enough to make Hidden Mist Village think twice. If they had any sense, they wouldn't dare push this war further. Kleichi considered this carefully before shaking his head. No, we can't let this drag on. Right now, Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village haven't begun their full-scale offensive. Once they do, Hidden Mist Village's stance could change drastically. We need to secure their complete surrender now. You mean? We won't wait for them to negotiate. We'll force them to surrender. Kleichi's voice was resolute. The Land of Water was no pushover. Besides Hidden Mist Village's current forces, they still had the Kaguya clan and the Yuki clan. A full-scale war wouldn't be easy to win. But, if they waited until the other villages launched their attacks, any negotiations with Hidden Mist Village would become a completely different game. Do not seek fame like the overlord Yamanaka Inoichi pondered for a long time before finally nodding. He had to admit, Kleichi's reasoning was sound. Hidden Mist Village was simply biding its time. Negotiating now versus negotiating later would result in entirely different terms. Hidden Leaf Village couldn't afford hesitation. For someone as young as Kleichi to think this far ahead was impressive. Thinking deeper, this kid seemed to have something insightful to say in every field. It was almost unbelievable. Inoichi admired him, but at the same time, he started wondering, since Kleichi was so firm in his stance, why hadn't he taken action yet? Was he waiting for the police force? No. A memory flashed through his mind, the sight of Might Dewey opening the 7th gate and unleashing a single punch in the form of a roaring tiger. He's waiting for Dewey. And he was right. Dewey's stamina had actually recovered by today, but his body still needed more time to heal properly. Rushing into battle too soon could leave lasting damage. Kleichi wasn't willing to gamble with his future. So, what harm was there in giving Hidden Mist Village a few more days? Northwest, Hidden Rain Village inside Hanzo's stronghold, an orange-haired man in a cloak stepped inside. Yahiko, what's the situation? Hanzo-sama, Hidden Stones Village wants us to stay out of their war with Hidden Leaf Village. In return, they promise not to interfere with us." Yahiko spoke with respect. Hanzo fell silent. He was weighing the pros and cons. Remaining neutral would ensure that Hidden Rain Village stayed uninvolved in the war. However, what about the future? Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village were both formidable. He sighed, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness once again. After a long silence, he turned to Yahiko and asked, "And what do you think?" "Hanzo-sama, I believe we should agree." Yahiko replied. Hanzo looked at him, his gaze sharp. "Have you considered Hidden Leaf Village? Denzo is not someone to be trifled with." "I have." Yahiko nodded, but he remained firm. "By staying out of the war, we gain 3 advantages. First, Hidden Rain Village gets time to recover. Second, as neighboring countries descend into chaos, our stability will attract a wave of refugees, increasing our population." Hanzo looked at Yahiko curiously as he pulled out a map. It displayed the current power distribution of the shinobi world. Third, without experiencing the suffering of war, the smaller villages will never support our vision of unification. Only by letting them endure war, by letting them feel pain, will they finally come together. Yahiko's voice was resolute. Kleichi's words flashed through his mind. Over the past few weeks, he had been contemplating how to change their current situation. This war had helped him truly grasp the meaning behind those words, filling him with hope. Hanzo fell silent. He was well aware of Yahiko's ideals. In fact, when the kid had first sought him out, he had claimed to admire Hanzo's philosophy and wanted to help achieve his dream. At the time, Hanzo thought it was just an excuse to gain favor. Hidden Rain Village didn't produce many geniuses. So, he had let Yahiko and his group stay, granting them official shinobi status. But now, it turned out Yahiko genuinely wanted to help him achieve peace. Peace. Even I had almost forgotten about it. Yet someone still remembers. Hanzo sighed. That dream felt too distant. However, he couldn't deny that Yahiko's logic made sense. Without experiencing the horrors of war, smaller villages wouldn't seek unity. They would continue believing war had nothing to do with them. At worst, they could just side with a stronger village. That kind of thinking was laughable. After a long silence, Hanzo finally spoke. "And if Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village decide to unite against us first? Then we side with Hidden Sand Village." Yahiko answered without hesitation. Hidden Sand Village is the weakest of the 5 great nations. Right now, they're barely any different from us. If we join them, we'll hold significant influence, and they need our strength just as much as we need theirs. Go ahead. Hanzo didn't say much more. Yahiko was overjoyed, quickly bowing and running out of the office. After a long pause, Hanzo got up and walked to another location. Someone was waiting for him. "Hanzo-sama, have you made your decision? We can't afford to offend either you or Hidden Stones Village. So, in this war, Hidden Rain Village will remain neutral. However, we are willing to trade ninja tools and explosive tags with you." Hanzo stated his decision. Denzo raised an eyebrow, then smirked coldly. "Still clinging to your old ideals? I'm simply tired of war and don't want to be involved anymore. As for my old ideals. Hey, who hasn't been young and naive before? Denzo, you should leave. If you're interested in trade, have your people negotiate with my subordinates." Hanzo waved him off and disappeared into the shadows. Yes. Even he thought Yahiko was still young and naive. But hadn't he once been the same? There was a time when he, too, had wanted to challenge the 3 great shinobi villages on his own. Denzo narrowed his eyes but didn't linger. The outcome was somewhat unexpected. Still, Hidden Rain Village's neutrality was better than them siding with Hidden Stones Village. Meanwhile, Kleichi receives another reward. It wasn't much. Just an ordinary water-style jutsu. The reason given, practical training session. Kleichi thought about it for a while and still couldn't figure out where the reward had come from. Looks like my students have grown up, they're even repaying their teacher now. How touching. He sighed in amusement. It was a small token, but it was the thought that counted. Still, at this point, his arsenal of jutsu was extensive. A basic water-style jutsu didn't mean much. Better to spend time refining the hidden mist jutsu. Of course, not just for himself. This jutsu was incredibly practical. His plan was for the entire village to learn it. The more shinobi who mastered it, the better. Not just the hidden mist jutsu, silent killing as well. The former wasn't too difficult to teach, but the latter was tricky to master. If it were easy, Zabuza Momoki wouldn't have been so famous for it. For the past few days, Kleichi had been compiling training materials. Finally, Inoichi-senpai, could you gather all shinobi who have mastered water-style nature transformation? We'll train them in the hidden mist jutsu and these jutsus. Understood. Inoichi himself knew water-style nature transformation. In fact, he had been practicing the jutsu these past few days and had made decent progress. But when he glanced at the scroll Koichi handed him, whoa! The notes were incredibly detailed, outlining multiple advanced jutsus for using the hidden mist jutsu, more comprehensive than anything they had extracted from the 7 ninja swordsmen. Then Koichi handed over another scroll. This one was on silent killing. It's not complete yet, but at least they should understand how it works. They don't need to master it, just knowing how to counter it is enough. Understood. Inoichi took the scroll and left. As for the reward Koichi could have earned from personally teaching them, he couldn't be bothered. Jonin were too smart. Besides, the hidden mist jutsu was only a C-rank jutsu. As long as someone knew water-style nature transformation, it wasn't difficult to learn. Even if he participated directly, the reward wouldn't be much higher than just writing the materials. Better to spend his time on more important things. Chapter 105, The True Mastery of Water Style lies in Hidden Lee Village Ice Style. It's pretty good against ordinary opponents, but against those people? Completely useless. Koichi sighed. Ice Style was powerful, no doubt. But in the end, it was still just a standard bloodline limit, not something as reality-defying as the Kaguya clan's KK Genkai, nor as overwhelmingly destructive as Particle Style. At best, it was better than nothing. Koichi toyed with an ice blade in his hand. With a mere thought, 3 or 4 more ice blades materialized in the air. These were just the basics. To be honest, their practical use was limited. For Koichi, the most useful application of ice style was forming a layer of ice armor over his body. That way, he wouldn't have to worry too much when facing lightning style users. Stepping outside, he saw a crowd of shinobi gathered around the camp. They were all studying the scrolls. Hidden Mist Jutsu, Silent Killing Jutsu, these were fundamental to Hidden Mist Village's combat style. Who wouldn't want to master them as an extra safeguard? Unfortunately, Shizui and his teammates had no affinity for water style. They could only sigh in frustration and instead focus on analyzing the silent killing jutsu. Shizui, being small and nimble, squeezed into the crowd and quickly skimmed through it. By the time Koichi walked over, Shizui was already reciting it to the others. Might Guy was among them. However, after listening for a while, he scratched his head in confusion. Hey, Guy, do you understand it? Ebisu whispered. Nope. I don't think this silent killing jutsu is practical. We don't even know the hidden mist jutsu. Guy had no concept of keeping his voice down. Genma Shiranui covered his face in exasperation. These 2 idiots. And they're my teammates. They're not asking you to learn it. Kurenai said, stepping in. Sensei wrote down not just how to use it, but also how to counter it, so we don't get killed if we face someone skilled in this jutsu. The only Kunoichi in the group spoke, and naturally, no one objected. They all nodded in agreement. Just then, Kurenai noticed Koichi approaching. She quickly stood up, dusted off her clothes, and grinned. Sensei, did I get that right? Exactly. Koichi chuckled. There weren't many shinobi on the Eastern Front, but those who were here were quite capable. Among them, only these 6 were still geinin. That said, he planned to take them along on his next trip to Hidden Mist Village. So, train well. This mission has been relatively easy, and you haven't truly experienced the brutality of war. I'll make sure you do next time. Yes. Shizui felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Even the 7 ninja swordsmen could die on the battlefield. What chance did they have? On the battlefield, neither clan name nor genius status mattered. Only strength did. The others quickly realized what he meant. Koichi was taking them to the front lines. You're not joking, are you? I never joke. Work hard. Koichi patted Ebisu on the shoulder. Ebisu's face fell. However, for now, Koichi wasn't making any moves. Might Dewey hadn't fully recovered yet. Dewey was a deterrent. If the Hidden Mist Village nin who fled had reported the situation accurately, Hidden Mist Village would understand the kind of power he possessed. At the same time, these days were also an opportunity for Hidden Mist Village. If Koichi attacked before Yagura returned, things would escalate into an all-out war. And he had no intention of wiping out the Hidden Mist Village forces just yet. He was counting on Yagura to lead them against the Raikage. If he killed them all now, they'd just defect to Hidden Cloud's village instead. Meanwhile, the intelligence from the Noichi continued to pour in. Today's revelation was particularly surprising. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen was an 8th individual named Ao. It was highly unlikely that this was just a coincidence. The probability was too low. Moreover, based on the extracted memories, his appearance matched that of the Ao who would later acquire the Byakugan. Unfortunately, this time, he didn't get a Byakugan. He got Koichi's blade instead. The worst part? Even after killing him, Kleichi hadn't even remembered who he was. Likewise, between the corpses of a 7 swordsman and an ordinary ninja, Amiri Ringo's body was clearly more valuable. So, even Inoichi hadn't bothered with Ao's body. What a pitiful end. Of course, Kleichi only felt a fleeting sense of regret, more crocodile tears than anything. Ao's death was more of a relief than a loss. The man had been a mediocre talent. He got a Byakugan but never even mastered Gentle Fist or the Hyuga's Chakra point strikes. In contrast, Shira figured out pressure point attacks without a Byakugan. The difference was night and day. A deadweight like Ao? The world was better off without him. In the following days, Hidden Leaf Village's forces focused on mastering Hidden Mist Village's jutsus. While Kleichi worked on Might Dewey's recovery, he also healed the 3 swordsmen. They were still useful. Once negotiations with Hidden Mist Village began, they could be used as bargaining chips. After all, the 3rd Mizukage had put great effort into training them. 3 or 4 days passed. Might Dewey had made a full recovery. At the signal flare, all shinobi gathered. 2 pre-prepared ships were docked at the shore, ready to set sail. Kleichi, shouldn't we take more people? Inoichi was concerned. Kleichi was bringing only 2/3 of their forces, yet he was heading into a potential confrontation with nearly half of Hidden Mist Village's forces. No need. This is enough. If they really want to fight, well, they still have to get through me. This wasn't arrogance. Between him and Might Dewey, wiping out Hidden Mist Village's forces was unrealistic, but holding them off long enough for everyone to retreat? That was easy. They could even get out unscathed. No need to worry. Inoichi couldn't convince him otherwise and could only watch as they boarded the ships. The vessels set sail. With an entire crew of shinobi, sabotage wasn't a major concern. Worst-case scenario, they'd abandon ship and use chakra to walk on water, though it would be more tiring. A few kilometers in, Kleichi noticed an unexpected problem. He had planned for everything, except for one thing. Might Dewey and Might Guy both got seasick. Unbelievable. Ugh, the 2 of them vomited violently. The sound of retching was contagious, making the atmosphere even worse. Kleichi rubbed his temples. These 2. Dewey-senpai, Guy, how about you 2 just run there on foot? You can walk on water, right? Oh, of course. Yeah. The blue beast of Hidden Leaf Village has risen once more. Might Guy jumped overboard without hesitation. Splash. He landed in the sea, immediately dashing across the water's surface like a madman. Kleichi watched, speechless. They're really running the whole way? Don't worry. They can go a lot farther than you think. Kleichi wasn't the least bit concerned. After all, he hadn't planned on arriving in one day. They still had to stop by the previous outpost for rest. A few hours later, they reached Hidden Mist Village's former outpost. The place had been abandoned. Most traces had been wiped clean, leaving little useful information behind. They moved at a steady pace. A day later. Kleichi-sama, I've spotted Hidden Mist Village Nen, about 4 squads, positioned on an island 4 kilometers northeast. We're getting close. Perfect. Let's go. Kleichi shot forward, with Asuma, Shishui, and the others close behind. Apart from Kleichi and Hayate's squad, Hyuga stayed with them, while the rest of their forces remained on the ships, continuing their approach. Soon, the Hidden Mist Village Nen noticed them. Sir. Hidden Leaf Village shinobi are here again. Stay calm. Shimokawa Kazuhiro raised a signal flare and fired twice. Fight? If we retreat any further, they'll be right at our main base. Shimokawa Kazuhiro said. Hidden Leaf Village was already pushing them to the brink. How could they back down now? Rear lines. Upon seeing the signal flare, Yagura shouted a command and immediately led 3 or 4 squads forward. He had anticipated this. With 4 or 5 men unaccounted for, it was highly likely that their outpost's intelligence had been compromised. That was why, a few days ago, he had temporarily transferred some members of the Yuki and Kaguya clans here. When the expected attack didn't come, he sent them back. After all, the Kaguya and Yuki clans were notoriously difficult to deal with. They didn't follow orders well, and keeping them at the outpost was more of a liability than an asset. However, a few days later, Kleichi arrived. He had let his guard down. Yagura cursed himself internally and quickened his pace. Before long, he saw a thick mist rising over a distant island. Yagura-sama, this doesn't seem to be our hidden mist jutsu. A sensory ninja urgently reported. The chakra signature was different. Yagura's expression darkened. Of course, he knew. If he wasn't mistaken, this was Kanda Kleichi's chakra. That damn Kanda Kleichi. Infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. It had only been a few days. Not only had the enemy acquired the hidden mist jutsu, But he had also mastered it to such an extent that even their own mist jutsu was being overwhelmed. This brought back unpleasant memories. According to the village elders, long ago, the most renowned water-style user in the ninja world wasn't from Hidden Mist Village, but rather the second Hokage, Senjudobi Rama. Now, Yagura could finally understand that feeling. Damn it. On the island, Kleichi's mist engulfed the enemies. Around the island, dozens of paper bombs hovered in midair, sealing off the 4 squads of Jonin within. Move in. Yes. Asuma and the others hesitated, but at the command, they charged forward without question. The thick fog was the perfect cover. At the same time, as outsiders unfamiliar with the mist, Asuma's team couldn't claim much of an advantage. However, within this chakra-infused haze, Kleichi was in his element. A voice suddenly echoed. Throat, spine. 8 vital points. Which one would you like me to strike next? What? Shimokawa Kazuhiro was momentarily confused, then his anger flared. That Hidden Leaf Village bastard. Did he really think that just because he had stolen their hidden mist jutsu, he could replicate their silent killing jutsu? Too arrogant, the thought barely crossed his mind when an icy chill swept from behind. The next moment, a sharp pain in his neck. He looked down. Blood spurted into the air. And it wasn't just him. Another Jonin had also been struck, but unlike him, that one was impaled clean through. His feet had been frozen in place, completely immobilized, before Kleichi's water-forged blade had pierced his heart. 2 other Jonin immediately launched great breakthrough wind-style jutsus. However, the gusts momentarily parted the mist, but within a second, it closed in again. In that brief instant, they hadn't even caught a glimpse of their attacker. This was the true silent killing jutsu. No sound. No shadow. The only thing they could see was their comrades dying. Damn it. Retreat. Fall back. Panic gripped the remaining shinobi. For the first time, they truly understood just how terrifying the hidden mist jutsu and silent killing jutsu were, and the worst part? The one wielding them wasn't even from Hidden Mist Village. He was from Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 106, Solving Problems. Start with the people as they moved. Every Hidden Mist Village ninja formed hand seals. Some used water wall jutsu, while others unleashed great waterfall jutsu to cleanse the battlefield. But without exception, none of it stopped the enemy. Water wall? A single slash, a blade infused with razor-sharp wind-style chakra cleaved through the water barrier with ease. The next moment, another strike, swift as a ghost, came slicing through the air. Clang. A Hidden Mist Village Jonin managed to block it, but he barely caught a glimpse of what he had deflected. It didn't seem like a real sword, rather, something akin to an ice spike, an ice blade. However, he had no time to think. He had barely parried the first strike when the second came instantly after. This time, it struck his shoulder. Help me. My hand. Too fast. There wasn't even time to form seals. And the worst part. He suddenly realized his arm was no longer obeying him. Not just the injured left arm, his entire upper body felt out of sync. His torso twisted unnaturally, his movements thrown into disarray. Even his neck, stiff, sluggish, almost locked in place. What kind of jutsu is this? Panic surged through him, and he desperately called out for help. But his teammates could do little. They had no idea where the enemy was. The dense, chakra-infused white mist robbed them of both sight and perception. They kept flickering around with body flicker jutsu, and this island wasn't large to begin with. Yet now, it felt like a labyrinth with no way out. Regret hit them all at once. If we had known it would be like this, why did we try to show off? We should have just retreated. Seeing their Jonin teammate in such dire straits, the others hesitated no longer. One word, run. They weren't the type to abandon a comrade unless absolutely necessary. But right now, the gap in strength was simply too vast. And this was just Kleichi alone. Meanwhile, Shiraka Mohayama and Might Nue were stationed outside, ready to intercept anyone who tried to flee, or any reinforcements that might arrive. Kleichi didn't finish off the Jonin afflicted by mind-body disturbance jutsu. Instead, he simply launched him straight toward Asuma's group with a single punch. This strike carried another dose of mind-body disturbance's effects. At this point, that Jonin was as good as finished. If Asuma and the others couldn't even take down someone in his condition, then Shizui and the rest had no business being on a battlefield. In the next instant, Kleichi activated body flicker and opened the first gate. His figure vanished, no chakra enhancement. Just pure, unadulterated speed. 1 slash, 2 slashes. SHKK. The last Jonin's throat erupted in a spray of crimson, while another elite Chunin was cut down by Kleichi's raging sword. As if they could outrun him. Screams rang out. The mist finally began to clear. The remaining Hidden Mist Village ninjas turned pale with horror, 3 of their 4 Jonin lay dead. Earthen walls had risen around them, sealing them in completely. Above, dozens of explosive tags floated ominously in the air. Not far away, the Jonin they had abandoned was now being swarmed by 6 children. At the same time, they sensed 2 approaching Hidden Leaf Village ninjas up ahead. Judging from their chakra, they were at least Jonin level. Humiliation. This was pure humiliation. Rage boiled within them. Hidden Leaf Village's intentions were clear. They were using them as training dummies to hone their game in real combat. The 11 surviving Chunin exchanged glances. No words were needed. Fight. These 6 were just Gainin, hardly a real threat. If nothing else, they could buy time until Yagura arrived. Why not? Without hesitation, they turned and charged straight toward Might Guy and his team. Meanwhile, Tletchi perched atop the stone wall. Are you sure about this? Should we just kill a few more? Shirakamu Hayama joined him. 11 Chunin plus 1 crippled Jonin, 12 in total. Not exactly a small number. That Jonin is already worthless. Their real threat is the 11 Chunin. I don't expect the kids to win, just to last long enough. Besides, Tletchi had left a slug clone on each of them. As long as they're not dead, they can be saved. The moment those words left his mouth, Shishui's blade sliced cleanly across the Jonin's throat. Tletchi turned his gaze toward the sea. Yagura was almost here. Which meant they didn't have much time left. Facing 11 Chunin with just 6 of them, Asuma's palms were slick with sweat. He gripped a kunai in each hand, wind-style chakra flickering and surging along the blades. Vacuum blade. He exchanged a glance with Might Guy. Go. Guy immediately activated the first gate and charged in. The enemies were all Chunin. Holding back would be a mistake. Asuma followed right behind. Might Guy's speed was blinding. In the blink of an eye, he was already upon the lead Chunin, Shadow of the Dancing Leaf. One kick, the enemy was sent flying. The next moment, Shishui flickered into position, forming hand seals midair. Great fireball jutsu engulfed the airborne target. From behind, Genma Shiranui and Debusu flung shuriken. But their target wasn't the burning enemy in the air, it was the group surrounding Guy. Asuma pressed forward, his kunai striking to relieve the pressure on Guy. Kurenai had already begun forming seals, weaving genjutsu into the battlefield. The 6 of them moved in sync, instinctively coordinating their attacks. See? Their teamwork's not bad. Tletchi chuckled. Their patrols and training together had paid off. At least, in this first clash, they hadn't fumbled. The surprise attack had successfully taken down one enemy. Shirakamu Hayama hesitated for a moment before nodding. So far, they weren't at a disadvantage. But, the enemy was composed of Chunin. The difference in skill would soon become apparent. Hidden Mist Village ninja were infamous for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Against 6 kids, their confidence soared. Yes, one of their comrades had been killed in the ambush, but so what? They might not stand a chance against Kandakleichi, but these brats? The 10 remaining Chunin quickly adjusted and synchronized their attacks. The mist thickened. Don't be afraid, Kurenai shouted. Her genjutsu had landed. The enemy's jutsu halted. Shishui immediately understood. He flickered behind the enemy casting hidden mist jutsu, preparing to strike, but his opponent's comrades reacted instantly. Damn. He resisted the urge to activate his Sharingan. In mere moments, the enemy had broken free from the illusion and turned to counterattack. Shishui had no choice but to use bubble genjutsu to slow them down. The next second, one enemy flickered to his side. If Shishui hadn't already planned to retreat, he might have been taken down then and there. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. Watching his teacher cut through enemies like nothing had made him underestimate the mist ninja. But in a real fight, he realized, even Chunin weren't foes they could take lightly. Because they were still far from their full potential. After their initial kill, their momentum faltered. And, with the strain of opening the first gate catching up to Guy, they had to pull back and tighten their defenses. 5 of them barely held on, while Genma and Ebisu were clearly in danger. Kurenai made her decision. She formed hand seals and activated chakra-enhanced strength. Then, boom. One punch, 3 enemies were immediately forced back. One of them, who was closest to her, had his arm dislocated by the sheer force of the impact and the violent chakra flow. However, Kurenai didn't emerge unscathed. Her right hand's tendons had been strained, rendering it temporarily useless. Fortunately, she had already prepared mystical palm jutsu in her left hand and could heal herself. But, that single punch had created an opportunity for Guy. He immediately activated the rest gate. His stamina recovered. Then, Gate of Life, open. In a blur, he charged toward the 3 injured enemies, not aiming to defeat them outright but to herd them into one spot. He wasn't sure why, but an idea had struck him, so he went with it. Kurenai's eyes lit up. She continued healing her right hand while moving toward them. The Hidden Mist Village ninja weren't fools. That punch just now, clearly a jutsu from Hidden Leaf Village's Princess Tsunade. Whoever tried to block her next would be an idiot. They acted decisively. Water wall. Water prison jutsu. Even the one with a dislocated arm gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Right now, survival was all that mattered. But, a moment later, they saw figures leaping onto the earth walls. 1, 2, 10, in a few seconds, 20, 30. A horde of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas stood atop the high walls, watching them with expressions of amusement. The Hidden Mist Village ninja were dumbfounded. At nearly the same time, Yagura and the remaining Hidden Mist Village forces arrived on the island. But they weren't facing just anyone. Standing before them were Koichi, Might Dewey, and Shirakamu Hayama. The others might not recognize them, but Yagura did. These were the three ninjas described by Hazuki main jutsu, weak chakra signatures, yet monstrous physical prowess when using their secret jutsus. Kanda Koichi, the terrifying sword master. And even Shirakamu Hayama, the least notable among them, was still a skilled Jonin, able to hold his own against two of the 7 ninja swordsmen. With strength like this, he'd have to be insane to make the first move. Yagura took a deep breath and stepped forward. Koichi-san, the Hidden Mist Village has decided to withdraw. Why does Hidden Leaf Village keep pressing us? Withdraw? Hey. You think I'd believe that? Koichi squatted lazily atop the wall. Yagura let out a bitter chuckle. 6 of the 7 swordsmen have already fallen. What else can we do but retreat? No, what I mean is, Koichi's eyes gleamed with mockery. Do you get to fight when you want to, and stop when you feel like it? Are you planning to sit back while Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village attack from the north and then come back to bargain with us? He sneered. As if anyone didn't know Hidden Mist Village's playbook. Nice try, kid. You look decent, but you think too highly of yourself. Did you really think the Land of Fire was yours to mess with? How could that be? I also want peace as soon as possible, but the village's elder council won't agree. Yagura took a deep breath. This Kanda Koichi was a pain to deal with. And Hidden Leaf Village, what was even going on? Had the third Hokage stepped down? Shouldn't he be doing something by now? Typically, the third would choose a more conservative approach, compromise, stabilize the northern and western fronts. But this was outright reckless aggression. If that's the case, then hurry up and handle it. If the elders are the problem, can't you just deal with them? Koichi grinned. Hurry up, and maybe you'll have 4 swordsmen left. Take too long. Well, you might have to start from scratch. What do you mean? Who's still alive? Yagura's heart sank. Then, he remembered Koichi's use of Hidden Mist Jutsu. His face darkened. No way. He had no doubts about his men's loyalty, but the Yamanaka clan's abilities were infamous. If 3 of them had been captured. Amiri, Jinpachi, and Kuraiere. Figure it out yourself. Koichi smirked. These 10? I won't kill them. Consider it a gift. Chapter 107, Fugaku, don't put words in my mouth. The earthen wall crumbled. The battlefield on the island was laid bare before Yagura. 4 Jonin, dead. 10 Chunin still alive, but their opponents were 6 kids. Yagura fell silent. Even Hidden Leaf Village's children were this strong now? Well then. I hope your village will show some sincerity next time. I'd rather not have to pay another personal visit. As Koichi spoke, he drew his sword and slashed. A faint blue-in-style chakra condensed into an invisible blade of sword energy, sending up a cloud of dust. A deafening roar echoed across the island. When the dust settled, the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi were already gone. All that remained were the shinobi of Hidden Mist Village. 3 steps in front of Yagura, a narrow fissure stretched more than 10 meters across the ground, cutting nearly 2 meters deep. Yagura stared at the ground, momentarily at a loss for words. So fast. Such powerful swordsmanship. Nakayoshi, can you absorb that sword jutsu just now? Yagura asked gravely. I can. Nakayoshi nodded but hesitated before shaking his head. But he's too fast. I might not be able to keep up. That's right. Such speed. Yagura didn't say anything further. He wasn't particularly close with Nakayoshi, but as a trusted aide of the 3rd Mizukage, Nakayoshi's abilities were well known among most Jonin. Even he had doubts. And then there was Might Dewey, whose terrifying burst jutsu couldn't be absorbed by Samada. They truly had no way to contend with Hidden Leaf Village. Yagura-sama, Hidden Leaf Village can't have too many forces stationed on the eastern front. If we go all out against them, we may not suffer too terrible a loss. Nakayoshi closed his eyes and focused, sensing the area. But the cost would be high. You saw it yourself, Hidden Leaf Village's police force was here. The Uchiha. Their fire-style jutsus might be countered, But the Uchiha weren't limited to fire. They also excelled in lightning style and Ganjutsu. Yagura stepped over the narrow sword mark and walked toward the remaining 10 Chunin. They were visibly shaken. Before leaving, Kleichi had casually drawn his sword across their forehead protectors, leaving a deep mark on each one, a silent declaration that he could have easily killed them. Too terrifying. Too terrifying. The 10 muttered to themselves in a daze. Yagura frowned. He crouched down and tried talking to them, but their spirits were clearly broken. Ironically, the most composed among them were the 3 who had been forced by Might Guy to use the water prison jutsu in self-defense. What exactly happened? How did Shimokawa and Hiro die? I don't know. A dense white mist, no sound, no sense of direction. We couldn't even find him. He was just toying with us. One of the Chunin spoke excitedly. Another muttered under his breath, the throat, spine. 8 vital points. Which one should I strike next? Ugh. Yagura took a deep breath. It was hard to imagine what these 10 had gone through, but judging by their state, there was no doubt they had suffered extreme psychological trauma, and the greatest blow was likely the sword marks on their forehead protectors. After standing still for a long time, Yagura finally sighed. Take them back. Have the medical nin treat them. Yes. The injured were carried away. Yagura remained silent. He had just examined the corpses of the 6 dead Jonin and found that their fatal wounds aligned exactly with the vital points described earlier. Replaying the scene in his mind, he could easily understand how those 10 Chunin must have felt. Humiliation. Torture. The signature jutsus of Hidden Mist Village, the skills they prided themselves on, when used by their enemy, they became even stronger and more terrifying. And they had no way to fight back. Not entirely, at least. If it had been a Kaguya using Shikatsu Myaku, they might not have feared Kanda Kleichi as much, since the bone structure of their clan had strong defensive and counter-offensive properties. However, there was no telling what other abilities Kleichi had up his sleeve. The unknown was always the most terrifying. While Yagura was deep in thought, a messenger bird from the Hidden Mist Village Anbu descended from the sky. He hesitated briefly before whistling to call the bird over. Tied to its leg was a scroll. It read, Orochimaru has left Hidden Leaf Village, heading east. Purpose unknown. The report was dated 1 day prior. Orochimaru? Yagura's breathing hitched slightly. Kanda Kleichi and Might Dewey were already a headache. Now Orochimaru was on the move? Was Hidden Leaf Village truly making its move? For a brief moment, he lost his composure. As he calmed down, Kleichi's words echoed in his mind. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, 3 have fallen. And if a problem can't be solved, then solve the one who raised it. If all else failed, that might be the only option left. Nakayoshi, I need to return. Keep everyone gathered on the island, no spreading out. If you sense Hidden Leaf Village approaching, take everyone and retreat to the Land of Water. Understood. Nakayoshi hesitated momentarily but ultimately nodded. In times of crisis, a decisive course of action was necessary. Whether the result was peace or full-scale war, it was better than hesitation. Over the sea, Hidden Leaf Village's ships drifted on their return journey. Might Dewey and Might Guy were throwing up uncontrollably, their once imposing presence completely gone. Especially Guy, having opened the 3rd gate had already left him physically weakened, and now he was seasick on top of that. Kleichi-sama, will they be alright? It's just seasickness. What could possibly happen? Kleichi shook his head. Back when he watched the anime, he never believed that someone as athletic as Guy could get seasick. Now, seeing it firsthand, he realized it was practically in their genes. Father and son weren't just alike, they were identical. Kleichi's medical skills were widely regarded as second only to Tsunada's, so when they unheard this, he finally sighed in relief. On another ship, Fugaku Uchiha stared at the sea, clearly in a sour mood. Clan leader. Yashiro, sit. Fugaku smiled faintly. Yashiro nodded and sat down, glancing at the other ship. This vessel carried only the police force, keeping a noticeable distance from the others. Lowering his voice, Yashiro asked, Clan leader, do you really think we should be going along with them? Fugaku's expression flickered briefly but soon returned to normal. He glanced at Yashiro and asked, do we have another option? But, Yashiro's face tensed, but memories of Kleichi's method surfaced in his mind. Hidden Mist Jutsu. Speed beyond reason. Swordsmanship, water style. Bluntly speaking, Kanda Kleichi was just like him, the only thing missing was a sign on his face saying anti-Uchiha. Yashiro couldn't think of a way to counter Kleichi. Fugaku furrowed his brows and sighed. I understand everyone's concerns, but the situation is beyond our control. Besides, this past year, the village's stance has changed. That's true, but only in 2 cases. Yashiro knew exactly what he meant. Shizui and Obito. One under Koichi's tutelage. The other under Minato's. And now, Koichi represented Tsunada's faction, while Minato stood for Jiraiya's. This was the Hokage faction extending goodwill. But it still wasn't enough. And Yashiro wasn't the only one who thought so. Fugaku cast him a glance. 2 is already something. Wait. Once she takes the seat, we'll talk. The village's direction was clear. Orochimaru had been steadily pushed from power, while Tsunada's return had drawn numerous shinobi to her side. Just as Shizui's intel suggested, Tsunada was about to become Hokage. A new Hokage meant new policies. And judging by the Eastern Front, neither Koichi nor Tsunada seemed to share the same path as Hiruzen and Denzo. Perhaps. Time to have a good talk with Shizui. Fugaku replayed Yatsushiro's words in his mind. I think? Since when did I think the Uchiha should be on the same path as Hidden Leaf Village? Nagano Mountain. After Koichi left, Yamanaka Inoichi didn't dare relax for even a moment. With so few people stationed at Nagano Mountain, he was worried that an enemy might take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. However, after waiting for a while, no enemies showed up. Instead, someone arrived whom he hadn't expected. Orochimaru-sama. Sit, Inoichi. We're old friends, no need to be so formal. Orochimaru chuckled lightly and sat down on his own, as if he were the true master of this place. The presence of one of the legendary Sannin instantly shifted the atmosphere, turning him from a guest into the dominant force in the conversation. Orochimaru-sama, Koichi-sama isn't here. If you're looking for him, you may have to wait a bit. I know. He went to deal with Hidden Mist Village, didn't he? Orochimaru said nonchalantly. One of their messenger birds left for Yagura just under a day ago. By now, the message should already be in his hands. Inoichi's eyes widened in surprise. Messenger birds? He paused for a moment before realizing the implication. There must still be Hidden Mist Village operatives within the Land of Fire. Given the sheer size of the country, it was simply impossible to eliminate every enemy spy. Inoichi quickly understood Orochimaru's intent. You came here specifically for this? That brat wants to force Hidden Mist Village into surrendering. The old man and the others might think it's too aggressive, but I actually think it's a great idea. Orochimaru licked his lips as he spoke. If we can force a surrender, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Inoichi nodded in agreement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have supported Koichi's mission to intimidate Hidden Mist Village in the first place. Hidden Mist Village was strong, but only to an extent. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Hidden Sand Village was widely considered the weakest. Hidden Mist Village, at best, was only slightly above them, and in certain periods, the two were nearly equal in strength. Now, with 6 of the 7 swordsmen dead and their legendary blades lost, Hidden Mist Village simply couldn't afford further losses. Just as Inoichi was about to speak again, he sensed multiple chakra signatures entering his detection range. The main force was returning. At the same time, Koichi also sensed Orochimaru's arrival. At first, he was surprised, but it didn't take long for him to understand the reason. Orochimaru was here to apply even more pressure. While Koichi, Might Dewey, and the Hidden Leaf Village police force could put Hidden Mist Village in a difficult position, forcing an immediate surrender was still a tall order. But with Orochimaru joining in? That changed everything. The Sannin, a title that, despite its humiliating origins, had become a name synonymous with battlefield dominance over the years. Most people no longer remembered the disgraceful story behind the name. When they heard the 3 legendary Sannin, what came to mind were 3 warriors who had torn through battlefields with overwhelming power. That kind of reputation, the fear ingrained into their enemies over decades, was something Koichi, a relatively unknown Hidden Leaf Village Jonin, couldn't yet match. I'll head back first. You all follow at your own pace. Koichi gave a brief instruction to Shirakawa Hayama before disappearing into the forest with a single body flicker jutsu. Chapter 108, Hashirama Cells? Not interested. Koichi hadn't interacted much with Orochimaru. Of the few times they had, quite a number were just Jiraiya setting them up to drink together, and he hadn't even taken a single sip. In terms of personal connections, they barely counted as acquaintances. In fact, there had even been some scheming and counter-scheming between them. However, at moments like this, Orochimaru's presence was undeniably reassuring. One of the legendary Sannin. Just knowing he was here would force Hidden Mist Village to reconsider. Otherwise, with a Sannin, plus Koichi, Might Dewey, and the Hidden Leaf Village police force, they could storm the village and level it to the ground. When Koichi arrived at the camp, Orochimaru was drinking tea with Yamanaka Inoichi, both looking utterly at ease, as if everything was within their grasp. If Koichi hadn't watched the anime, He might have really believed this guy was some infallible genius who had every scenario calculated to perfection. He chuckled to himself. Inoichi noticed his return, stood up, and offered his seat, saying, "I still have intelligence matters to handle. You two talk first. If you need anything, just call for me in the command tent." "Thank you, Inoichi-senpai." Kleichi gave a slight bow of appreciation. Not only was Inoichi tasked with intelligence gathering, but he also had to personally oversee the camp. And considering his status, if not for Hiruzen and Tsunada's influence, there was no way he'd be referring to someone else as Lord so casually. Inoichi simply smiled, gave a polite nod to Orochimaru, and then left the tent. Kleichi took a seat. Orochimaru poured him a small cup of tea before speaking. "You've only been here for less than a month, yet you've already won the respect of those above and below you. Impressive. You're doing better than I did in my time." "Orochimaru-sama, you're joking. You were the third Hokage's disciple, who wouldn't show you respect. Status is meaningless. What truly matters is one's own ability." Orochimaru shook his head lightly. That was precisely what he admired about Kleichi. Even though Kleichi had Senju blood, aside from knowledge and secret jutsus, he had never relied on the clan's reputation. Every step he had taken, every achievement, was earned through his own strength and merit. That was rare. Moreover, what made it even more interesting was that, like himself, Kleichi had a strong interest in forbidden jutsu. Orochimaru believed they should have a lot to talk about. Yet, it seemed there were still some misunderstandings between them. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before deciding not to bring up the more delicate matters right away. Instead, he started with the more pressing issue. "I had Hidden Mist Village's messenger bird sent off. Yagura should have already received word from their Anbu. Your plan to force their surrender now has a few more chances of success. I figured as much. Thank you for your help, Orochimaru-sama." Kleichi wasn't slow to catch on. He immediately understood part of Orochimaru's purpose for coming. And the moment he mentioned the bird, Kleichi recalled seeing one circling in the sky as they left the island. Back then, it had seemed odd, why hadn't it flown away when the battle had been so intense? Now it all made sense. It had been Hidden Mist Village's messenger bird. Noted. That could come in handy in the future. The two of them continued discussing the Eastern Front situation for a while. Orochimaru fully supported Kleichi's idea. Hidden Mist Village had to be forced into submission now. Otherwise, if they waited until the war escalated, the situation would only become more complicated. And their odds of success were high. He had interrupted his research specifically for this. Not that Orochimaru was here to claim credit. He simply wanted to extend a gesture of goodwill, to make it clear that he and Kleichi were not enemies. As for what had happened during the Chunin exams, neither of them mentioned it, tacitly treating it as a misunderstanding. "Orochimaru-sama, are you the one researching Hazuki Chikuge?" "Yes. And I have you to thank for that, Kleichi-kun. I've always been curious about the Hazuki clan's physiology, and you've given me an excellent opportunity." Orochimaru chuckled softly. The hydrification jutsu. It wasn't immortality, but it was damn near unkillable. Orochimaru had coveted that ability for some time, but the Hazuki clan had always been slippery. There were ways to deal with them, of course. But at the end of the day, if a Hazuki truly wanted to escape, they were hard to catch. Kleichi had been an exception. As he spoke, Orochimaru took out a scroll. It contained research notes and hypotheses about the Hazuki clan's secret jutsus and physiology. "Why are you giving this to me?" Kleichi glanced at it briefly, then lost interest. Just as expected. This ability only worked well with the right physical traits. Kabuto had only been able to use the hydrification jutsu because he had transplanted Suigetsu cells. But a transplant was just a knockoff version. If it wasn't the real deal, Kleichi wasn't interested. Clearly, Orochimaru felt the same way. After finishing his research, he had lost interest in Hazuki Chikuge. Kleichi-kun doesn't seem interested in this. Orochimaru observed with a slight smile. Then he asked, "How about Hashirama cells?" "Hashirama cells?" Kleichi frowned. So Orochimaru was being direct now. This was different from the original timeline. Your grandmother was close to the second Hokage. But at the end of the day, you are still of Senju descent. Based on my research, you should be able to integrate Hashirama cells well, gaining enhanced regeneration and wood-style jutsus. Orochimaru explained. You have access to them. Was he trying to trick him into being a test subject? Kleichi's mind worked quickly. I do. Are you interested, Kleichi-kun? Nope. Huh? Orochimaru was briefly stunned. He hadn't expected that answer. After a long pause, he composed himself, his expression returning to neutrality. This guy is hard to manipulate. Oh well. Orochimaru didn't dwell on it. His enthusiasm for Hashirama cells had waned significantly over time. While they were undoubtedly useful, he had realized that he might not be able to utilize them effectively himself. Trying to rope Kleichi into it was more out of scientific curiosity than anything else. Of course. He still wanted to know. Kleichi-kun, mind sharing your reason? It's simple. I've read records on the subject, not complete ones, but enough to make some educated guesses. I believe the first Hokage's wood style and his ability to heal without seals are closely tied to his life force. Kleichi explained. Orochimaru fell into thought. Wood style. Linked to life force? That wasn't entirely impossible. And? Don't worry, I'm only curious. Besides, I can trade some of my own research for your insights. Orochimaru spoke seriously. His interest was genuinely piqued. Wood style. Life force. He had never considered that angle before. To put it simply, the first Hokage's wood style integrates life force into the jutsu, which is why it's so powerful. If someone transplants Hashirama cells, unless they're willing to sacrifice their life force, their wood style will be mediocre at best. In most cases, it's better to just use a sword instead. Kleichi didn't hide his thoughts. Orochimaru mulled it over. The theory that unsealing-based healing shortened lifespan, he had considered that before. His declining interest in Hashirama cells was partly because the first Hokage himself had lived a relatively short life. If the cells were transplanted, there was a risk of uncontrollable regeneration, overgrowth, and ultimately being consumed by one's own body. As for wood style, he hadn't really delved into the mechanics before. So there was this layer to it as well. Kleichi, on the other hand, wasn't actually uninterested in Hashirama cells. He just felt that obtaining them from Orochimaru was too risky. The origins of Orochimaru's research were dubious at best. Accepting anything from him would be like handing over leverage against himself. Tsunade, on the other hand, might have a legitimate way to acquire them. No need to take unnecessary risks. Kleichi-kun, you've never conducted formal research or examined data, yet you deduced so much. I must say, I'm impressed. The more I learn about you, the more I feel we are alike. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest. He was genuinely excited. For years, he had been searching for like-minded individuals, people who shared his interests and ambitions. Unfortunately, he had never found anyone suitable. His collaboration with Denzo. That was a joke. Denzo, in his eyes, was primitive. His methods and mindset were outdated, incapable of truly understanding or keeping up with Orochimaru's vision. They were nothing alike. But Kanda Kleichi. The Academy reforms. The removal of restrictions on forbidden jutsu for Jonin. Those were things Orochimaru had once considered doing himself, before his focus shifted. But that didn't stop him from admiring Kleichi's actions. Kleichi could sense it. Orochimaru's presence here wasn't just about Hidden Mist Village. That was just a convenient excuse. What he really wanted was to rope him in, just like Kabuto. To turn him into an assistant, a protege. Too bad. Kleichi had his own system. Researching forbidden jutsu as a side hobby? Sure. Becoming someone's apprentice? No thanks. Stretching lazily, he said, no need for compensation. Since Orochimaru-sama came to assist, we can just call it even. That's not the same. I came to the Eastern Front for the village. That has nothing to do with you. What's fair is fair. Orochimaru took out 2 scrolls. He explained them one by one. The left scroll contained soft physique modification. As for the right one, this one is a creation of mine that isn't exactly official, a special type of body replacement jutsu. It's quite useful, but Kleichi-kun, you'll likely need to study it further to master it. Orochimaru's substitution jutsu? Now that was interesting. However, while the jutsu was powerful, it consumed a considerable amount of chakra. And it likely required certain physical modifications. As for soft physique modification, might as well take it. No reason not to. Kleichi reached out and took the soft physique modification scroll. Orochimaru looked a little disappointed. He had expected Kleichi to be more interested in the substitution jutsu. After all, it was a brand new jutsu. Meanwhile, soft physique modification was something that, given enough time, Kleichi could likely figure out himself. Orochimaru-sama, I think you might have misunderstood me. I only research things that are useful to me. If something isn't practical, I don't waste my time on it. Kleichi clarified. Orochimaru paused briefly before nodding. Pragmatic. Not a bad trait. He didn't linger much longer and went off to find himself a place to stay. Kleichi, meanwhile, unrolled the scroll and started reading. Moments later, he fell into deep thought. This jutsu. He had to admit, he had been biased. Soft physique modification, in Orochimaru's hands, was always associated with serpentine imagery, which made it seem less appealing. But now that he had studied the scroll himself, he realized, this jutsu was actually useful. It had two methods. The first was a shortcut, genetic modification. Orochimaru's specialty. The second was a jutsu akin to yoga training. The latter was an early-stage experiment that Orochimaru abandoned once he developed genetic modifications. But the scroll still contained records of his findings and notes. However, Keiichi actually preferred the second method. Training-based modification. Not just for himself. The anatomical knowledge within this scroll could even be applied to developing joint lock jutsus. This could be useful for Kurenai as well. If she could master this, it would mitigate the damage caused by using strength enhancement jutsus. A great find. Keiichi put the scroll away, but his thoughts drifted back to Orochimaru. His own presence here, combined with Tsunoda's return and succession, had nudged Orochimaru onto a different path than in the original timeline. That was unexpected. Oh well. He had a general idea of what Orochimaru wanted. If the timing was right, he wouldn't mind sharing some knowledge with him. For now, though, Hidden Mist Village was the priority. With Orochimaru's help, this operation would be much smoother. However, negotiations would still be a pain. I'll discuss the terms with Inoichi and Orochimaru later. Hopefully, Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village weren't moving too quickly. At that moment, an idea flashed through Keiichi's mind. Hidden Mist Village must be using messenger birds to communicate with Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Villages and Boo. If they just kill those birds. Problem solved. Chapter 109, What I Give You is Truly Yours. Hidden Mist Village. Yagura had returned. He often visited the village, but the reason for his return this time was downright ridiculous. The first time, it was because the 7 ninja swordsmen were wiped out. Now, it was because of a threat, one that forced him to return and discuss the possibility of surrender. But he didn't go to the Mizukage. The third Mizukage was gravely ill. The fact that he had even managed to hold on this long was already impressive. Since no final decision had been made yet, Yagura decided to consult someone else first, Elder Genji. Yagura, what is it this time? The elders are still deliberating on the peace negotiations. We need a few more days. No time. What? Elder Genji was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp what Yagura meant. But soon, he quickly realized that something must have changed on the front lines. Otherwise, Yagura wouldn't have come rushing back like this. What happened? Kanda Keiichi has brought his forces to force our surrender. Additionally, Orochimaru has left Hidden Leaf Village. Yagura delivered 2 pieces of news in a straightforward manner. Kanda Keiichi bringing troops to demand their surrender, and even Orochimaru had left Hidden Leaf Village. Elder Genji stood frozen for a few seconds. Hidden Leaf Village was being unusually aggressive this year, completely different from their usual style. Then again, it made sense. Under normal circumstances, they would never appoint a 16 or 17-year-old kid as a battlefield commander. Knowing Hiruzan Sarutobi's personality, the man probably lost sleep every night after making that decision. Genji considered himself quite familiar with Sarutobi Hiruzan. He was convinced the Hokage wouldn't have dared to make such a bold move on his own. After much deliberation, Genji asked, "Do we have anyone inside Hidden Leaf Village?" The moment he asked, he regretted it. As expected, Yagura gave him a look as if he were an idiot. As an elder of the village, Genji had considerable authority. In fact, for some time now, he and Yagura had been jointly handling the Mizukage's duties. He really shouldn't have made such a rookie mistake. But the question had slipped out purely out of habit. Of course, Hidden Mist Village had no spies inside Hidden Leaf Village. If they did, they wouldn't have to sit here making blind guesses. After thinking it over, Genji felt a headache coming on. Hidden Leaf Village was pushing hard. If they didn't come up with a response soon, the war was as good as started. I think the village needs to make a decision soon. If we're going to fight, we should mobilize the Kaguya and Yuki clans and go all in against Hidden Leaf Village. If we're not going to fight, then we should negotiate. Dragging this out any longer is pointless. After long contemplation, Yagura finally voiced his opinion. Speak. Elder Genji was old, but not senile. He could tell that Yagura leaned more toward the latter option, meaning Yagura must have his reasons. Yagura only looked young, he wasn't actually young. I can't see through Kanda Keiichi's strength. Yagura said, the first time we met was during the Hazuki Chikage incident. I didn't expect Chikage to be subdued so quickly. I just felt it wasn't safe for that guy to be there. The second time was when he came to ambush us. Yagura rambled on about his 2 encounters with Keiichi, detailing his thoughts and analyses, things he hadn't mentioned in the previous Elder Council meetings. Elder Genji's expression grew increasingly grim. But when Yagura described the latest confrontation, Genji's face turned stiff. This time, we don't know the specific details, but the opponent learned the hiding in mist jutsu and silent killing jutsu. His chakra reserve is enormous. Even when 7 or 8 of our Chunin cast the jutsu together, he overpowered them single-handedly. His mastery of the silent killing jutsu is exceptional, silent, extremely fast, and killing our Jonin in the mist as if it were nothing. As Yagura described it, for some reason, Elder Genji couldn't help but think of a certain man. This felt too familiar. His lips twitched as he asked, so, this person's water style, swordsmanship, ganjutsu, and taijutsu are all strong, with high aptitude. He mastered things within days of learning them. Hidden Leaf Village also has assassination jutsus. Although slightly different, the core principle is the same. It's possible the opponent already had a strong foundation in assassination and hiding in jutsus. This was the most likely explanation Yagura could think of. Aside from assassination jutsus, he also believed he could manage the hiding in mist jutsu. Because the hiding in mist jutsu itself was simple, only C rank. What he couldn't match was Kandakyoichi's enormous chakra reserves, far above ordinary levels. Genji understood immediately. After a long silence, he asked, "What do you want to do?" "I want the Elder Council to immediately agree to peace with Hidden Leaf Village. We need to negotiate the return of Munashi Jinpachi and the Six Swords, and request Hidden Leaf Village not to spread the hiding in mist jutsu." Yagura had made up his mind. Hidden Leaf Village had too many leverage points against them. They had no real bargaining power, nothing else, just the public exposure of the hiding in mist jutsu would be disastrous for Hidden Mist Village. That was their livelihood. They might not agree. Many of the clans are eager to profit from the war. If they don't agree, then let them handle the problem themselves, or we'll eliminate them. Yagura said coldly. Genji had a headache. The difference between Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Leaf Village was that, while both had many clans, here the clans held even more power. For example, the Kaguya clan and the Yuki clan often ignored village orders. Even the territories of these two clans weren't even within Hidden Mist Village itself. Other clans had similar issues. Compared to them, the Hazuki clan seemed downright obedient and loyal. If they followed Yagura's plan, a lot of people would probably die. At this moment, Genji could finally understand what the third Hokage felt. This was truly a situation where, no matter what you did, it was wrong. I'll make sure they give us an answer today. Even if I'm old, they still have to show me some respect. Thank you, Elder Genji. Genji nodded slightly and then called for his aides. Respect. Those clan elders had to give it, whether they wanted to or not. The hiding in mist jutsu, huh? Looks like we have another bargaining chip. That's all for now. Kleichi laid out their leverage in front of Orochimaru and Inoichi Yamanaka. Inoichi pondered over what benefits to ask for, while Orochimaru, after a moment's thought, raised his head and asked, "Your plan is to push Hidden Mist Village to fight Hidden Clouds Village, isn't it?" "Something like that." Kleichi didn't hide it. He did have this idea. Orochimaru studied the map for a few seconds, then said, "That wouldn't be wise. That's not a condition we should propose." Kleichi thought for a moment. He vaguely sensed something, but couldn't quite grasp it. Inoichi, however, understood. He chuckled, "Kleichi, you might not know Hidden Mist Village well. That village has an even deeper clan influence than Hidden Leaf Village. The Mizukage might not be able to decide everything." "Clans?" A flash of inspiration hit Kleichi's mind. "Got it." He instantly understood and said, "You mean, if the clans in Hidden Mist Village don't get what they want, they'll pressure the village to take from Hidden Clouds Village instead?" "Pretty much." Orochimaru nodded. "Then how do we make sure they won't backstab us later?" Inoichi asked. From his perspective, it was better to push Hidden Mist Village into an immediate conflict with Hidden Clouds Village, keeping both too occupied to bother the Land of Fire. But if they let things develop naturally, Hidden Mist Village might eventually turn against Hidden Leaf Village. That's not too hard. Hidden Mist Village's weaknesses are quite clear. Kleichi fully understood. In Hidden Leaf Village's current state, if the Mizukage and enough respected elders died, then by stirring up the Kaguya and Yuki clans, Yagura wouldn't be able to keep control. Even if he did, the Land of Water would be too weak to continue any war. "Leave the negotiations to me." Orochimaru chuckled softly. "What are your requirements?" "Although those clans will push back, we don't need to be too generous. We should at least appear to make some concessions. We won't return Saimata, the Thunder Sword, or the Executioner's Blade." Kleichi said. "Agreed." Orochimaru didn't hesitate. Such a lenient condition meant he could secure many more benefits. Kleichi was at ease. When it came to negotiations, Orochimaru was certainly more capable than he was. They also discussed cutting off Hidden Mist Village's communications. Both Inoichi and Orochimaru agreed, with Orochimaru suggesting they bring in the Yamanaka clan's shinobi. Their crows weren't great in battle, but as communication tools, they were much stronger than typical messenger beasts. After the discussion, Kleichi found himself rewarded again, though just a mediocre rating, granting him some proficiency in the water style, exploding water colliding wave. It must have been from Yagura. He didn't mind. If the chives offered themselves, why not take it? Furthermore, recently, training in silent killing and hiding in mist jutsus had slackened at the camp. Even if he had mastered these jutsus, it wasn't an excuse for everyone else to be lazy. Whether Chunin or Jonin, they all needed to train. After discussing it with Inoichi, soon the area around Nagano Mountain was bustling with training once more. Kleichi was quite pleased, offering occasional pointers. On the fourth day, Hidden Mist Village sent representatives. As planned, Kleichi entrusted the negotiations to Orochimaru. Yagura was bewildered. He had mentally prepared himself for talks with Kleichi, even considering his strategies, only to find himself face to face with Orochimaru instead. All his plans fell apart. Under Orochimaru's sharp negotiation tactics, Yagura found himself increasingly cornered. Hidden Leaf Village's threats struck right at Hidden Mist Village's weaknesses, and he realized Hidden Leaf Village truly could carry them out. In the end, Yagura was forced to concede. After the talks, Yagura couldn't hold back. I want to meet Kanda Kleichi. Chapter 110, Tsunada, where is my home? I heard you wanted to see me? So, how is it? Did what I taught you bring you great benefits? When Yagura saw Kleichi, he was at a loss for words from the very first sentence. What the? Taught him? He really couldn't refute that. You're no good. You can't even respond to a simple question like this, and you still want to be Mizukage? I just didn't expect you to be so young. Yagura quickly regained his composure. That was the truth, after all. Kleichi was too young, he looked at most 17 or 18 years old. The key point was that Kleichi had always worn a mask before, making him seem like the heir of the White Fang. Now, looking closely, isn't his the spitting image of the second Hokage? A true Senju. With this realization, Yagura felt much better. Losing to a descendant of the Senju wasn't shameful. After all, the forefathers of the four great nations had all been thoroughly trounced by the Senju brothers. One more loss was nothing. You didn't expect many things, did you? Like the matter of the seven swordsmen, for example. And don't think that little bit of strategy you've learned is enough. My tactics aren't that simple. Though I don't know what you're talking about, I appreciate the advice. Yagura's expression remained calm, never admitting to having secretly studied Kleichi's strategies. However, deep down, he was genuinely surprised. Hidden Mist Village was indeed studying Kleichi's tactics, considering how to integrate them with the Mist's assassination jutsus, and they had already made some progress. Yet, had Kleichi predicted this all along? Also, your village's Hidden Mist jutsu and silent killing jutsu are far from perfect. You're missing many details. You need to keep researching, and don't get complacent. Kleichi chatted casually as they walked, giving Yagura no chance to ask questions. Yagura was fuming inside. This guy. Can't he say something nice for once? Why is he so prickly? Yagura took a deep breath and said, could you offer me some pointers? Good grief. He had the potential to achieve great things. Kleichi glanced at him and said, increase your chakra reserves. Without enough chakra, how can you maintain control over the mist? Empty words. Yagura hadn't expected real advice from Kleichi, so he remained unruffled. But then. However, when dealing with Hidden Cloud's village, I can give you some real pointers. Please, enlighten me. Bring sensory ninjas, launch surprise attacks on their weaker rear areas, they're bound to be underdefended. The key is to avoid engaging with their reinforcements. Grab the supplies, take the benefits, and retreat without getting entangled. This way, you'll never suffer a loss. Kleichi explained. Hidden Mist Village hitting the enemy's rear? No problem at all. This actually sounds feasible. Yagura's eyes lit up. Though this strategy seemed a bit cowardly, it ensured a guaranteed return. But then he hesitated. Aren't you afraid I'll use this tactic against Hidden Leaf Village? Kleichi merely smiled, saying nothing. His expression clearly said, go ahead and try. Ahem, of course, I didn't mean that. I was just curious. After a moment of contemplation, Yagura asked, what is your village's strategy against Hidden Cloud's village? Fight. Hidden Leaf Village never compromises with its enemies. Kleichi said firmly. Yagura didn't know how to respond, so he just pretended to take it seriously. His purpose in seeking out Kleichi was simple. He wanted to meet this legendary genius in person. As for probing him, That was just a casual attempt because Koichi was young, there was nothing to lose. It was worth a try, at least. Then, Koichi continued, speaking earnestly, your village has serious issues. With all those clans and an unchecked council of elders, you can't hope to become strong. You're right. The various clans in our village are indeed a headache. Since Hidden Mist Village looks up to Hidden Leaf Village, could you share some of your experience? Simple. See the Uchiha in our village? Give them the role of the police force, and they'll struggle to build good relations with the villagers. Gradually isolate them until they end up on the opposite side, and then wipe them out. Koichi mimed a cutting motion with his hand, exuding a chilling aura. Yagura was stunned for a long time. To be honest, this plan sounded quite convincing. So, the Uchiha police force wasn't an honor but a carefully orchestrated plot by Hidden Leaf Village? To be honest, he didn't quite believe it. The Uchiha's strength was well known throughout the ninja world. Even if Hidden Leaf Village had to make sacrifices, this method seemed extreme. But there was a sliver of plausibility. Because as far as he knew, the Uchiha did seem to be isolated in Hidden Leaf Village. As for the elders, both of our village's advisors have stepped down. One is now focused on medical research, and the other is teaching Chunin. Really? Guess for yourself. Or, your Hidden Mist Village could send Anbu to investigate. Koichi smiled as he walked away, leaving Yagura in deep thought. Guess? Guess what, exactly? What did you say to him? Orochimaru was curious. Yagura had left, but his expression had been tangled and conflicted. Anyone with eyes could see his frustration. Nothing much. I just told him that a village shouldn't have too many voices, and that our advisors had stepped down. I also hinted at plans to eliminate the Uchiha. Huh? Haha, as expected of Koichi-kun. Orochimaru paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. This was truly. Hidden Leaf Village did have two attitudes toward the Uchiha. The third Hokage believed in following the second Hokage's method of division and assimilation. Denzo believed they should continue the second Hokage's approach of suppression, perhaps even wiping out the Uchiha. From the outside, either scenario seemed possible. As for the advisors, Orochimaru had also heard about Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado being reassigned. Even if Hidden Mist Village risked everything to investigate, they would find this was true. The mix of truth and lies made it hard to discern reality. And the most critical part. Whether Yagura believed it or not, Koichi's words did hold some truth, it wasn't random advice. If not, Denzo wouldn't have gained so many supporters. And Orochimaru didn't know that in the original anime, Hidden Mist Village had indeed followed such methods. Koichi could imagine, Yagura probably wouldn't get much sleep now. The eastern border truce, however, the troops couldn't withdraw yet because Hidden Mist Village's compensation hadn't arrived. Since they hadn't explicitly demanded Hidden Mist Village attack Hidden Cloud's village, Orochimaru had asked for a heap of reparations. Though Jinpachi Munashi and the other two swordsmen had been released, their 3 swords remained with Koichi. No payment, no swords. This time, Hidden Mist Village was surprisingly quick. Within 2 days, their ships reached the Land of Fire's coast. A mountain of explosive tags. Explosive tags were hard to produce, and their supply had always been limited. During peacetime, it was manageable. But Hidden Leaf Village had just fought Hidden Sand Village and barely rested a year before another war started. How could they have stockpiles? In addition, there were ninja tools, medicinal supplies, and more. Although there were no jutsu scrolls, the delivered goods were still quite valuable, providing Hidden Leaf Village with exactly what it needed. After the supplies arrived, Orochimaru led a team northward with a portion of the resources. The police force remained on the eastern front. Koichi was tasked with bringing the rest back to Hidden Leaf Village. On the way back, Asuma asked in a low voice, "Sensei, why aren't we heading directly north to support Minato-sensei and the others? Why are kids so nosy?" Koichi scolded him lightly. To be honest, he didn't know the reason either. But orders were orders. When he asked Tsunade privately, her response was cryptic, "Don't you want to go back?" A dangerous question. Koichi had no intention of guessing what was on her mind. Asuma, having received no answer, dropped the matter quickly. The good thing about this aide was his short attention span. Soon enough, his mind wandered to other things, specifically, weapons. In this battle, he realized that simple kunai no longer met his combat needs. He needed a weapon that could work with his flying swallow jutsu. But Asuma didn't want to ask his father, the third Hokage, for help, leaving him stuck in a dilemma. Of course, Koichi knew exactly what Asuma needed. At this point, he probably understood Asuma better than Asuma understood himself. As for chakra metal, the third Hokage had some chakra metal, and Koichi could provide the rest, With the decapitating carving knife's excellent materials and special properties, it would be a waste not to use them. He could also forge a sword for Shishui. After all, it was all free material. When they were near Hidden Leaf Village, Tletchi glanced back. Yamanaka Inoyachi and the others were still trailing behind. Escorting such a large load of supplies naturally slowed them down. Meanwhile, Might Dewey and Might Guy had already dashed ahead, pushing their limits all the way back to Hidden Leaf Village. By now, they were either home or in the hospital. If they stayed with the convoy, who knew when they'd get home? Tletchi discussed it with Inoyachi. Inoyachi agreed. The area was safe, especially with the Hyuga clan providing security. Not even spies could get close, so there was no need for an exaggerated defense. And so, with a quick burst of speed, Tletchi led Asuma and the others back to Hidden Leaf Village in just half an hour. Go home and let your families know you're safe. We don't have the next mission yet, but don't slack off on your training. Understood? Tletchi emphasized this while looking directly at Shishui. Shishui understood. He had awakened his Sharingan, but he still wasn't proficient with it. This was the perfect time to study his clan's scrolls and practice in secret, ensuring that when the time came, he could fully harness the power of his Sharingan. After sending the three kids home, Tletchi headed straight for his own place. What was Tsunoda up to, calling him back like this? Tletchi was puzzled. Could it be? Had he made such great contributions that his fame had spread far and wide, and Tsunoda was worried he might die on the battlefield? That couldn't be it. Or maybe, had Tsunoda cracked the secret to healing without hand signs? A plausible theory. From Orochimaru's attitude, it was clear he had lost interest in the first Hokage cells, so he likely handed over the research data. Tsunoda could very well have received a copy. With the data on Hashirama's cells, Tsunoda's research on hand seal-free healing would progress by leaps and bounds. He didn't dwell on it. With a few body flicker jutsus, he was at the village gates in a minute. But when he saw his home, Tletchi stood there for a long time, stunned. What the? Where is my house? He was dazed for a few seconds, then saw Shizune open the door and peek out. Tletchi-sama, welcome home. Shizune, what happened to my house while I was away? Tletchi's face was blank. It wasn't just a renovation, it was a total overhaul. The outer walls had been completely torn down and rebuilt. When he walked inside, he saw the yard had been redone as well. There was even a small pond in the middle. It had a nice aesthetic, but the shape of the pond looked suspiciously like a crater that had been remodeled. Chapter 111, Minato, it wasn't me who set you up. Your house was a bit old and run down, so I did a little renovation. No need to thank me. Tletchi's face was expressionless. Do I look like I believe you? Tsunoda coughed awkwardly. Well, it was a bit hard to make that sound convincing, but she looked around and didn't see any obvious flaws in her story. Tletchi sighed. This pond. Its shape is a bit too much of a coincidence. Good point. Tsunoda examined it closely, then nodded in agreement. I'll be more careful next time. There's going to be a next time? Tletchi was stunned. Tsunoda wasn't even trying to hide her shamelessness. But he didn't bother to argue. Although he inherited his predecessor's memories, he didn't have much attachment to the courtyard itself. Rebuilding it wasn't a big deal, he was just surprised by Tsunoda's ability to smash walls and cause such destruction. He went inside and saw that, thankfully, the interior remained largely the same. So, Shizune, what really happened? Tsunoda-sama and Kushina-sama, nothing much. Just a little accident while teaching some jutsus, and, the courtyard collapsed. Tsunoda softly interrupted, trying to gloss over the truth. Tletchi turned back around, silent once more. His house was fine, but from this angle, he could see the neighbor's house had been completely rebuilt. It was just brutal. Tsunoda probably racked up more debt again. But Kushina? Tletchi had almost forgotten about this descendant of the Uzumaki clan. It seemed Tsunoda had returned to teach her jutsus like the yin seal. But if you taught her the strength of 100 jutsu, isn't his setting up Minato for disaster? Tletchi silently lit a candle for Minato in his mind and then let go of the issue with the house. After all, compensation was Tsunoda's problem, not his. Tsunoda glanced at Shizune. Shizune, understanding the cue, left without lingering. Tletchi then took a look at some of Tsunoda's recent notes and asked, Tsunoda-ne, have you succeeded with the forbidden jutsu? Pretty much. This time I called you back for 2 reasons, 1, to teach you the forbidden jutsu, and 2, because I have an idea I need your help with. I've already spoken to the old man, and he agreed. Tsunoda sat down, her expression turning serious. This was business. Tletchi nodded, signaling her to continue. I read the reports of your performance on the Eastern Front. I won't dwell on the praise, but I was wondering if your tactics could be shared with the Anbu, to make their jutsus more diverse. Tsunade said. Daichi thought for a moment. That wasn't really a problem, but he started to feel a bit uneasy as he considered her proposal. The Anbu. If it were just sharing tactics, why would he need to come back? The way Tsunade phrased it made it sound suspiciously like she wanted him to take over the Anbu. What exactly do you mean? I'd like you to train a group of Anbu members. If it works well, we can expand it further, and you might eventually be responsible for planning and managing the Anbu. Tsunade got straight to the point. Daichi was stunned for a moment. So that was it. The Anbu. The Anbu units in every village wield considerable power. In Hidden Leaf Village, while they might not be as influential as the Hokage, the Anbu handle many external affairs. Denzo used to oversee the Anbu, but his power had been curbed in recent years, prompting him to establish his own root organization. However, if Daichi became the head of the Anbu, it would be up to him to decide whether or not to supply talent to the root. The key point was, this seemed like an opportunity to milk the system a bit. After all, most of the people who qualify for the Anbu are top talents. Even characters like Kakashi and Itachi had served in the Anbu. But he quickly realized that he still had his own team to train. That was a bit of a dilemma. You don't need to worry too much. For now, it's just an experiment. If it goes well, we can expand it later. Tsunade understood his hesitation. Asuma and his teammates were the issue. While they were already stronger than many Chunin, they still weren't quite at Anbu level. So, at this point, Daichi couldn't fully take over the Anbu. What is the third Hokage's stance on this? Daichi asked after a moment of thought. Tsunade was silent for a moment before saying, he plans to step down and head to the front lines to assist Jiraiya. Step down? Now. Daichi paused for a few seconds, then rubbed his temples, saying, isn't he worried that leaving now might destabilize the situation at the front? This is the perfect time. You've just secured the Eastern Front, and I haven't been idle either. Tsunade said confidently, a sense of pride in her voice. I've returned to the operating room. Not only that, but I've also drafted a preliminary plan for your psychological therapy jutsus. Oh. Huh? Tsunade was dumbfounded by his reaction. Oh? Couldn't he show a bit more excitement? She had, after all, overcome a tremendous challenge. She pouted. Did you really overcome it properly? Sort of. I've resolved many of my issues. There's still a bit of discomfort, but it's nothing that affects my performance in surgery. Tsunade explained. Psychological illnesses are often tied to mental blocks. Once those are cleared, healing naturally follows. She didn't elaborate on how she managed it, and seeing this, Daichi didn't press further. But he was genuinely pleased that Tsunade had worked through her issues. Here, learn this jutsu. Tsunade handed him a scroll. Then, she looked at her necklace and said, I once thought about giving this necklace to you, but recently I realized I should keep it. I need to carry their hopes and fulfill my role as the Hokage. They'll see it. Maybe one day, you'll even get to see them again. Daichi nodded. Thank goodness you didn't give it to me. That necklace is too heavy, I can't bear it. Tsunade remained silent for a moment, then shook her head. I'd rather not. I wouldn't even know how to face them if we met again. And that kind of jutsu. You must never touch it. I know. I'm not interested in that jutsu. Daichi stretched lazily. Edo Tensei. Sure, it was useful, but it was also a double-edged sword. Kabuto resurrected so many powerful figures, yet almost all of them broke free from his control. In the end, it was practically a dream fulfillment jutsu. Seeing that even Orochimaru had given up on it, why would he take the risk to study it? Instead, his thoughts turned to the matter of the Anbu. In truth, Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu already practiced many of these tactics, but most operated based on experience rather than a structured system. In simple terms, they lacked a guiding framework. Daichi thought for a moment. The Anbu of this era. There seemed to be quite a few talented individuals. I'd like to see the roster first. Daichi set the scroll aside. Creation Rebirth was certainly worth learning, but it wasn't urgent. What needed immediate attention was the Anbu training. With the war raging on, there was no time to waste. I've prepared it in advance. Tsunade pulled out a list. This was something only the Hokage had the right to see, but the third Hokage had already handed over everything to her. In all but name, Tsunade was acting as the Hokage. Even now, the house was filled with documents brought over from the Hokage's office. Daichi took the list. Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu had about 70 members, divided into 4 squads, with the root being one of them. The list Tsunade had included 53 names under the third Hokage's command. First up, Sarutobi Shinosuke, the current commander of the Anbu. His wife was a squad captain, and both were part of the combat units. The third Hokage is really hard on his own children. Kleichi sighed softly. Both of them were strong, but in the anime, they died after the Third Great Ninja War. He had speculated about it before. The most likely scenario was during the year when the Hidden Mist Village tried to kidnap Hinata. As a jonin who specialized in Earth style, facing lightning style ninja would indeed be difficult. That's why I need your help. It's not that I don't trust them, but Anbu missions are extremely dangerous. They've served long enough, they deserve a chance to live a normal life. Tsunade said. Kleichi was at a loss for words. So the dangerous tasks go to me? Isn't that just throwing me under the bus? He continued to flip through the list. When he came across a particular name, his eyes paused for a moment. Kohinata Mukai. This person. The Kohinata clan is a distant branch of the Hyuga clan. Mukai hasn't been in the Anbu for long. Although he doesn't have the Byakugan, his performance in training has been excellent. He's a promising talent. Tsunade explained. Alright. His squad has just been reorganized. Let's designate it as the Special Training Unit. Okay. Seeing Kleichi agree, Tsunade thought for a moment and added, if you don't want to take on the role of Anbu commander, that's fine. We can always promote someone else later. If there's a suitable candidate, I'd rather let them take the position. Kleichi chuckled. My appearance is too noticeable. Anbu members are best when they look as ordinary as possible. A young man, silver hair, from Hidden Leaf Village. Not exactly a low-profile look. That's a good point. Tsunade pondered for a while and eventually nodded. Having a distinct appearance meant that wearing a mask would barely help, completely defeating the purpose of staying hidden. Let's include Asuma and his team in the special training. Training 1 squad is training, but training 2 or 3 squads isn't much different. No problem. The next day. Forest of Death. 3 squads gathered. Asuma's team and my guy's team, and the most special group, Kohinata Mukai's team, stood out with their masks of owl, cat, dog, and hawk. I'll call you 4 Alpha, Beta, Gamma, and Delta for now. Alpha will be the team leader. The rest of you can sort out your roles. Kleichi instructed. Asuma and his teammates had been out of the academy for several months. They weren't completely ignorant. One look at the masks, and they knew these were Anbu members. Why was their teacher training the Anbu with them? That's intense. While they were mulling this over, Kohinata Mukai was also observing Kleichi. Since he was the youngest, he had been assigned the Delta role. Candid Kleichi. Of course, they had heard of him, especially the stories of how he led his team to dismantle 2 of the Hidden Mist Village's strongholds. Kleichi-sensei, what are we going to practice? First, tell me, how much do you know about my tactics? In truth, Kleichi wasn't a complete expert on these strategies. After all, in his previous life, he had only been an elementary school trainee teacher and had never deeply studied these things. However, after putting them into practice once, teaching these young ninjas would not be a problem. Swift and decisive combat. Kohinata Mukai spoke up first. There had been private discussions within the Anbu, and their understanding was not much less than Shizue's team. Not bad. Speed is crucial. But how do you measure up against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Mukai shook his head. Speed is important, but the most critical factor isn't just strength. The owl mask spoke up. Kleichi glanced over. Of course, he knew who it was. An old acquaintance, Gecko Hayate. This old fox. Had he attended a lecture before? And now he was showing off? Alright then, why don't you demonstrate? Gecko Hayate was technically the squad leader, but the squad had recently suffered heavy losses, and most of its members were newly recruited or reassigned. Mukai himself was a fresh addition. Ahem, you're joking, Kleichi-sama. I'm not qualified for that. Chapter 112, There's no future in just practicing gentle fist. Gecko Hayate forced a smile. Though he had disguised his voice, Kleichi's attitude made it clear that his identity was already exposed. I brought your team here for many reasons. One of them is that you've just been reassembled and haven't gone through the full Anbu training regimen. Kleichi didn't elaborate further, but anyone in Anbu would understand what he meant. As for Asuma and his group, they were just sitting in, so Kleichi didn't feel the need to accommodate them too much. They'd understand as much as they could. After a brief pause, Kleichi continued, your team has a good range of abilities. I have a specific requirement, all of you must master the Hidden Mist Jutsu and the Silent Killing Jutsu. Yes. Gecko Hayate nodded. In their group, only he knew the Hidden Mist Jutsu, but it wouldn't be hard to get everyone used to fighting in the mist. It just needed practice and training. You are responsible for learning this jutsu. Kleichi handed over an ninjutsu scroll. It contained the Earth Spear Jutsu, and he gave it to a ninja named Saratobe Hiraki, not the 3rd Hokage's son, but still a Saratobi clan member proficient in earth style. Kohinata Mukai's eyes gradually lit up. Hidden mist jutsu, silent killing jutsu. Earth spear. Unless they encountered a lightning-style ninja, this was practically the perfect combination for assassination. These are some jutsus I've summarized for the body flicker jutsu and assassination methods. This is the first activation of the Seven Heavens breathing method. Kleichi took out scroll after scroll. Everyone was stunned. Kohinata Mukai stole a glance, his heart filled with shock. He had originally thought that Kleichi's appointment as the Anbu team leader might have involved some favoritism, but seeing him casually tossing out jutsus they had never even heard of, he immediately understood. This Jonin, who was only a few years older than him, had truly earned his rank. You can start practicing together. For the first activation, it's voluntary unless you're an Anbu. Kleichi said indifferently. The Seven Heavens breathing method only had the first activation, but it was still much stronger than the regular breathing activation jutsu. For the Anbu squad, this was mandatory. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. And so, the entire day was spent training in the Seven Heavens breathing method. Kleichi observed from the shadows. He vaguely remembered. This Kohinata Mukai seemed to have awakened the Byakugan. The Kohinata branch family had separated from the Hyuga clan generations ago. By normal standards, it should have been almost impossible for a Byakugan to manifest. But just like how Mogi Kazamatsuri awakened the wood style, a diluted bloodline could still produce a rare awakening. Therefore, after his secret observation, the next day, Kleichi conducted some tests and continued their training. Then, Mukai, come with me. Yes. Although Kohinata Mukai was confused, he still followed Kleichi's orders. After walking for a while, he realized they were far from the rest of the team. What exactly did this Jonin want? He was pondering when a single sentence sent a chill through his entire body. Has there been a case of generational awakening in the Kohinata clan? Ah. Mukai shivered. His biggest secret was his Byakugan. Not even the third Hokage had discovered it when he joined Anbu, but this man in front of him. How did he know? He was bewildered, his mind in a chaotic panic. So, it turns out you also had a generational awakening, just like me. Kleichi said calmly. I don't understand what you mean, my lord. Mukai replied cautiously. You learned the first activation of the Seven Heavens breathing method in just one day. You've never studied the breathing activation jutsu or the 8 gates, and you've had no training in medical ninjutsu. The only explanation is that you have an exceptional understanding of the human chakra network. Kleichi's voice remained even. Mukai lifted his head. Behind the cat mask, his movements paused. Though his expression was hidden, it was clear he must be feeling shocked and regretful. At this point, his Byakugan was already activated. Only one eye, but it was enough for Gentle Fist and the 8 trigrams palms. The stance he assumed was exactly the Hyuga clan's traditional starting form. Kleichi said nothing, his gaze cold and indifferent. After a long silence, Mukai's hands fell, dejected. I'm not your match. I thought that by training hard, I could earn some praise. I didn't expect it would expose my secret. It's so frustrating. The curse of the branch family will fall upon the Kohinata clan. Tears dripped from beneath his mask. Kleichi remained silent, staring at Kohinata Mukai for a few moments. His memory gradually cleared up. Do you hate the Hyuga clan? Who wouldn't hate them? I may not be part of the branch family, but why must those outside the main family bear the mark of shame and serve the main family like slaves? Mukai's voice was filled with bitterness. Kleichi sighed. The conflict between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan was well known among the Hidden Leaf village Jonin. Unlike the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan was obedient, giving Hidden Leaf village no reason to act against them. Even Kleichi couldn't easily intervene. He thought for a moment and said, "Take off your mask." Yes. Mukai removed his mask. He was only a year or two younger than Kleichi, and his left eye was distinctly the Byakugan while his right eye remained normal. Are there others in your clan like you? I'm the only one. As you can see, even I only have one Byakugan. Kleichi nodded. Have you ever betrayed the village? What? Mukai was stunned. After a few seconds of silence, he shook his head and said, I've thought about becoming stronger and selling information to other villages, but I haven't done it yet. He had already resigned himself to his fate. After all, hiding the Byakugan, harboring resentment toward the Hyuga clan, and feeling discontent with Hidden Leaf village, all of these were enough to mark him as a traitor. Even if he lied, he might face interrogation by the Yamanaka clan or the torture and interrogation department. He didn't want to endure such torture. I'll have Yamanaka Inoyachi verify this. If it checks out, I'll help you. After speaking, Kleichi disappeared. Mukai stood there, dazed. He had been prepared to commit suicide, yet Kleichi hadn't killed him. Instead, He offered help. This. Why? Mukai couldn't understand. He knew that Koichi's strength must be terrifying. Killing him would have been as easy as breathing. But Koichi left without a backward glance. Mukai slowly put away his kunai, donned his mask, and followed in confusion. But he was really curious, what kind of help did Koichi mean? Would he help him keep his secret? You want him to learn the reverse 4 symbol sealing jutsu in exchange for the Hyuga clan not marking him with the caged bird seal? Tsunoda frowned. Why? The Konoha clan is barely a clan. They're just a family that split off generations ago, with an extremely low chance of producing a Byakugan. Koichi explained. But what about his descendants? The Hyuga clan won't agree to this. Descendants? We'll deal with that when it happens. Koichi smiled. Tsunoda was momentarily stunned. Was Koichi hinting at taking action against the Hyuga clan in the future? She thought for a while. It might actually work. The main conflict in the Hyuga clan was between the main and branch families. But in reality, it was the branch family that primarily served Hidden Leaf Village. As long as the main family wasn't wiped out completely, removing the caged bird seal wouldn't significantly weaken Hidden Leaf Village's strength. The only concern was preventing the Byakugan from falling into enemy hands. She ruffled her hair. This brat. Giving her another headache. The next day, Koichi didn't immediately reveal the results to Mukai. Instead, he secretly sought out Yamanaka Inoichi, asking him to conduct a covert investigation on Konoha Mukai. After half a day of thorough checking, they confirmed that Mukai hadn't had the opportunity to betray the village. Only then did Koichi share the outcome with him. Mukai was overjoyed, almost to the point of disbelief. He hadn't expected there to be such a jutsu. If so, he might really avoid the Hyuga clan's oppression. Thank you, Koichi-sama. He knelt in gratitude. This outcome was more than he could have hoped for. He thought he would either lose his Byakugan or be forced to accept the caged bird seal. He never imagined there was a third path. What more could he ask for? Children? It wasn't even certain if his offspring would inherit the Byakugan. Have you mastered chakra nature transformation? No, I've mainly been secretly training in taijutsu and gentle fist. I haven't really delved into ninjutsu. Mukai was honest. This was typical of most Hyuga clan members. You need to train in ninjutsu, kenjutsu, and ganjutsu released jutsus. With only one Byakugan, focusing solely on gentle fist will lead nowhere. You need a variety of methods to fully maximize your strength. Koichi advised. One of Mukai's weaknesses was ganjutsu. Koichi did not want an Anbu captain with a glaring vulnerability to illusions. Mukai nodded earnestly. In the days that followed, Koichi continued training the Sanbu squad, while the village kept a close eye on their progress. Half a month later, Koichi was in the middle of teaching Team 3 about taijutsu and team coordination when Tsunoda brought news. Hidden Cloud's village had truly made a move. Unlike previous skirmishes, this time it was the renowned Day and Killer Bee leading the charge. Even the third Raikage was rumored to have left the village. Of course. With Orochimaru stationed in the north, there was less to worry about there. The real pressure would fall on Jiraiya's side. If Hidden Cloud's village was making moves, could Hidden Stone's village be far behind? Koichi understood that his peaceful days were over. However, he didn't feel he'd wasted his time. These last 10 days of training had yielded several Earth-style jutsus and boosted his proficiency. Jutsus like Earth-style, while were standard, but Koichi was more excited about hiding in rock jutsu and Earthflow River. The former allowed him to travel through solid rock. The latter, which he had initially learned from the third Hokage, now had its proficiency maxed out, greatly improving his hand seals and casting speed. As for Earthflow River, a mudslide to sweep foes away, followed by ice style to freeze the terrain. Wasn't that the perfect combo for control and crowd manipulation? Chapter 113, Hidden Leaf Village's future lies in him learning ice style and not using it would be a foolish move. Koichi had no intention of hiding it. So, recently, apart from training, he was researching ice style. He had previously researched wood style, so his work on nature transformation fusion already had a record. Now, writing notes was mainly for others to see. With everything set up, there was no need to worry about being investigated. Tsunoda already knew that Koichi was researching chakra fusion. She initially wanted to advise against it, but since Koichi was using a shadow clone for the research while his real body focused on learning creation rebirth, she didn't say much. With all the groundwork laid, when the time came, he could use it without raising suspicion. Besides, with Hidden Mist Jutsu as cover, even if he used ice style, it might not be noticed. He had done the same thing last time against the Hidden Mist Village ninja. However, what gave Koichi a headache was the third Hokage was serious. He really intended to go to the battlefield himself. Tsunoda, Stop trying to dissuade me. Besides, with Koichi leading the team, I only need to keep an eye on Onoki. If worse comes to worst, I have a trump card to deal with him. Stop jinxing it, old man. Your trump card is probably the death demon consuming seal, right? Koichi didn't even know how to respond. Koichi leading the team to support Jiraiya is enough. There's no need for you to go. We also need to keep an eye on the east, and Jiraiya and Koichi alone may not be enough. The third Hokage shook his head. He was not only worried about the northern and northwestern fronts but also the eastern land of water and Denzo. With Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado stepping down, he couldn't guarantee Denzo wouldn't make a move. Only by going to Hidden Stone's village himself could he feel at ease. In fact, he had already discussed these concerns with Tsunoda several times. This time, Tsunoda wanted Koichi to help convince him. But how could he? Everything the third Hokage said was true. With the storyline already altered, Koichi couldn't guarantee that Denzo wouldn't do something desperate, so the third Hokage's words actually made sense to him. Alright, go then. Tsunoda waved them off. Since she couldn't persuade him, she let him go. After all, the administrative and village affairs had long been handed over. The difference between the third Hokage being present or not wasn't significant. Tsunoda's concern was just that she didn't want him to return to the battlefield at his age. 50-something wasn't that old, but it wasn't young either. Hidden Leaf Village is in your hands now. I believe you can do better than I did. The third Hokage sighed. He genuinely believed that Tsunoda could do a better job. After all, a long time ago, Tsunoda had advocated for the reform of the medical ninja system, which, at the time, even he hadn't seen the value of. Reality proved Tsunoda right. Because of her reforms, Hidden Leaf Village's medical skills remained the best among the 5 great nations. As for himself, ashamed, he felt he had accomplished nothing. The third Hokage took off his Hokage hat and cloak, revealing the flak jacket underneath, and walked out of the Hokage building with Koichi. The ninja below were stunned. The third Hokage was going to the battlefield himself? What? Hokage-sama, this is not allowed. The crowd erupted. However, the Jonin remained calm, clearly already informed. The fact that the third Hokage is personally going to face Onoki is because Hidden Leaf Village has successors. Onoki, with his broken back and no reliable heir, is still risking leaving his village at his age. Now that's the real tragedy. When Koichi finished, the noisy crowd quieted down a bit. It kind of made sense. But was Hidden Stone's village really that miserable? The third Hokage couldn't help but grumble internally. Onoki was over 60. Though his health was declining and his ailments were becoming apparent, he was still strong. Otherwise, neither he nor Denzo would be so worried. So, living another 10 years was certainly possible. Of course. Hidden Stone's village having no suitable successor was true as well. Aside from Onoki, there was currently no one else who had mastered particle style. Though particle style wasn't the sole qualification for a Sushi Kage, without it, Hidden Stone's village's strength would be significantly diminished, not to the level of Hidden Sand Village or Hidden Mist Village, but certainly less fearsome than now. Move out. Koichi commanded, and the group swiftly departed. They knew Koichi's speed was far beyond theirs and that he would catch up quickly, while the third Hokage walked alongside them, deep in thought. Wasn't giving a motivational speech his job? He hadn't said a word, and Koichi had taken over completely. He glanced sideways at Koichi. Hokage-sama, shall we go too? Ahem, yes, let's go. The third Hokage didn't overthink it. He was just a bit emotional. After the Eastern Front, Koichi's prestige had risen significantly. In the past, if a teenager like him had spoken such words, no one would have believed him. They might even have thought he was arrogant. But now, when you're strong, everything you say is right. On this trip, several Anbu accompanied them, including Saratobi Shinosuke, who personally led the team to protect the third Hokage. In addition to him, there were many from the intelligence and operations divisions. And this was just the Anbu. Even more regular ninja were mobilized. In this battle, the third Hokage was betting everything, determined to go all out against Onoki. Sensei, you wanted to see me? Yes. How's your progress with lightning style? Koichi asked. Shisui had started practicing lightning style recently. Koichi had been keeping an eye on him, but he wasn't sure of the specific progress since he'd been training a full squad, not just Shisui. Shisui scratched his head and said apologetically, Sensei, I don't think I have much talent for lightning style. Although I've grasped the nature transformation, the effect isn't very strong. No problem. This blade is particularly effective against earth style. You take it. Koichi handed him the thunder sword, Kiba. Of the 6 swords they had previously seized, only the Seimata, Kiba, and the executioner's blade remained with him. The rest had been returned to Hidden Mist Village, and the remaining 3 had been thoroughly sealed by Hidden Leaf Village. The Hidden Mist Village couldn't possibly summon them back. In fact, the Thunder Sword wasn't the most suitable weapon for Shishui. But as for that guy, who knows if he's managed to break through his stubbornness. Aside from the Thunder Sword, Kleichi also gave Shishui a short blade. It was forged from parts of the executioner's blade, melted down and reforged. While the material wasn't top tier, it was certainly better than Shishui's current weapon. Asuma's situation was even better. He received a custom-made Chakra trench knife. Over the past 10 days, he also learned the active breathing jutsu, significantly improving his taijutsu. In terms of strength, the one who improved the least was Kiranai Yui. During these 10 days, she focused on taijutsu and medical ninjutsu, barely touching genjutsu. After spending so much time with Kleichi, she gradually understood, while genjutsu was useful, it could only serve as a support. True trump cards lay in taijutsu and medical ninjutsu. She considered herself of average talent and, aside from these 3 areas, had no intention of learning more ninjutsu. Clearly, Kurenai had absorbed Kleichi's bitter truths. Kleichi observed while running. Excluding himself, Asuma and the others' strength was already on par with many stronger Chunin squads. All 3 had solid taijutsu. After traveling for a while, Kleichi called them over during a break. "Sensei Kleichi. I'm giving you all a choice." Kleichi's face turned serious. The Hidden Stones Village ninja are numerous and powerful, stronger than the Hidden Mist Village ninja. The missions ahead will be very difficult. You can choose to join another sensei for the tasks. "Sensei, what are you talking about? Difficult missions still need to be completed by someone. No matter who goes, there will be danger. We're also ninja, and we have the will to protect the village and our comrades." Asuma's response was brimming with youthful zeal. But he truly meant every word. "Sensei, we've learned a lot from the special training these past few days. We won't be as lost as last time." Shishui added his agreement. Last time on the island, they had been utterly disoriented in the mist, let alone able to coordinate with Kleichi. This time was different. After 10 days of training, they were now well versed in the hidden mist jutsu and silent killing jutsus. They were confident they could keep up. "I said it back in the academy, on the battlefield, no one can guarantee another's safety, especially you rookies. Even a small trap could take your lives." Kleichi paused, then continued, "I have only one requirement, follow orders." "Yes." The 3 of them responded in unison. Not far away, the resting 3rd Hokage showed a hint of relief and melancholy. Seeing Asuma so full of spirit and confidence, he sighed softly, "I haven't been a good father." "Asuma will understand one day," said the masked Anbu beside him. "It's not just Asuma. I haven't been a good father to either of you. Especially that boy, Kleichi is more of a mentor to him than I've ever been." What struck Hiruzen Sarutobi the most was, Kanda Kleichi wasn't even 17 yet. In comparison, he truly felt like a failure. Sarutobi Shinosuke had nothing to say. When it came to parenting, the 3rd Hokage had indeed fallen short. Most of their education had come from the clan and other teachers, not from him. But having followed the 3rd Hokage for so long, he understood the reason. The 3rd Hokage had always been too busy. The responsibilities of the Hokage consumed all his energy. Of course. He also admitted. Over the years, the 3rd Hokage had only managed to prevent Hidden Leaf Village from declining too much. Faced with the chaotic situation, it seemed the old man had become a bit powerless. He hoped the future would be different. His gaze settled on Kleichi. Everyone knew that while the 3rd Hokage chose Tsunade as his successor, the real reason was no secret. So, Hidden Leaf Village's future lay in Kanda Kleichi. They set off again. On the way, Kleichi saw another large group of refugees. This time, instead of moving further into the Land of Fire, they were heading south, towards the Kikyo Pass area affected by last year's war. That region had no battles this year and was relatively peaceful. However, according to the latest frontline reports, Hidden Stones Village had not yet reached the borders of the Land of Fire. The conflict remained at the border of the Land of Grass. The Land of Fire was still relatively safe. But the Land of Grass. Stuck between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire, Onoki wouldn't dare provoke Hanzo, but he had no qualms about bullying the Land of Grass. However, as Kleichi looked at the intelligence reports, he noticed something they had overlooked. "Hokage-sama, once we enter the Land of Grass, I'd like to take a team to investigate the area between the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain is neutral this time." The 3rd Hokage didn't understand why Kleichi wanted to check there. Kleichi picked up the report. It was from yesterday's briefing. "Look here, it mentions that many villagers from the Land of Grass are relocating to avoid the war. However, our land of fire hasn't received many reports of them crossing the border. Chapter 114, The Land of Rain, Second Meeting with Yahiko Hokage-sama. Something's definitely off. In the past, most of the villagers from the land of grass fled to our land of fire, said Saratobi Shinosuke, the leader of the Anbu. As a veteran of the Anbu, Shinosuke was well versed in the situation in the land of grass. There was no shortage of people from the land of grass who longed to settle in the land of fire. However, due to the alliance between the two countries, the land of fire couldn't accept too many refugees. Even so, every time war broke out, there were always attempts to cross the border. But this year, there were none. How strange. Shinosuke examined the report closely and grew increasingly suspicious. What are you suggesting? The third Hokage frowned. The land of grass bordered both the land of waterfalls and the land of rain. The former was known for its xenophobia, making it unlikely for grass villagers to go there. As for the land of rain, the environment there was not ideal. However, it now seemed like the most probable destination. It was hard to imagine them fleeing to the land of earth. The third Hokage recalled Hanzo's neutrality and past events, gradually piecing things together. It seems that while Hanzo claims neutrality, he hasn't been idle. These villagers may have gone to the land of rain, he said. But why? Shinosuke was puzzled. Hanzo had been keeping a low profile for years, almost as if he had given up. Making such a move now would only draw attention to himself. The third Hokage couldn't quite grasp it either. But Kleichi understood immediately. No wonder he had received that strange reward earlier. It was the land of rain's wool he had unknowingly sheared. Yahiko must have taken his advice to heart. Upon returning to the land of rain, he likely allied himself with Hanzo, attempting to take the long route to success, first winning over Hanzo and then slowly making his own moves. That wasn't a bad strategy. Hanzo wasn't weak. With his protection, even if Madara was displeased, he wouldn't act against them immediately. Perhaps Hanzo saw an opportunity and his ambition reignited. I'd like to investigate and see what's really happening, Kleichi proposed. Good idea. Since Onoki hasn't fully committed to an invasion of the land of grass, we still have some time. The third Hokage agreed. However, he added, it's not safe to send just your team. I'll have Team Al go with you. You have full authority over decisions, no need to report or ask for my approval constantly. Understood. Team Al was led by Gekko Hayate. The third Hokage's intent was clear, he was granting Kleichi autonomy, allowing him to lead both his own squad and Team Al as he saw fit. Kleichi considered it for a moment and requested a full Anbu uniform from the third Hokage, including the mask and attire. Later, he returned to his team, presenting the uniforms to Shizue and the others. The three young shinobi were thrilled. After changing, Asuma couldn't contain his excitement. Sensei, does this mean I'm part of the Anbu now? No, you're just a temp. Kleichi said flatly. When there's no danger, you do the work. When things go wrong, you take the blame. Huh? Asuma froze. Of course, he knew Kleichi was joking, but what kind of logic was that second part? Kurenai Yui, while adjusting her equipment, pondered for a moment and then chuckled. Anbu have their own rules, but temps aren't bound by them, she said. It was just like being a medical ninja. At Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, something similar seemed to have happened before. Asuma understood. So, when bad things happen, they just blame it on the fact that they don't understand the rules, right? Cunning. He silently grumbled to himself. Let's go. After receiving their orders, Gekko Hayate's team headed towards the land of grass, but by the time they reached the border, Kleichi had caught up with them. Kohinata Mukai immediately greeted Kleichi respectfully when he saw him. Since confirming his abilities, Kleichi had started mentoring and guiding him. In the past 10 days, he had received the most guidance from Kleichi. Kleichi hadn't taught him ninjutsu or swordsmanship yet. Instead, he had focused on teaching him his own expertise in physical jutsus, including soft body training, and had even shared a manual with him. It could be said that Mukai had received Kleichi's teachings in physical arts. As for Kleichi, these past days, he had often gained proficiency in physical jutsus and soft body training. However, he had yet to receive the mentor reward. This clearly showed that older individuals, especially those with deep scars and grievances, were not so easily fooled. Kleichi sighed inwardly. But he wasn't particularly concerned. Teaching Kohinata Mukai was never about rewards. The land of grass wasn't very large. After reaching the border, it didn't take long before they saw migrating villagers along the road. Kleichi-sama, they're heading west. Are they going to the land of rain? Kleichi nodded. Just as he had thought, the migration was in small groups. There weren't many people, but with so many small groups traveling every day, A significant number might have already entered the Land of Rain over this period. He just wondered whether the village of the Land of Grass had noticed yet. What should we do now? Gecko Hyate asked, troubled. He had no problem with killing people, but figuring out the next move wasn't his strength. Let's observe first, understand the situation, and then decide how to act. Kleichi activated his body flicker jutsu to catch up. The two teams moved westward, silent as they traveled. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, no one wanted to leave their homeland. At this stage, only a small portion of the villagers were migrating, all of them poor, so the Land of Grass village didn't seem to be taking action yet. Yahiko, this guy really gets right to the point. Kleichi thought to himself. The poor are always the least cared for. But for a village like the Hidden Rain village, where the population was scarce, these new migrants were a valuable resource. If even half of them could be trained into ninjas, they would hit the jackpot. Moreover, the soft approach, like cutting with a dull knife, was difficult to detect. Sensei, 10 squads. Kurenai said with a tense tone. Besides Koichi and Kohinata Makai's Byakugan, Kurenai had the strongest sensory abilities, and at this moment, she had already detected the presence of ninjas from the Land of Rain. 10 squads. Even if their teacher was strong, facing 10 squads would still be an incredibly tough battle. Kleichi not only knew about the 10 squads, but he also knew that Conan was among them. Not only that, but there were paper butterflies scattered throughout the forest ahead of them. Once they entered the area, Conan would immediately detect their presence. Since joining Hanzo, Conan's jutsus had grown stronger. Mukai secretly activated his Byakugan and saw a large number of chakra-infused paper butterflies. He was immediately alarmed. He quickly deactivated his Byakugan, unsure whether to speak up or not, but then saw Kleichi raise his hand, signaling everyone to stop. He sighed in relief. Of course. How could their teacher not notice? Let's move. Kleichi motioned for everyone to retreat. After retreating, a single paper butterfly turned into a cluster of butterflies, silently flying into the forest, blending in with the others. Not far away. Conan looked perplexed. Where did these paper butterflies come from? She was startled and ordered a few paper butterflies to wrap the one back. It was a piece of white paper. But it was infused with chakra. She rubbed it thoughtfully, a realization dawning on her. Kanda Kleichi. He's here. And when did this guy learn her paper jutsu? She felt a flash of irritation, but then a bit of pride and admiration followed. Kleichi Kanda, such talent, he took the time to study her jutsus. That was proof that her paper jutsu was unique. She was impressed. This guy really did his homework. Let's finish this round, and then take a short break. We don't want to draw too much attention. Understood. I'll go find Yahiko. Conan said, then vanished in an instant. After a brief journey, she found Yahiko near location where the villagers were being settled. He was directing and comforting them. She quietly approached and informed him of Kleichi's arrival. Later that night, on a mountain peak. After Yahiko and Conan had finished dealing with the situation, they waited in hiding near the Land of Grass border. Yahiko wasn't sure if Kleichi would show up, but he had decided to try. After a short while, a figure emerged from the rocks. It's been a while, you two. A familiar face. Though there was now a mask, it was easy to tell from the presence and hair that this was Kanda Kleichi's shadow clone. Yahiko, upon seeing Kleichi, bowed deeply in respect. Thank you very much for your guidance. Without your advice, the future of the Dawn would have been uncertain. It seems you've gained a lot from Hanzo. Yahiko nodded and briefly explained his situation over the past few days. Conan, meanwhile, controlled the paper butterflies to stay hidden nearby, preventing anyone from eavesdropping. After parting ways with Kleichi, Yahiko carried out some operations and was eventually able to meet with Hanzo. They spoke throughout the night. Hanzo acknowledged Yahiko's ideas and abilities. Although he didn't formally take him as an apprentice, he shared many valuable teachings. Once he finished recounting his experiences, Yahiko briefly shared his own plans. Conan hesitated, on the verge of speaking up. She wanted to say that Yahiko couldn't necessarily be trusted, but then she thought. If Kleichi wanted to report him, there was no need to guide Yahiko in the first place. This is the situation. Your plan is good, but once you start acting, you'll be in the public eye, and larger villages may see you as an enemy. Kleichi warned. I understand. If things go wrong, we could even ally with Hidden Sand Village. Yahiko nodded. He knew that too, but taking that first step was crucial to success. The areas you're targeting overlap with Hidden Sand Village. They won't cooperate with you. Kleichi shook his head. Also, they're not afraid of Hanzo. Hanzo's strength years ago was in large part due to his unique poison, which Chio from Hidden Sand Village had perfectly countered. Yahiko paused, then said, Hanzo didn't mention this. After all, it's not something you want to bring up, and sometimes a lesson is more effective than an explanation. But I have my own needs and don't want the Hidden Rain Village to learn this lesson the hard way. Kleichi said it calmly. You want us to help Hidden Leaf Village? Conan asked. No, you've pledged neutrality. There's no way you'll help us, but I'd like you to share some intelligence on the land of Earth with us. Kleichi explained his intent. Only then did Conan breathe a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Kleichi might press them. Given Yahiko's nature,